And you his betrothed. You are his betrothed? Yes, well, then, I'll tell you, your fiancé is a scoundrel. Excuse me, Mr. Razumikin, you are forgetting. Pulcheria Alexandrovna was beginning. Yes, you are right, I did forget myself, I am ashamed of it, Razumikin made haste to apologize. But you can't be angry with me for speaking like that. I'm speaking sincerely and not because HM. That would be disgraceful, in fact not because I'm an HM. Well, anyway I won't say why, I daren't. But we all saw today when he came in that man is not of our sort. Not because he had his hair curled at the barber's, not because he was in such a hurry to show off his intelligence, but because he is a spy, a speculator, because he is a cheapskate and a moron. That's obvious. Do you think he's clever? No, he is a fool. And is he a match for you? Good heavens! Do you see, ladies, he stopped suddenly on the way upstairs to their rooms. Though all my friends there are drunk, yet they are all honest, and though we do talk a lot of trash, and I do too, yet we shall talk our way to the truth at last, for we are on the right path, while Peter Petrovitch is not on the right path. Though I've been calling them all sorts of names just now, I do respect them all, though I don't respect Zaintov. I like him, because he is a puppy, and that Zosimov, because he is an honest man and knows his work. But enough, it's all said and forgiven. Is it forgiven? Well, then, let's go on. I know this corridor, I've been here, there was a scandal here at number 3. Where are you here? Which number? 8? Well, lock yourselves in for the night, then. Don't let anybody in. In a quarter of an hour I'll come back with news, and half an hour later I'll bring Zosimov, you'll see. Goodbye, I'll run. Good heavens, Dunya, what is going to happen? Said Pulcheria Alexandrovna, addressing her daughter with anxiety and dismay. Don't worry yourself, mother, said Dunya, taking off her hat and cape. God has sent this man to help us, even though he has come from a drinking party. I'm sure we can depend on him. And everything he's done for Radia. Ah, Dunya, goodness knows whether he will come. How could I bring myself to leave Radia? And how different I had thought our meeting would be. How sullen he was, it was as if he wasn't pleased to see us. Tears came into her eyes. No, it's not that, mother. You didn't see, you were crying all the time. He is suffering from a serious illness, that's the reason. Ah, that illness. What will happen? And the way he talked to you, Dunya, said the mother, looking timidly at her daughter, trying to read her thoughts and already half consoled by the fact that Dunya was standing up for her brother, which meant that she had already forgiven him. I am sure he will have a different opinion about the whole thing tomorrow, she added, probing her further. And I am sure that he will say the same tomorrow about that, Avdotya Romanovna said finally. And, of course, there was no going beyond that, for this was a point which Pulcheria Alexandrovna was afraid to discuss. Dunya went up and kissed her mother. The latter warmly embraced her without speaking. Then she sat down to wait anxiously for Razumikin's return, timidly watching her daughter who walked up and down the room with her arms folded, lost in thought. This walking up and down when she was thinking was a habit of Avdotya Romanovna's, and the mother was always afraid to break in on her daughter's mood at such moments. Razumikin, of course, was ridiculous in his sudden drunken infatuation for Avdotya Romanovna. Yet apart from his eccentric condition, many people would have thought it justified if they had seen Avdotya Romanovna, especially at that moment when she was walking to and fro with her arms folded, pensive and melancholy. Avdotya Romanovna was remarkably good-looking. She was tall, strikingly well-proportioned, strong and self-reliant. The latter quality was apparent in every gesture, though it did not in the least detract from the grace and softness of her movements. In her face she resembled her brother, but she might be described as really beautiful. Her hair was dark brown, a little lighter than her brother's. There was a proud light in her almost black eyes and yet at times a look of extraordinary kindness. She was pale, but it was a healthy pallor. Her face was radiant with freshness and vigor. Her mouth was rather small, the full red lower lip projected a little as did her chin. It was the only irregularity in her beautiful face, but it gave it a peculiarly individual and almost haughty expression. Her face was always more serious and thoughtful than gay, but how well smiles, how well youthful, light-hearted, irresponsible laughter suited her face. It was natural enough that a warm, open, simple-hearted, honest giant like Razumikin, who had never seen anyone like her and was not quite sober at the time, should lose his head immediately. Besides, as chance would have it, he saw Dunya for the first time transfigured by her love for her brother and her joy at meeting him. Afterwards he saw her lower lip quiver with indignation at her brother's insolent, cruel and ungrateful words. And his fate was sealed. He had spoken the truth, moreover, when he blurted out in his drunken talk on the stairs that Praskovia Pavlovna, Raskolnikov's eccentric landlady, would be jealous of Pulcheria Alexandrovna as well as of Avdotya Romanovna on his account. Although Pulcheria Alexandrovna was 43, her face still retained traces of her former beauty. She looked much younger than her age, in fact, which is almost always the case with women who retain serenity of spirit, sensitiveness, and pure sincere warmth of heart into old age. We may add in parenthesis that to preserve all this is the only means of retaining beauty into old age. Her hair had begun to grow gray and thin, there had long been little crow's foot wrinkles round her eyes, her cheeks were hollow and sunken from anxiety and grief, and yet it was a handsome face. She was Dunya over again, 20 years older, but without the projecting underlip. Pulcheria Alexandrovna was emotional, but not sentimental, timid and yielding, but only to a certain point. She could give way and accept a great deal even of what was contrary to her convictions, but there was a certain barrier fixed by honesty, principle, and the deepest convictions which nothing would induce her to cross. Exactly 20 minutes after Razumikin's departure, there came 2 subdued but hurried knocks at the door. He had come back. "I won't come in, I haven't got time," he said right after he opened the door. "He's sleeping like a baby, soundly, quietly, and God grant he may sleep 10 hours. Nastasia's with him, I told her not to leave until I came. Now I am fetching Zosimov, he will tell you what's going on and then you'd better get some rest, I can see you're too tired to do anything." And he ran off down the corridor. "What a competent and devoted young man," cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna, overjoyed. "He seems wonderful." Avdotya Romanovna replied with some warmth, resuming her walk up and down the room. It was nearly an hour later when they heard footsteps in the corridor and another knock at the door. Both women waited this time, completely relying on Razumikin's promise. He actually had succeeded in bringing Zosimov. Zosimov had agreed at once to desert the drinking party to go to Raskolnikov's, but he came reluctantly and with the greatest suspicion to see the ladies, mistrusting Razumikin in his exhilarated condition. But his vanity was at once reassured and flattered. He saw that they were really depending on his expert opinion. He stayed just 10 minutes and succeeded in completely convincing and comforting Pulcheria Alexandrovna. He spoke with real sympathy, but with the reserve and extreme seriousness of a young doctor at an important consultation. He did not utter a word on any other subject and did not display the slightest desire to enter into more personal relations with the 2 ladies. Taking note of Avdotya Romanovna's dazzling beauty, he endeavored not to notice her at all during his visit and addressed himself solely to Pulcheria Alexandrovna. All this gave him extraordinary inward satisfaction. He said he thought that the invalid's condition was currently satisfactory. According to his observations, the patient's illness was due partly to his unfortunate material circumstances during the last few months, but it had also a moral origin, was so to speak the product of several material and moral influences, anxieties, apprehensions, troubles, certain ideas, and so on. Noticing stealthily that Avdotya Romanovna was following his words with close attention, Zosimov allowed himself to enlarge on this theme. When Pulcheria Alexandrovna anxiously and timidly inquired about some suspicion of insanity, he replied with a composed and candid smile that his words had been exaggerated, that certainly the patient had some fixed idea, something approaching a monomania. He, Zosimov, was now studying this interesting branch of medicine, but that it must be recalled that until today the patient had been in delirium and that no doubt the presence of his family would have a favorable effect on his recovery and distract his mind, if only all fresh shocks can be avoided, he added significantly. Then he got up, took leave with an impressive and friendly bow, while blessings, warm gratitude, and requests were showered upon him, and Avdotya Romanovna spontaneously offered her hand to him. He went out exceedingly pleased with his visit and still more so with himself. "We'll talk tomorrow, go to bed at once," Razumikin said in conclusion, following Zosimov out. "I'll be with you tomorrow morning as early as possible with my report." "That's a fetching little girl, Avdotya Romanovna," remarked Zosimov, almost licking his lips as they both came out into the street. "Fetching? You said fetching," roared Razumikin, and he flew at Zosimov and seized him by the throat. "If you dare! Do you understand? Do you understand?" he shouted, shaking him by the collar and squeezing him against the wall. "Do you hear?" "Let me go, you drunken devil," said Zosimov, struggling, and when he had let him go, he stared at him and went off into a sudden fit of laughter. Razumikin stood facing him in gloomy and earnest reflection. "Of course, I am an idiot," he observed, somber as a storm cloud, "but still, you are another." "No, my friend, not another at all. I'm not dreaming of any such stupidity." They walked along in silence, and only when they were close to Raskolnikov's lodgings, Razumikin broke the silence in considerable anxiety. "Listen," he said, "you're a wonderful person, but among your other failings, you play loose, and dirty too. You're a feeble, nervous wretch, a mass of caprice, you're getting fat and lazy and can't deny yourself anything, which is dirty because it leads on straight into dirt. You've let yourself get so slack that I don't know how you manage to be a good, even a devoted doctor. You, a doctor, sleep on a feather bed and get up at night for your patients. In another 3 or 4 years you won't even get up for your patients. But damn it, that's not the point. You are going to spend tonight in the landlady's apartment here. I've had my work cut out persuading her. And I'll be in the kitchen. So here's a chance for you to get to know her better. It's not what you think. There's not a trace of anything like that, my friend. But I don't think. Here you have modesty, brother, silence, bashfulness, a savage virtue, and yet she's sighing and melting like wax, simply melting. Save me from her, by all that's unholy. She's so overwhelming. I'll repay you, I'll do anything." Zosimov laughed more violently than ever. "Well, you are smitten. But what am I to do with her? It won't be much trouble, I assure you. Talk any rot you like to her, as long as you sit by her and talk. You're a doctor, too, try curing her of something. I swear you won't regret it. She has a piano, and you know, I strum a little. I have a song there, a genuine Russian one, I shed hot tears. She likes the genuine article, and well, it all began with that song. Now you're a regular performer, a master, a Rubinstein 27. I assure you, you won't regret it. But have you made her some promise? Something signed? A promise of marriage, perhaps? Nothing, absolutely nothing of the kind. Besides, she is not like that at all. Shebarov tried that. Well, then, drop her. But I can't drop her like that. Why can't you? Well, I can't, that's all about it. There's an element of attraction here, brother. Then why have you fascinated her? I haven't fascinated her, perhaps, I was fascinated myself in my idiocy. But she won't care whether it's you or I, so long as somebody sits beside her, sighing. I can't explain it, my friend. Look here, you are good at mathematics, and working at it now. Start teaching her integral calculus. I swear, I'm not joking, I'm serious, it'll be all the same to her. She will gaze at you and sigh all year long. I talked to her once for 2 days straight about the Prussian House of Lords. You've got to talk about something. She just sighed and sweated. And you can't talk about love. She gets shy around hysterics, but just let her see you can't tear yourself away. That's enough. It's really quite comfortable. You feel at home pretty quickly. You can read, sit, lie about, write. You can even try a kiss, if you're careful. But what do I want with her? Don't you understand? You're made for each other. I have often been reminded of you. You'll come to it in the end. So does it matter whether it's sooner or later? There's the featherbed element here, brother, ah. And not only that. There's an attraction here. Here you have the end of the world, an anchorage, a quiet haven, the navel of the earth, the 3 fishes that are the foundation of the world, the essence of pancakes, of fish pies, of the evening samovar, of soft sighs and warm shawls, and hot stoves to sleep on, as snug as though you were dead. And yet you're alive, the advantages of both at once. Well, damn it, brother, what nonsense I'm talking. It's bedtime. Listen. I sometimes wake up at night, so I'll go in and look at him. But there's no need, it's all right. Don't worry, if you like, you might just look in once. But if you notice anything, delirium or fever, wake me. But there can't be. Chapter 2. Razumikin woke up next morning at 8 o'clock, troubled and serious. He found himself confronted with many new and unforeseen difficulties. He had never expected that he would ever wake up feeling like that. He remembered every detail of the previous day, and he knew that a perfectly novel experience had happened to him, that he had received an impression unlike anything he had known before. At the same time, he recognized clearly that the dream which had fired his imagination was hopelessly unattainable, so unattainable that he felt ashamed of it, and he moved on quickly to the other more practical cares and difficulties bequeathed him by that thrice accursed yesterday. The most awful memory of the previous day was the way he had shown how base and mean he was, not only because he had been drunk, but because he had taken advantage of the young girl's position to abuse her fiancé in his stupid jealousy, knowing nothing of their mutual relations and obligations and next to nothing of the man himself. And what right did he have to criticize him in that hasty and unguarded way? Who had asked for his opinion? Was it thinkable that a girl like Avdotya Romanovna would be marrying an unworthy man for money? So there must be something else to him. The lodgings? But after all, how could he know anything about the character of the lodgings? He was furnishing an apartment. Pah, how despicable it all was. And what justification was it that he was drunk? A stupid excuse like that was even more degrading. In wine is truth, and the truth had all come out, that is, all the uncleanness of his coarse and envious heart. And would such a dream ever be permissible to him, Razumikin? What was he compared to a girl like that, he, the drunken noisy braggart of last night? Was it possible to imagine such an absurd and cynical juxtaposition? Razumikin blushed desperately at the very idea, and suddenly the recollection forced itself vividly upon him of how he had said last night on the stairs that the landlady would be jealous of Avdotya Romanovna. That was simply intolerable. He brought his fist down heavily on the kitchen stove, hurt his hand and sent one of the bricks flying. Of course, he muttered to himself a minute later with a feeling of self-abasement, of course, all these bad deeds can never be wiped out or smoothed over, and so it's useless even to think of it, and I must go to them in silence and do my duty, in silence, too, and not ask forgiveness, and say nothing. Now all is lost. And yet as he dressed he examined his clothing more carefully than usual. He hadn't got another suit. If he had, perhaps he wouldn't have put it on. I would have made a point of not putting it on. But in any case he could not remain a dirty cynic. He had no right to offend the feelings of others, especially when they needed his help and kept asking him to see them. He brushed his clothes carefully. His dress was always decent, in that respect he was especially clean. He washed carefully that morning, he got some soap from Nastasia, he washed his hair, his neck, and especially his hands. When it came to the question of whether or not to shave his stubby chin, Praskovia Pavlovna had excellent razors that had been left by her late husband. The question was angrily answered in the negative. Let it stay as it is. What if they think that I shaved on purpose to? They would definitely think so. Not on any account. And the worst of it was he was so coarse, so dirty, his manners came straight from the drinking house, and even admitting that he knew he had some of the essentials of a gentleman, what was there to be proud of about that? Everyone ought to be a gentleman and more than that, and all the same, he remembered, he, too, had done little things, not exactly dishonest, and yet, and what thoughts he sometimes had, and to set all that beside Avdotya Romanovna. Damn it! So be it. Well, he'd make a point then of having dirty, greasy, drinking house manners and he wouldn't care. He'd be worse. He was engaged in these monologues when Zosimov, who had spent the night in Praskovia Pavlovna's parlor, came in. He was going home and was in a hurry to look at the invalid first. Razumikin informed him that Raskolnikov was sleeping like a dormouse. Zosimov gave orders for them not to wake him and promised to see him again at about 11. If he's still at home, he added. Damn it! If you can't control your patients, how can you cure them? Do you know whether he will go to them, or whether they are coming here? They're coming, I think, said Razumikin, understanding the point of the question, and no doubt they'll discuss their family affairs. I'll be off. You, as the doctor, have more right to be here than I do. But I am not a father confessor, I shall come and go away, I've plenty to do besides looking after them. One thing worries me, interposed Razumikin, frowning. On the way home I talked a lot of drunken nonsense to him, all sorts of things, including that you were afraid that he might go mad. You told the ladies so, too. I know it was stupid. You can beat me if you like. Did you seriously think so? Nonsense, how could I? You described him yourself as a monomaniac when you fetched me to take a look at him, and we added fuel to the fire yesterday, you did, that is, with your story about the painter. It was a nice conversation, given that it was a point he might have been particularly crazy about. If only I'd known what happened at the police station and that some wretch had insulted him with his suspiciousness. I would not have allowed that conversation yesterday. These monomaniacs will make a mountain out of a molehill, and see their fantasies as solid realities. As far as I remember, it was Zaintov's story that in my opinion cleared up half the mystery. I know one case in which a hypochondriac, a man of 40, cut the throat of a little boy of 8, because he couldn't endure the jokes he made every day at table. And in this case his rags, the insolent police officer, the fever, and this suspicion. All that working on a man half frantic with hypochondria, and with his morbidly exceptional vanity. That may well have been the starting point of illness. Anyway, it can all go to hell. And, by the way, that Zaintov is certainly pleasant, but he shouldn't have told us that last night. He is a real chatterbox. But who did he tell it to? You and me? And Porfiry. What does that matter? And, by the way, do you have any influence over them, his mother and sister? Tell them to be more careful with him today. They'll get on all right. Razumikin answered reluctantly. Why is he so set against this Luzin? A man with money and she doesn't seem to dislike him, and they haven't got a penny, I suppose? But what business is it of yours? Razumikin cried with annoyance. How can I tell whether they've got any money? Ask them yourself and perhaps you'll find out. God, what an idiot you are sometimes. Last night's wine hasn't worn off yet. Goodbye, thank your Praskovia Pavlovna from me for my night's lodging. She locked herself in, made no reply to my greeting through the door. She was up at 7 o'clock, the samovar was taken into her from the kitchen. I was not granted a personal interview. At 9 o'clock precisely Razumikin reached the lodgings at Bakaliev's house. Both ladies were waiting for him with nervous impatience. They had got up at 7 o'clock or earlier. He entered looking as black as night, bowed awkwardly and was at once furious with himself for it. He had reckoned without his host. Pulcheria Alexandrovna rushed at him, seized him by both hands and was almost kissing them. He glanced timidly at Avdotya Romanovna, but at that moment her proud face bore an expression of such gratitude and friendliness, such complete and unexpected respect, instead of sneering looks and badly disguised contempt, that it threw him into greater confusion than if he had been met with abuse. Fortunately there was a subject for conversation, and he was quick to snatch at it. When she heard that everything was going well and that Radia had not yet woken up, Pulcheria Alexandrovna announced that she was glad, because there was something which she absolutely had to discuss beforehand. Then followed an inquiry about breakfast and an invitation to have it with them. They had waited for him before they started. Avdotya Romanovna rang the bell. It was answered by a ragged, dirty waiter, and they asked him to bring tea, which was served at last, but in such a dirty and disorderly way that the ladies were ashamed. Razumikin vigorously attacked the lodgings, but, remembering Luzin, stopped in embarrassment and was greatly relieved by Pulcheria Alexandrovna's questions, which showered in a continual stream upon him. He talked for 3/4 of an hour, being constantly interrupted by their questions, and succeeded in describing to them all the most important facts he knew of the last year of Raskolnikov's life, concluding with a circumstantial account of his illness. However, he omitted many things which were better omitted, including the scene at the police station with all its consequences. They listened eagerly to his story, but when he thought he had finished and satisfied his listeners, he realized that they reckoned he had hardly begun. Tell me. What do you think? Excuse me, I still don't know your name. Pulcheria Alexandrovna put in quickly. Dmitri Prokofiev. I should like very, very much to know, Dmitri Prokofiev, how he looks on things in general now. That is, how can I explain, what are his likes and dislikes? Is he always so irritable? Tell me, if you can, what hopes and, so to speak, dreams do you think he has? What influences him now? In other words, I would like. Mother, how can he answer all that at once? Observed Dunya. Good heavens, I had not expected to find him in the least like this, Dmitri Prokofiev. Naturally, answered Razumikin. I have no mother, but my uncle comes every year and almost every time he can scarcely recognize me, even in appearance, though he is a clever man, and your 3 years' separation means a great deal. What can I tell you? I have known Radayon for 1.5 years. He is gloomy, proud and disdainful, and recently, although perhaps he's been like this for a while, he has become suspicious and almost absorbed in his fantasies. He has a noble nature and a kind heart. He does not like showing his feelings and would rather do a cruel thing than open his heart freely. Sometimes, though, he is not at all morbid, just cold and inhumanly callous. It's as though he were alternating between two characters. Sometimes he is extremely reserved. He says he is so busy that everything gets in his way, and yet he lies in bed doing nothing. He doesn't jeer at things, not because he hasn't got the intelligence, but as though he hasn't got the time to waste on such unimportant issues. He never listens to what people say to him. He is never interested in what interests other people at any given moment. He thinks very highly of himself, and perhaps he is right. Well, what more? I think your arrival will have a very beneficial influence on him. God grant it may, cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna, upset by Razumikin's account of her Radia. And Razumikin ventured to look more boldly at Avdotya Romanovna at last. He glanced at her often while he was talking, but only for a moment and looked away again at once. Avdotya Romanovna sat at the table, listening attentively, then got up again and began walking to and fro with her arms folded and her lips compressed, occasionally putting in a question, without stopping her walk. She had the same habit of not listening to what was said. She was wearing a dress of thin dark stuff and she had a white transparent scarf round her neck. Razumikin soon detected signs of extreme poverty in their belongings. Had Avdotya Romanovna been dressed like a queen, he felt that he would not be afraid of her, but perhaps just because she was poorly dressed and that he noticed all the misery of her surroundings, his heart was filled with dread and he began to be afraid of every word he uttered, every gesture he made, which was very trying for a man who already felt diffident. "You've told us many interesting things about my brother's character, and have told it impartially. I am glad. I thought that you were too uncritically devoted to him," observed Avdotya Romanovna with a smile. "I think you are right that he needs a woman's care," she added thoughtfully. "I didn't say so, but I suppose you are probably right, only." "What?" "He loves no one and perhaps he never will," Razumikin declared decisively. "You mean he is not capable of love?" "Do you know, Avdotya Romanovna, you are awfully like your brother, in every way. In fact," he blurted out suddenly to his own surprise, but remembering at once what he had just said about her brother, he turned as red as a crab and was overcome with confusion. Avdotya Romanovna couldn't help laughing when she looked at him. "You may both be mistaken about Radia," Pulcheria Alexandrovna remarked, slightly offended. "I am not talking about our current difficulties, Dunya. What Peter Petrovitch writes in this letter and what you and I have supposed may be mistaken, but you can't imagine, Dmitri Prokofitch, how moody and, so to speak, capricious he is. I could never depend on what he would do when he was only 15. And I am sure that he might do something now that nobody else would think of doing. Well, for instance, do you know how a year and a half ago he astounded me and gave me a shock that nearly killed me, when he had the idea of marrying that girl, what was her name, his landlady's daughter?" "Did you hear about that affair?" asked Avdotya Romanovna. "Do you suppose," Pulcheria Alexandrovna continued warmly, "do you suppose that my tears, my pleas, my illness, my possible death from grief, our poverty would have made him pause? No, he would calmly have disregarded all obstacles. And yet it isn't that he doesn't love us." "He has never spoken a word about that to me," Razumikin answered cautiously. "But I did hear something from Praskovia Pavlovna herself, though she is by no means a gossip. And what I heard certainly was rather strange." "And what did you hear?" both the ladies asked at once. "Well, nothing very special. I only learned that the marriage, which only failed to take place through the girl's death, was not at all to Praskovia Pavlovna's liking. They say, too, the girl was not at all pretty, in fact I am told positively ugly, and such an invalid, and also strange. But she seems to have had some good qualities. She must have had some good qualities or it's quite inexplicable. She had no money either and he wouldn't have taken her money into account. But it's always difficult to judge with these things." "I am sure she was a good girl," Avdotya Romanovna observed briefly. "God forgive me, I simply rejoiced at her death. Though I don't know which of them would have caused more misery to the other, he to her or she to him," Pulcheria Alexandrovna concluded. Then she began questioning him tentatively about the scene on the previous day with Luzin, hesitating and continually glancing at Dunya, obviously to the latter's annoyance. This incident evidently made her more uneasy, perhaps even more disturbed, than all the rest. Razumikin described it in detail again, but this time he added his own conclusions. He openly blamed Raskolnikov for intentionally insulting Peter Petrovitch and did not attempt to excuse him because of his illness. He had planned it before his illness, he added. "I think so, too," Pulcheria Alexandrovna agreed with a dejected air. But she was very surprised to hear Razumikin express himself so carefully and even respectfully when he was discussing Peter Petrovitch. Avdotya Romanovna, too, was struck by it. So this is your opinion of Peter Petrovich? Pulcheria Alexandrovna could not resist asking.
I can have no other opinion of your daughter's future husband, Razumikin answered firmly and with warmth, and I don't say it simply from vulgar politeness, but simply because Avdotya Romanovna has of her own free will decided to accept this man. If I spoke so rudely of him last night, it was because I was disgustingly drunk and mad besides. Yes, mad, crazy, I lost my head completely, and this morning I am ashamed of it.
He crimsoned and stopped speaking. Avdotya Romanovna flushed, but did not break the silence.
She had not uttered a word from the moment they started talking about Luzin.
Without her support, Pulcheria Alexandrovna obviously did not know what to do.
At last, faltering and continually glancing at her daughter, she confessed that she was extremely worried by one thing in particular.
You see, Dmitri Prokofych, she began. Can I be open with Dmitri Prokofych, Dunya?
Of course, mother, said Avdotya Romanovna emphatically.
This is what it is, she began quickly, as though a weight had been lifted from her mind because she was finally allowed to talk about her troubles.
Very early this morning we got a note from Peter Petrovich in reply to our letter announcing our arrival. He promised to meet us at the station. Instead, he sent a servant to bring us the address of these lodgings and to show us the way, and he sent a message that he would be here himself this morning. But this morning this note came from him.
You'd better read it yourself. There is one point in it which worries me very much. You will soon see what that is, and tell me frankly what you think, Dmitri Prokofych. You know Radia's character better than anyone, and no one can advise us better than you can. Dunya, I should tell you, made her decision at once, but I still don't feel sure how to act, and I've been waiting for your opinion.
Razumikin opened the note, which was dated the previous evening, and read as follows. Dear Madam, Pulcheria Alexandrovna, I have the honor to inform you that owing to unforeseen obstacles I was rendered unable to meet you at the railway station. I sent a very competent person with the same object in view. I likewise shall be deprived of the honor of an interview with you tomorrow morning by business in the Senate that does not admit of delay, and also that I may not intrude on your family circle while you are meeting your son, and Avdotya Romanovna her brother. I shall have the honor of visiting you and paying you my respects at your lodgings not later than tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock precisely, and herewith I venture to present my earnest and, I may add, imperative request that Rodion Romanovich may not be present at our interview, as he offered me a gross and unprecedented assault on the occasion of my visit to him in his illness yesterday, and, moreover, since I desire from you personally an indispensable explanation of a certain point, about which I wish to have your own opinion. I have the honor to inform you, in anticipation, that if, in spite of my request, I meet Rodion Romanovich, I shall be compelled to withdraw immediately, and then you have only yourself to blame. I write on the assumption that Rodion Romanovich, who appeared so ill when I visited, suddenly recovered 2 hours later and may visit you also. I was confirmed in that belief by witnessing him with my own eyes in the residence of a drunken man who was run over and has since died. He gave 25 rubles to his daughter, a young woman of notorious behavior, under the pretext of contributing to the funeral, which gravely surprised me knowing what pains you took to raise that sum. I hereby give my special regards to your estimable daughter, Avdotya Romanovna, and I beg you to accept the respectful homage of your humble servant, P. Luzin. What am I to do now, Dmitri Prokofych? Began Pulcheria Alexandrovna, almost weeping. How can I ask Radia not to come? Yesterday he insisted so earnestly that we should refuse Peter Petrovich, and now we are ordered not to invite Radia. He will come on purpose if he knows, and what will happen then? Act on Avdotya Romanovna's decision, Razumikin answered calmly at once. Oh, dear. She says that goodness knows what she says, she hasn't explained it. She says that it would be best, at least, not that it would be best, but that it's absolutely necessary that Radia should make a point of being here at 8 o'clock and that they must meet. I didn't even want to show him the letter. I wanted to prevent him from coming somehow, with your help, because he is so irritable. Besides, I don't understand about that drunkard who died and that daughter, and how he could have given that daughter all the money for which you sacrificed so much," put in Avdotya Romanovna.
"He was not himself yesterday," Razumikin said thoughtfully. "If you only knew what he was up to in a restaurant yesterday, though there was sense in it too.
He did say something, as we were going home yesterday evening, about a dead man and a girl, but I didn't understand a word.
But last night, I myself—"
"The best thing, Mother, would be for us to go to see him ourselves, and there we will definitely understand at once what we should do. Besides, it's getting late, my goodness, it's past 10, she cried, looking at a splendid gold enameled watch which hung round her neck on a thin Venetian chain and looked entirely out of keeping with the rest of her dress.
A present from her fiancé, Razumikin thought.
"We must be off, Dunya, we must be off," her mother cried in a flutter.
"He will think we are still angry after yesterday if we get there so late. Lord have mercy."
While she said this, she was hurriedly putting on her hat and mantle. Dunya, too, put on her things. Her gloves, Razumikin noticed, were not only shabby but had holes in them, and yet this evident poverty gave the two ladies an air of special dignity which is always found in people who know how to wear poor clothes.
Razumikin looked reverently at Dunya and felt proud of escorting her.
The queen who mended her stockings in prison, 28 he thought, must have looked every inch a queen, and even more of a queen than at sumptuous banquets and celebrations.
"My God," exclaimed Pulcheria Alexandrovna, "little did I think that I should ever fear seeing my son, my darling Radia.
I am afraid, Dmitri Prokofych," she added, glancing at him timidly. "Don't be afraid, Mother," said Dunya, kissing her, "it's better to trust him." "Oh, dear, I trust him, but I haven't slept all night," exclaimed the poor woman.
They came out into the street. "Do you know, Dunya, when I dozed a little this morning I dreamed of Marfa Petrovna. She was all in white. She came up to me, took my hand, and shook her head at me, but so sternly, as though she were blaming me."
"Is that a good omen?"
"Oh, dear. Didn't you know, Dmitri Prokofych, that Marfa Petrovna died?"
"No, I didn't know. Who is Marfa Petrovna?"
"She died suddenly, just think."
"Afterwards, Mama," put in Dunya.
"He doesn't know who Marfa Petrovna is."
"Ah, you don't know?
And I was thinking that you knew all about us."
"Forgive me, Dmitri Prokofych, I don't know what I've been thinking about for these past few days. I'm treating you as our Providence, so I took it for granted that you knew all about us.
I look on you as a relation. Don't be angry with me for saying so. Dear me, what's the matter with your right hand? Have you knocked it?"
"Yes, I bruised it," muttered Razumikin, overjoyed. "I sometimes speak too much from the heart, and Dunya finds fault with me.
But, dear me, what a cupboard he lives in! I wonder whether he is awake. Does this woman, his landlady, think it's a proper room? Listen, you say he doesn't like to show his feelings, so perhaps I'll annoy him with my weaknesses? Please advise me, Dmitri Prokofych, how should I treat him? I feel so distracted."
"Don't question him too much about anything if you see him frown. Don't ask him too much about his health, he doesn't like that."
"Ah, Dmitri Prokofych, how hard it is to be a mother.
Ah, here are the stairs.
What an awful staircase."
"Mother, you're so pale, don't make yourself upset," said Dunya, caressing her.
Then with flashing eyes she added, "He ought to be happy to see you, and you're tormenting yourself so badly. Wait, I'll look in and see whether he has woken up."
The ladies slowly followed Razumikin, who went on in front of them, and when they reached the landlady's door on the 4th floor, they noticed that her door was open a tiny crack and that two keen black eyes were watching them from the darkness inside.
When their eyes met, the door was suddenly shut with such a slam that Pulcheria Alexandrovna almost cried out. Chapter 3. He's doing well, really well. Zosimov shouted cheerfully as they came in. He had arrived 10 minutes earlier and was sitting in the same place as before, on the sofa. Raskolnikov was sitting in the opposite corner, fully dressed and more carefully washed and combed than he had been for some time. The room was immediately crowded, yet Nastasia managed to follow the visitors in and stayed to listen. Raskolnikov was actually almost better again compared to his condition the day before, but he was still pale, listless and somber. He looked like a wounded man or someone who has undergone terrible physical pain. His eyebrows were knitted, his lips compressed, his eyes feverish. When he spoke, he said little and did so reluctantly, as though he were performing a duty. His movements were restless. He only needed a sling on his arm or a bandage on his finger to complete the impression of a man with a painful abscess or a broken bone. The pale, somber face lit up for a moment when his mother and sister entered, but this only gave it a look of more intense suffering instead of its listless dejection. The light soon died away, but the look of suffering remained, and Zosimov, watching and studying his patient with all the passion of a young doctor beginning to practice, noticed no joy in him at the arrival of his mother and sister, but a sort of bitter, hidden determination to bear another hour or two of inevitable torture. He saw later that almost every word of their conversation seemed to touch on some sore place and irritate it. But at the same time he marveled at the restraint and self-control of a patient who the previous day had, like a monomaniac, become frenzied at the slightest word. "Yes, I can see myself that I am almost well," said Raskolnikov, giving his mother and sister a welcoming kiss which made Pulcheria Alexandrovna radiant at once. "And I'm not just saying this like I did yesterday," he said, addressing Razumikin with a friendly handshake. "Yes, I'm actually surprised at him today," began Zosimov, delighted that the ladies had arrived, since he had not even managed to keep up a conversation with his patient for 10 minutes. "In another 3 or 4 days, if he goes on like this, he will be just as before, that is, as he was a month ago, or 2, or perhaps even 3. It's been coming on for a long time." "Yes? Own up, wasn't it maybe your own fault?" he added, with a tentative smile, as though still afraid of irritating him. "Maybe," answered Raskolnikov coldly. "I'd say," continued Zosimov, evidently enjoying himself, "that your complete recovery depends on yourself alone. Now that we can talk, I'd like to remind you that it is essential to avoid the elementary, so to speak, fundamental causes which tend to produce your morbid condition. In that case, you will be cured; if not, it will go from bad to worse. I don't know what these fundamental causes are, but you should. You're an intelligent man, of course, you must have observed yourself. I reckon the first stage of your derangement coincided with you leaving the university. You mustn't be left without an occupation, so work and a definite aim set in front of you might, I imagine, be very beneficial." Yes, you are absolutely right. I'll hurry up and get back to the university, and then everything will go smoothly." Zosimov, who had started giving him advice partly to make an impact on the ladies, was certainly a little mystified when he glanced at his patient and noticed an unmistakably mocking expression on his face. However, it only lasted for an instant. Pulcheria Alexandrovna began to thank Zosimov at once, especially for his visit to their apartment the previous night. "What? He saw you last night?" Raskolnikov asked, as though startled. "Then you haven't slept either after your journey." "Radia, that was only until 2 o'clock. Dunya and I never go to bed before 2 at home." "I don't know how to thank him either," Raskolnikov went on, suddenly frowning and looking down. "Aside from the question of payment, sorry for referring to it," he turned to Zosimov, "I really don't know what I have done to deserve such special attention from you. I just don't understand it, and in fact, it weighs upon me because I don't understand it. I'm telling you honestly. Don't be annoyed." Zosimov forced himself to laugh.
Assume that you are my first patient. Well, people like me who are just starting to practice love our first patients as if they were our children, and some almost fall in love with them.
And, of course, I don't have a lot of patience.
Let alone him, added Raskolnikov, pointing to Razumikin, though he has had nothing from me either but insults and trouble.
What nonsense! You're in a sentimental mood today, aren't you? Shouted Razumikin.
If he had looked more carefully, he would have seen that there was no trace of sentimentality in him, the opposite, in fact.
But Avdotya Romanovna noticed.
She was intently and uneasily watching her brother. As for you, mother, I don't know how to begin, he went on, as though repeating a lesson learned by heart. It's only today that I've begun to realize just how upset you must have been here yesterday, waiting for me to come back. When he said this, he suddenly held out his hand to his sister, smiling without a word. But in this smile there was a flash of real feeling.
Dunya caught it at once, and warmly pressed his hand, overjoyed and thankful.
It was the first time he had spoken to her since their argument the previous day. The mother's face lighted up with ecstatic happiness at the sight of this conclusive unspoken reconciliation. Yes, that's what I love him for, Razumikin, exaggerating it all, muttered to himself, with a vigorous turn in his chair.
He has these movements.
And how well he does it all, the mother was thinking to herself. What generous impulses he has, and how simply, how delicately he put an end to all the misunderstandings with his sister just by holding out his hand at the right minute and looking at her like that. And what handsome eyes he has, and how handsome his whole face is.
He is even better looking than Dunya. But, my goodness, what a suit, how terribly he's dressed. Vasya, the messenger boy in Afanassy Ivanovitch's store, is better dressed.
I could rush at him and hug him, weep over him, but I'm afraid.
Oh dear, he's so strange. He's talking kindly, but I'm afraid. Why, what am I afraid of?
Oh, Radia, you wouldn't believe, she began suddenly, hastily answering his words to her, how unhappy Dunya and I were yesterday. Now that it's all over and done with and we are truly happy again, I can tell you.
Can you imagine, we ran here almost straight from the train to embrace you and that woman, here she is. Good morning, Nastasia.
She told us at once that you were lying in a high fever and had just run away from the doctor in delirium, and they were looking for you in the streets.
You can't imagine how we felt.
I couldn't help thinking about the tragic end of Lieutenant Potanchikov, a friend of your father's. You won't remember him, Radia, who ran out in the same way in a high fever and fell into the well in the courtyard and they couldn't pull him out until next day. Of course, we exaggerated things. We were about to rush off and find Peter Petrovitch to ask him to help. Because we were alone, totally alone, she said mournfully and stopped short, suddenly, remembering it was still pretty dangerous to speak about Peter Petrovitch, although we are truly happy again.
Yes, yes. Of course it's very annoying.
Raskolnikov muttered in reply, but in such a preoccupied and inattentive way that Dunya gazed at him, perplexed. What else was it I wanted to say, he went on, trying to remember.
Oh, yes, Mother, and Dunya, you too, don't think I didn't mean to come and see you today and just waited for you to come first.
What are you saying, Radia? Cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. She too was surprised.
Is he answering us as a duty? Dunya wondered. Is he being reconciled and asking for our forgiveness as though he were performing a ritual or repeating a lesson?
I've only just woken up, and I wanted to come and see you, but I was delayed because of my clothes. I forgot yesterday to ask her.
Nastasia.
To wash out the blood.
I've only just dressed. Blood. What blood? Pulcheria Alexandrovna asked in alarm.
Oh, nothing, don't worry. It was when I was wandering about yesterday, when I was delirious, I met a man who had been run over, a clerk.
Delirious? But you remember everything. Razumikin interrupted. That's true, Raskolnikov answered with special carefulness. I remember everything down to the last detail, and yet, why I did that and went there and said that, I can't explain. A familiar phenomenon, Zossimov interrupted. Actions are sometimes performed in a masterly and remarkably cunning way, while the motive for the actions is deranged and dependent on various morbid impressions. It's like a dream. Maybe it's really a good thing that he thinks I'm almost mad, thought Raskolnikov. But people in perfect health act in the same way as well, observed Dunya, looking uneasily at Zossimov. There is some truth in your observation, the latter replied. In that sense we certainly all resemble madmen quite often, but with the slight difference that the deranged are even madder, because we have to draw the line somewhere. It's true that a normal man hardly even exists. It's hard to find one in a dozen, perhaps even one in 100,000. At the word madman, carelessly dropped by Zossimov in his chatter about his favorite subject, everyone frowned. Raskolnikov seemed not to pay any attention to them and sat there plunged in thought, with a strange smile on his pale lips. He was still meditating on something. Well, what about the man who was run over? I interrupted you. Razumikin shouted swiftly. What? Raskolnikov seemed to wake up. Oh. I got spattered with blood when I was helping them carry him to his apartment. By the way, Mother, I did an unforgivable thing yesterday. I was literally out of my mind. I gave away all the money you sent me to his wife for the funeral. She's a widow now, tubercular, poor lady, 3 little children, starving. Nothing in the house, there's a daughter, 2, perhaps you'd have given it yourself if you'd seen them. But I had no right to do it, I admit, especially as I knew how you needed the money yourself. To help others you've got to have the right to do it, or else you've just got to accept it. He laughed. That's right, isn't it, Dunya? No, it's not, answered Dunya firmly. Pa! You have ideals too, he muttered, looking at her almost with hatred, and smiling sarcastically. I ought to have thought about that. Well, that's praiseworthy, and it's better for you, and if you reach a line you won't cross, you'll be unhappy, and if you cross it, maybe you'll be even unhappier. But that's all nonsense, he added irritably, annoyed that he got carried away. I only meant to ask Mother to forgive me, he concluded, shortly and abruptly. That's enough, Radia, I'm sure that everything you do is very good, said his mother, delighted. Don't be too sure, he answered, twisting his mouth into a smile. A silence followed. There was a constraint in all this conversation, and in the silence, and in the reconciliation, and in the forgiveness, and everyone felt it. It is as though they were afraid of me, Raskolnikov was thinking to himself, looking sideways at his mother and sister. Pulcheria Alexandrovna definitely grew more timid the longer she kept silent. Yet when they were gone I seemed to love them so much, flashed through his mind. Do you know, Radia, Marfa Petrovna is dead, Pulcheria Alexandrovna suddenly blurted out. What Marfa Petrovna? Lord have mercy on us, Marfa Petrovna Svidrigailov. I wrote you so much about her. AAH. Yes, I remember. So she's dead. Really, he roused himself suddenly, as if waking up. What did she die of? Just imagine, she died so suddenly, Pulcheria Alexandrovna answered hurriedly, encouraged by his curiosity. On the same day I sent you that letter. Would you believe it, the terrible man seems to have been the cause of her death? They say he used to beat her horribly. Why, were they on such bad terms, he asked, addressing his sister. No, not at all, exactly the opposite. With her, he was always very patient, even considerate. In fact, all those 7 years of their married life he gave way to her, often too much, in fact. All of a sudden he seemed to have lost his patience. Then he couldn't have been so nasty if he controlled himself for 7 years? You seem to be defending him, Dunya? No, he's a terrible man. I can't imagine anything more disgusting. Dunya answered, almost with a shudder, wrinkling up her brows and sinking into thought. It happened in the morning. Pulcheria Alexandrovna went on hurriedly. And immediately afterwards she ordered the horses to be harnessed to drive to the town immediately after dinner. She always used to drive to the town in cases like that. They said she ate a really good dinner. After the beating? That was always her habit, and immediately after dinner, so she wasn't late setting out, she went to the bathhouse. You see, she was having some bath treatment. They have a cold spring there, and she used to bathe in it regularly every day, and no sooner did she get into the water when she suddenly had a stroke. I should think so, said Zosimov. And did he beat her badly? What does that matter, put in Dunya. Mother, I don't know why you want to tell us gossip like that, said Raskolnikov irritably, almost in spite of himself. My dear, I don't know what to talk about, Pulcheria Alexandrovna said. Why, are you all afraid of me? He asked, with a constrained smile. That's definitely true, said Dunya, looking directly and sternly at her brother. Mother was crossing herself with terror as she came up the stairs. His face worked, as though in convulsion. What are you saying, Dunya? Don't be angry, please, Radia. Why did you say that, Dunya? Pulcheria Alexandrovna began, overwhelmed. You see, coming here, I was dreaming all the way, in the train, how we would meet, how we would talk over everything together. And I was so happy, I didn't notice the journey. But what am I saying? I am happy now. You shouldn't, Dunya. I am happy now just to see you, Radia. SHSH, mother, he muttered in confusion, not looking at her, but pressing her hand. We shall have time to talk freely about everything. As he said this, he was suddenly overwhelmed with confusion and turned pale. Again that awful sensation he had known of late passed with deadly chill over his soul. Again it became suddenly plain and perceptible to him that he had just told a terrible lie, that now he would never be able to talk freely about everything, that never again would he be able to talk freely about anything to anyone. The anguish of this thought was such that for a moment he almost forgot himself. He got up from his seat, and not looking at anyone walked towards the door. What are you doing? Cried Razumikin, clutching him by the arm. He sat down again, and began looking around him in silence. They were all looking at him, perplexed. But what are you all so silent about? He shouted, suddenly and entirely unexpectedly. Say something. What's the use of sitting like this? Come on, speak. Let's talk. We meet and sit in silence. Come on, anything. Thank God, I was afraid the same thing as yesterday was beginning again, said Pulcheria Alexandrovna, crossing herself. What's the matter, Radia? Asked Avdotya Romanovna, distrustfully. Oh, nothing. I remembered something, he answered, and suddenly laughed. Well, if you remembered something, that's all right. I was beginning to think, muttered Zosimov, getting up from the sofa. It is time for me to be off. I will look in again perhaps if I can. He made his bows, and went out. What an excellent man, observed Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Yes, excellent, splendid, well-educated, intelligent, Raskolnikov began, suddenly speaking with surprising rapidity, and a liveliness he had not shown until then. I can't remember where I met him before my illness. I think I met him somewhere. And this is a good man, too, he nodded at Razumikin. Do you like him, Dunya? He asked her, and suddenly, for some unknown reason, laughed. Very much, answered Dunya. Pa!
What a pig you are, Razumikin protested, blushing in terrible embarrassment, and he got up from his chair.
Pulcheria Alexandrovna smiled faintly, but Raskolnikov laughed out loud. Where are you off to? I must go. You don't need to go at all. Stay. Zosimov has gone, so you must. Don't go. What's the time? Is it 12 o'clock? What a pretty watch you've got, Dunya. But why are you all silent again? I'm doing all the talking.
It was a present from Marfa Petrovna, answered Dunya. And a very expensive one, added Pulcheria Alexandrovna.
Ah! What a big one! Hardly like a lady's.
I like that sort, said Dunya.
So it is not a present from her fiancé, thought Razumikin, and was senselessly delighted. I thought it was a present from Luzin, observed Raskolnikov. No, he has not given Dunya any presents yet. Ah!
Do you remember, Mother, when I was in love and I wanted to get married, he said suddenly, looking at his mother, who was confused by the sudden change of subject and the way he spoke about it.
Oh yes, my dear. Pulcheria Alexandrovna exchanged glances with Dunya and Razumikin. Yes. What can I tell you? Actually, I don't remember much.
She was such a sickly girl, he went on, growing dreamy and looking down again.
A real invalid.
She was fond of giving to the poor, and was always dreaming of being a nun, and once she burst into tears when she started talking to me about it.
Yes, I remember. I remember very well. She was an ugly little thing.
I really don't know what drew me to her then. I think it was because she was always ill. If she had been lame or hunchback, I think I would have liked her even more, he smiled dreamily.
Yes, it was a sort of a spring delirium.
No, it wasn't just a spring delirium, said Dunya, with warm feeling. He gave his sister a strained, intent look, but did not hear or did not understand her words. Then, completely lost in thought, he got up, went up to his mother, kissed her, went back to his place and sat down.
You love her even now, said Pulcheria Alexandrovna, touched. Her? Now?
Oh, yes.
You ask about her?
No, somehow it all seems like it's in another world, and so long ago.
And in fact everything happening here seems far away somehow.
He looked attentively at them.
You now.
I seem to be looking at you from 1,000 miles away, but Lord knows why we are talking about that. And what's the use of asking about it, he added with annoyance and, biting his nails, he fell into a dreamy silence again.
What a wretched apartment you have, Radia. It's like a tomb, said Pulcheria Alexandrovna, suddenly breaking the oppressive silence.
I am sure it's half because of your room here that you have become so melancholy.
My room, he answered, listlessly. Yes, the room had a great deal to do with it. I thought that, too.
If only you knew, though, what a strange thing you said just now, Mother, he said, laughing strangely.
A little more, and their companionship, this mother and sister, with him after 3 years' absence, this intimate tone of conversation, in the face of the utter impossibility of really speaking about anything, everything would have been beyond his power of endurance. But there was one urgent matter which must be settled one way or another that day, he had decided when he woke up. Now he was glad he had remembered it, because now he had a means of escape. Listen, Dunya, he began, gravely and dryly, of course I asked you to forgive me yesterday, but I think I ought to tell you again that I'm not backing down from my decision. It's me or Luzin. If I'm a bad person, you mustn't be, one is enough. If you marry Luzin, I shall immediately stop treating you as my sister. Radia. It is the same as yesterday again, Pulcheria Alexandrovna cried, mournfully. And why do you call yourself a bad person? I can't bear it. Yesterday you said the same thing.
Radia, Dunya answered firmly and with the same dryness.
You're making a mistake. I thought it over last night, and I discovered what it was.
It's all because you seem to think I am sacrificing myself to someone for someone else.
That's not the case at all.
I'm just marrying for my own sake, because things are hard for me. Though, of course, I shall be glad if I manage to be useful to my family. But that's not the chief motive for my decision. She's lying, he thought to himself, biting his nails vindicatively. What a proud person she is.
She won't even admit she wants to do it out of charity. Too high and mighty. What terrible people. They even love as if they hate. And how I hate them all.
In fact, continued Dunya, I'm marrying Peter Petrovich because I have decided to choose the lesser of two evils. I intend to do everything he asks me to do honestly, so I'm not deceiving him.
Why did you smile just now?
She, too, flushed, and there was a gleam of anger in her eyes. Everything, he asked, with a malignant grin.
Within certain limits. Both the manner and form of Peter Petrovich's courtship showed me at once what he wanted.
He may, of course, think too highly of himself, but I hope he respects me, too.
Why are you laughing again? And why are you blushing again? You're lying, Dunya.
You're lying on purpose, just because of your feminine obstinacy, just to hold your own against me.
You can't respect Luzin. I've seen him and talked to him.
So you're selling yourself for money, and so in any case you're behaving badly, and I'm at least glad that you can blush about it.
It's not true.
I'm not lying, cried Dunya, losing her temper. I wouldn't marry him if I weren't satisfied that he respects me and thinks highly of me. I wouldn't marry him if I weren't absolutely satisfied that I can respect him. Fortunately, I've had convincing proof of it today, and a marriage like that's not cheap, as you say it is.
And even if you were right, if I really had decided to behave badly, isn't it merciless of you to speak to me like that? Why do you demand I have a heroism that maybe you don't have either? It's dictatorial, it's tyrannical. If I ruin anyone, then I'll only be ruining myself. I'm not committing a murder. Why are you looking at me like that? Why are you so pale? Radia, darling, what's the matter? Lord have mercy.
You made him faint, cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna.
No, nonsense. It's nothing. A little dizziness, not fainting. You've got fainting on the brain.
Yes, what was I saying?
Oh, yes.
In what way will you get convincing proof today that you can respect him, and that he respects you, you said earlier?
I think that's what you said? Mother, show Radia Peter Petrovich's letter, said Dunya. With trembling hands, Pulcheria Alexandrovna gave him the letter.
He took it with great interest, but, before opening it, he suddenly looked with a sort of amazement at Dunya. It is strange, he said, slowly, as though struck by a new idea.
What am I making such a fuss for? What is it all about? Marry who you like.
He said this almost to himself, but said it aloud, and looked for some time at his sister, as though he were puzzled. He opened the letter at last, still with the same look of strange amazement on his face.
Then, slowly and attentively, he started reading, and read it through twice.
Pulcheria Alexandrovna showed particular anxiety, and in fact everyone expected something strange to happen. What surprises me, he began, after a short pause, handing the letter to his mother, but not addressing anyone in particular, is that he is a businessman, a lawyer, that his conversation is definitely pretentious, and yet he writes such an uneducated letter. They were all astonished. They had expected something totally different.
But they all write like that, you know, Razumikin observed, abruptly. Have you read it? Yes. We showed him, Radia. We consulted him just now, Pulcheria Alexandrovna began, embarrassed.
That's just the jargon of the courts, Razumikin put in.
Legal documents have always been written like that. Legal?
Yes, it's just legal business language, not entirely uneducated, and not quite educated business language. Peter Petrovich makes no secret of the fact that he had a cheap education. In fact, he is proud of having made his own way, Avdotya Romanovna observed, a little offended by her brother's tone.
Well, if he's proud of it, he has reason to be, I don't deny it.
You seem to be offended, sister, that I only made such a frivolous criticism of the letter. You think that I talk about such unimportant matters in order to annoy you on purpose. It's exactly the opposite. A stylistic observation occurred to me which is definitely not irrelevant given the way things stand at the moment. There's one expression, blame yourselves, which has been put in very significantly and clearly, and there's also a threat that he'll leave at once if I'm present. That threat to leave is equivalent to a threat to abandon you both if you are disobedient, and to abandon you now after summoning you to Petersburg. Well, what do you think? Can one resent such an expression from Luzin, as we should if he pointed to Razumikin, had written it, or Zosimov, or one of us? And no, answered Dunya, with more animation. I saw clearly that it was too naively expressed, and that perhaps he doesn't know how to write well.
That's a fair criticism, Radia. I didn't expect, in fact. It is expressed in a legal style, and maybe it sounds coarser than he intended. But I must disillusion you a little.
There is one expression in the letter, one slander about me, and a pretty despicable one at that. I gave the money last night to the widow, a tubercular woman in serious difficulties, and not under the pretext of contributing to the funeral, but simply to pay for the funeral, and not to the daughter, a young woman, as he writes, of notorious behavior, whom I saw last night for the first time in my life, but to the widow.
In all this I think he has been suspiciously hasty to slander me and to make us disagree.
It is expressed again in legal jargon, that is to say, with too obvious a display of the aim, and with a very naive eagerness.
He is an intelligent man, but to act sensibly, intelligence is not enough.
It all shows him up for who he really is, and
I don't think he has any great respect for you.
I'm telling you this just to warn you, because I sincerely wish for your own good.
Dunya did not reply.
Her decision had been taken. She was just waiting to see what would happen that evening. Then what have you decided, Radia? Asked Pulcheria Alexandrovna, who was more uneasy than ever at the sudden new businesslike tone of his talk.
What decision?
You see, Peter Petrovich writes that you mustn't be with us this evening, and that he will go away if you come.
So will you come?
That, of course, is not for me to decide, but for you first and foremost, if you are not offended by such a request, and secondly, by Dunya, if she, too, is not offended. I will do what you think best, he added dryly.
Dunya has already decided, and I fully agree with her, Pulcheria Alexandrovna hastened to declare.
I decided to urge you, Radia, to be with us at this interview, said Dunya.
Will you come?
Yes. I will ask you too to be with us at 8 o'clock, she said, addressing Razumikin.
Mother, I am inviting him, too. Quite right, Dunya. Well, since you have decided, added Pulcheria Alexandrovna, so be it. I shall feel easier myself. I do not like concealment and deception. Better for us to have the whole truth, whether Peter Petrovich is angry or not. Chapter 4.
At that moment the door was softly opened, and a young girl walked into the room, looking timidly around her. Everyone turned towards her with surprise and curiosity.
At first sight, Raskolnikov did not recognize her. It was Sofia Semyonovna Marmoladov.
He had seen her yesterday for the first time, but at such a moment, in such surroundings and in such clothing, that his memory retained a very different image of her. Now she was a modestly and poorly dressed young girl, very young, almost like a child, in fact, with a modest and refined manner, with a candid but somewhat frightened-looking face. She was wearing a very plain indoor dress and a shabby old-fashioned hat, but she was still carrying a parasol. Unexpectedly finding the room full of people, she was not so much embarrassed as completely overwhelmed with shyness, like a little child. She was even about to retreat.
"Oh, it's you," said Raskolnikov, extremely astonished, and he, too, was confused.
He at once recollected that his mother and sister knew through Luzin's letter of some young woman of notorious behavior. He had only just been protesting against Luzin's slander and declaring that he had seen the girl last night for the first time, and suddenly she had walked in.
He remembered, too, that he had not protested against the expression of notorious behavior.
All this passed vaguely and fleetingly through his brain, but looking at her more intently, he saw that the humiliated creature was so humiliated that he felt suddenly sorry for her. When she made a movement to retreat in terror, it sent a pang to his heart. "I did not expect you," he said, hurriedly, with a look that made her stop.
"Please sit down. You come, no doubt, from Katerina Ivanovna." "Allow me."
"Not there. Sit here."
At Sonia's entrance, Razumikin, who had been sitting on one of Raskolnikov's 3 chairs, close to the door, got up to allow her to enter. Raskolnikov had at first shown her the place on the sofa where Zosimov had been sitting, but feeling that the sofa he used as a bed was a little too intimate, he hurriedly motioned her to Razumikin's chair. "You sit here," he said to Razumikin, putting him on the sofa.
Sonia sat down, almost shaking with terror, and looked timidly at the 2 ladies. It was evidently almost inconceivable to herself that she could sit down beside them. At the thought of it, she was so frightened that she hurriedly got up again, and in utter confusion addressed Raskolnikov.
I have come for 1 minute."
"Forgive me for disturbing you," she began falteringly. "I came from Katerina Ivanovna's, and she had no one to send."
"Katerina Ivanovna told me to beg you to be at the service."
"In the morning, at Mitrofanivsky, and then, to her, to do her the honor, she told me to beg you."
Sonia stammered and ceased speaking. "I will try, certainly, for certain," answered Raskolnikov. He, too, stood up, and he, too, faltered and could not finish his sentence. "Please sit down," he said, suddenly. "I want to talk to you." "Maybe you're in a hurry, but please spare me 2 minutes," and he drew up a chair for her. Sonia sat down again, and again timidly she took a hurried, frightened look at the 2 ladies, and dropped her eyes. Raskolnikov's pale face flushed, a shudder passed over him, his eyes glowed. "Mother," he said, firmly and insistently, "this is Sofia Semyonovna Marmeladov, the daughter of the unfortunate Mr. Marmeladov who was run over yesterday in front of me, the man who I was just telling you about." Pulcheria Alexandrovna glanced at Sonia, and screwed up her eyes a little.
In spite of her embarrassment before Radia's urgent and challenging gaze, she could not deny herself that satisfaction.
Dunya gazed gravely and intently into the poor girl's face, and scrutinized her, perplexed. Sonia, hearing herself introduced, tried to raise her eyes again, but was more embarrassed than ever.
"I wanted to ask you," said Raskolnikov, hastily, "how things were arranged yesterday."
"You weren't bothered by the police, for instance?"
"No, that was all right, it was too evident. The cause of death, they didn't bother us, only the lodgers are angry."
"Why?"
"Because the body has remained there for so long.
You see, it is hot now. So today they will carry it to the cemetery, into the chapel, until tomorrow." At first Katerina Ivanovna was unwilling, but now she sees herself that it's necessary. "Today, then?"
She wanted to ask you to do us the honor of being in the church tomorrow for the service and then to come to the funeral lunch.
She is giving a funeral lunch?
Yes, just a little. She told me to thank you very much for helping us yesterday.
If it weren't for you, we would have had nothing for the funeral.
All at once her lips and chin began trembling, but, with an effort, she controlled herself, looking down again.
During the conversation, Raskolnikov watched her carefully.
She had a thin, very thin, pale little face, rather irregular and angular, with a sharp little nose and chin. She could not have been called pretty, but her blue eyes were so clear, and when they lit up there was such a kindliness and simplicity in her expression that one could not help being attracted. Her face, and her whole figure in fact, had another peculiar characteristic. In spite of the fact that she was 18 years old, she looked almost like a little girl, almost like a child. And in some of her gestures this childishness seemed almost absurd.
But has Katerina Ivanovna been able to manage with such a small amount of money? Does she even intend to have a funeral lunch? Raskolnikov asked, persistently keeping up the conversation. The coffin will be plain, of course, and everything will be plain, so it won't cost much. Katerina Ivanovna and I have worked it all out so there'll be enough left, and Katerina Ivanovna was very anxious. That's how it should be.
You know we can't, it's a comfort to her, she is like that, you know.
I understand, of course. Why are you looking at my room like that? My mother has just said it looks like a tomb.
You gave us everything yesterday, Sonia said suddenly, in reply, in a loud rapid whisper, and again she looked down in confusion. Her lips and chin were trembling once more. She had been struck at once by Raskolnikov's poor surroundings, and now these words broke out spontaneously.
A silence followed. There was a light in Dunya's eyes, and even Pulcheria Alexandrovna looked kindly at Sonia.
Radia, she said, getting up, we shall have dinner together, of course.
Come on, Dunya.
And, Radia, you had better go for a little walk, and then rest and lie down before you come to see us.
I am afraid we have exhausted you.
Yes, I'll come, he answered, getting up fussily.
But I have something to see to.
But surely you're going to have dinner together, cried Razumikin, looking in surprise at Raskolnikov.
What do you mean?
Yes, I'm coming, of course.
And you stay a minute. You don't want him just now, do you, Mother? Or maybe I'm taking him from you? Oh, no. And please, Dmitri Prokofiev, will you have dinner with us? Please do, added Dunya.
Razumikin bowed, absolutely radiant. For a moment, they were all strangely embarrassed.
Goodbye, Radia, that is, until we meet. I don't like saying goodbye. Goodbye, Nastasia. Ah, I have said goodbye again.
Pulcheria Alexandrovna meant to say goodbye to Sonia, too, but it somehow failed to come off, and she went in a flutter out of the room. But Avdotya Romanovna seemed to wait her turn, and following her mother out, gave Sonia an attentive, courteous bow. Sonia, in confusion, gave a hurried, frightened curtsy. There was a look of poignant discomfort in her face, as though Avdotya Romanovna's courtesy and attention were oppressive and painful to her. Dunya, goodbye, called Raskolnikov, in the passage.
Give me your hand. Why, I did give it to you.
Have you forgotten? Said Dunya,
turning warmly and awkwardly to him. Never mind, give it to me again.
And he squeezed her fingers warmly. Dunya smiled, flushed, pulled her hand away, and went off happy. Come, that's wonderful, he said to Sonia, going back and looking brightly at her. God give peace to the dead, the living still have to live.
That's right, isn't it? Sonia looked surprised at the sudden brightness of his face.
He looked at her for some moments in silence. The whole history of the dead father floated in his memory at those moments.
Goodness, Dunya, Pulcheria Alexandrovna began, as soon as they were in the street, I really feel relieved myself at coming away more at ease. How little did I think yesterday in the train that was something I could ever be glad about.
I'm telling you again, Mother, he is still very ill.
Don't you see it? Perhaps worrying about us upset him.
We must be patient, and there is a lot that can be forgiven.
Well, you weren't very patient. Pulcheria Alexandrovna caught her up, hotly and jealously. Do you know, Dunya, I was looking at you too?
You are the very portrait of him, and not so much in face as in soul. You are both melancholy, both gloomy and hot-tempered, both proud and both generous.
Surely he can't be an egoist, Dunya. Eh?
When I think of what is in store for us this evening, my heart sinks.
Don't be uneasy, Mother. What will be will be. Dunya, just think what a position we are in. What if Peter Petrovich breaks it off? Poor Pulcheria Alexandrovna blurted out, incautiously.
He won't be worth much if he does, answered Dunya, sharply and contemptuously.
We did well to leave, Pulcheria Alexandrovna hurriedly broke in.
He was in a hurry about some business or other. If he gets out and has a breath of fresh air, it is horribly close in his room. But where can you get a breath of fresh air here?
Even the streets here feel like shut-up rooms. Goodness! What a town!
Stay this side, they will crush you, they're carrying something.
It is a piano they have got, look how they are pushing. I am very much afraid of that young woman, too. What young woman, Mother? That Sofia Semyonovna, who was there just now. Why? I have a presentiment, Dunya.
Well, believe it or not, as soon as she came in, that very minute, I felt that she was the chief cause of the problem. Nothing of the sort, cried Dunya, in vexation.
What nonsense, with your presentiments, Mother!
He only first met her the evening before, and he did not recognize her when she came in.
Well, you will see. She worries me, but you will see, you will see. I was so frightened.
She was gazing at me with those eyes.
I could scarcely sit still in my chair when he began introducing her, do you remember?
It seems so strange, but Peter Petrovich writes like that about her, and he introduces her to us, to you. So he must think a great deal of her.
People will write anything. We were talked about and written about, too. Have you forgotten?
I am sure that she's a good girl and that it's all nonsense.
God grant it may be.
And Peter Petrovich is a despicable slanderer, Dunya snapped out, suddenly.
Pulcheria Alexandrovna was crushed, the conversation was not resumed.
I will tell you what I want with you, said Raskolnikov, drawing Razumikin to the window.
Then I will tell Katerina Ivanovna that you are coming, Sonia said hurriedly, preparing to depart. One moment, Sofia Semyonovna. We have no secrets. You are not in our way. I want to have another word or two with you.
Listen, he turned suddenly to Razumikin again.
You know that, what's his name? Porfiry Petrovich? I should think so. He's a relation. Why, added Razumikin, with interest. Isn't he managing that case, you know, about that murder? You were talking about it yesterday. Yes, well. Razumikin's eyes opened wide.
He was asking about people who had pawned things, and I have some pledges there, 2 trinkets, a ring my sister gave me as a keepsake when I left home, and my father's silver watch. They are only worth 5 or 6 rubles altogether, but I value them. So what should I do now? I do not want to lose the things, especially the watch. I was trembling just now in case my mother would ask to look at it, when we were talking about Dunya's watch.
It's the only thing of my father's left. She'd be ill if it were lost. You know what women are like. So tell me what to do. I know I ought to have given notice at the police station, but would it not be better to go straight to Porphyry? What do you think? We might get it over with more quickly.
You see, Mother may ask for it before dinner.
Certainly not to the police station. We should see Porphyry, Razumikin shouted in extraordinary excitement. I'm so happy about that. Let's go now. It's a couple of steps. We'll definitely be able.
And he will be very, very pleased to meet you. I have often talked to him about you. I was speaking to him about you yesterday.
Let's go. So you knew the old woman? So that's it. It's all turning out wonderfully.
Oh, yes, Sofia Ivanovna.
Sofia Semyonovna, corrected Raskolnikov. Sofia Semyonovna, this is my friend Razumikin. He's a good person.
If you have to go now, Sonia was beginning, not looking at Razumikin at all, and even more embarrassed.
Let's go, Raskolnikov decided. I'll visit you today, Sofia Semyonovna. Just tell me where you live.
He was not exactly uneasy, but he seemed hurried and avoided her eyes. Sonia gave him her address, and blushed as she did so.
They all went out together. Don't you lock up? Asked Razumikin, following him onto the stairs. Never, answered Raskolnikov. I've been meaning to buy a lock for the last 2 years. People who don't need any locks are happy, he said, laughing, to Sonia. They stood still in the gateway. Do you go right here, Sofia Semyonovna?
How did you find me, by the way, he added, as though he wanted to say something different. He wanted to look at her soft clear eyes, but this was not easy.
You gave your address to Polenka yesterday. Polenka?
Oh, yes, Polenka, that's the little girl.
She's your sister? Did I give her the address? Why, had you forgotten? No, I remember.
I'd heard my father mention you, only I did not know your name, and he did not know it.
And now I came, and as I had learnt your name, I asked today, where does Mr. Raskolnikov live? I did not know you only had a room too. Goodbye, I will tell Katerina Ivanovna. She was extremely glad to escape at last. She went away looking down, hurrying to get out of sight as soon as possible, to walk the 20 steps to the turning on the right and to be at last alone, and then moving rapidly along, looking at no one, noticing nothing, to think, to remember, to meditate on every word, every detail. Never had she felt anything like this. Dimly and unconsciously a whole new world was opening in front of her. She remembered suddenly that Raskolnikov meant to come to see her that day, perhaps at once. Only not today, please, not today, she kept muttering with a sinking heart, as though entreating someone, like a frightened child. Mercy! To see me to that room he will find, oh, dear. She was incapable at that instant of noticing the stranger who was watching her and following at her heels. He had accompanied her from the gateway. At the moment when Razumikin, Raskolnikov, and she were standing still as they said goodbye on the pavement, this gentleman, who was just passing, started when he heard Sonia's words, and I asked where Mr. Raskolnikov lived. He cast a rapid but attentive glance at all three of them, especially at Raskolnikov, to whom Sonia was speaking, then looked back and noted the house. All this was done in an instant as he passed, and trying not to betray his interest, he walked on more slowly as though he were waiting for something. He was waiting for Sonia. He saw that they were leaving, and that Sonia was going back home. Home? Where? I've seen that face somewhere, he thought. I must find out. At the turning he crossed over, looked round,
and saw Sonia coming the same way without noticing anything. She turned the corner. He followed her on the other side. After about 50 paces he crossed over again, overtook her and kept 2 or 3 yards behind her. He was a man of about 50, rather tall and thickly set, with broad high shoulders which made him look as if he stooped a little. He wore good, fashionable clothes, and looked like he had some kind of standing in society. He carried a handsome cane, which he tapped on the pavement every step he took. His gloves were spotless. He had a broad, rather pleasant face with high cheekbones and a fresh color not often seen in Petersburg. His flaxen hair was still thick, and only touched here and there with gray, and his thick square beard was even lighter than his hair. His eyes were blue and had a cold and thoughtful look, his lips were crimson. He was a remarkably well-preserved man and looked much younger than his years.
When Sonia came out on the canal bank, they were the only 2 people on the pavement.
He noticed that she was dreamy and lost in her thoughts. On reaching the house where she lodged, Sonia turned in at the gate. He followed her, seeming rather surprised. In the courtyard she turned to the right corner. "Bah," muttered the unknown gentleman, and mounted the stairs behind her.
Only then did Sonia notice him.
She reached the 3rd story, turned down the passage, and rang at number 9. On the door was inscribed in chalk, "Kapernamov, tailor." "Bah," the stranger repeated again, wondering at the strange coincidence, and he rang next door, at No. 8. The doors were 2 or 3 yards apart. "You lodge at Kapernamov's," he said, looking at Sonia and laughing.
"He altered a waistcoat for me yesterday."
"I am staying close by here at Madame Reslich's."
"How odd." Sonia looked at him attentively.
"We are neighbors," he went on gaily.
"I only came to town the day before yesterday. Anyway, goodbye for now."
Sonia made no reply. The door opened and she slipped in.
She felt for some reason ashamed and uneasy.
On the way to Porfiry's, Razumikin was obviously excited. "That's wonderful, my friend," he repeated several times. "I'm glad."
"I'm glad."
"What are you glad about?"
Raskolnikov thought to himself.
"I didn't know you pledged things at the old woman's as well."
"And was it long ago? I mean, was it long since you were there?"
What a simple-hearted fool he is.
"When was it?" Raskolnikov stopped still to recollect.
2 or 3 days before her death, it must have been. "But I am not going to redeem the things now," he put in with a sort of hurried and conspicuous concern about his possessions.
"I've not more than a silver ruble left after last night's accursed delirium." He laid special emphasis on the delirium.
Yes, Razumikin hastened to agree with what was not clear.
"Then that's why you were struck, partly,
in your delirium you kept mentioning some rings or chains."
Yes, that's clear, it's all clear now." My God! The idea must have really spread far.
"This man will go to the stake for me, and now he's delighted that we cleared up the fact that I mentioned rings when I was delirious."
What a hold the idea must have on all of them.
"Shall we find him?" he asked suddenly.
"Oh, yes," Razumikin answered quickly. "He's a nice person, you'll see, my friend.
Pretty clumsy, that's to say, he has real manners, but I mean clumsy in a different sense. He's intelligent, very intelligent, in fact, but he has his own range of ideas. He is incredulous, skeptical, cynical, he likes to impose on people, or rather to make fun of them. His method is old, circumstantial. But he understands his work thoroughly. Last year he cleared up a murder case the police had hardly a clue about.
He is very, very anxious to meet you." "On what grounds is he so anxious?"
"Oh, it's not exactly, you see," Since you've been ill, I happen to have mentioned you several times. So, when he heard about the fact that you were a law student and that you were unable to finish your studies, he said, "What a pity." And so I concluded, from everything together, not only that, yesterday, Zaimtov, Radia, I talked some nonsense on the way home to you yesterday, when I was drunk.
I'm afraid, my friend, that you will exaggerate it, you see. What? That they think I am a madman?
Maybe they are right, he said with a constrained smile.
Yes. I mean, no.
But everything I said, and there was something else too, was all nonsense, drunken nonsense.
But why are you apologizing? I am so sick of it all. Raskolnikov cried with exaggerated irritability. It was partly false, however. I know, I understand. Believe me, I understand. I'm ashamed to talk about it. If you're ashamed to talk about it, then don't.
Both were silent. Razumikin was more than ecstatic, and Raskolnikov perceived it with repulsion.
He was alarmed, too, by what Razumikin had just said about Porfiry.
I shall have to put on a show for him too, he thought, with a beating heart, and he turned white, and do it naturally.
But the most natural thing would be to do nothing at all. Carefully do nothing at all.
No, carefully would not be natural again. Oh, well, we'll see how it turns out.
We'll see right now. Is it a good thing to go or not?
The butterfly flies to the light.
My heart is beating, that's what's bad. In this grey house, said Razumikin. The most important thing is, does Porfiry know that I was at the old hag's apartment yesterday, and did he ask about the blood?
I must find that out immediately, as soon as I go in, find out from his face, otherwise. I'll find out, if it destroys me. I was wondering, my friend, he said suddenly, addressing Razumikin with a sly smile, I've been noticing all day that you seem to be strangely excited.
Isn't that so? Excited? Not at all, said Razumikin, deeply embarrassed. Yes, my friend, I can tell you, it's noticeable. You sat on your chair in a way I've never seen you sit, on the edge somehow, and you seemed to be wriggling all the time. You kept jumping up for no reason. One moment you were angry, and the next your face looked like candy. You even blushed, especially when you were invited to dinner, you blushed terribly. Nothing of the sort, nonsense. What do you mean? But why are you wriggling out of it, like a schoolboy? My God, he's blushing again. What a pig you are. But why are you so shamefaced about it? Romeo. Stay, I'll tell of you today.
Ah.
I'll make mother laugh, and someone else, too. Listen, this is serious. What next, you fiend?
Razumikin was utterly overwhelmed, turning cold with horror.
What will you tell them? Come on. God, what a pig you are.
You are like a summer rose.
And if only you knew how it suits you, a Romeo over 6 foot high.
And how you've washed today, you even cleaned your nails.
That's unheard of. I think you've even got grease on your hair. Bend down. Pig.
Raskolnikov laughed as though he could not restrain himself, and Razumikin also started to laugh. Soon they were entering Porfiry Petrovitch's apartment. This is what Raskolnikov wanted. From inside they could be heard laughing as they came in through the passage.
Not a word here or I'll brain you. Razumikin whispered furiously, seizing Raskolnikov by the shoulder. Chapter 5. Raskolnikov was already entering the room.
He came in looking as though he would have the utmost difficulty not to burst out laughing again. Behind him Razumikin strode in gawky and awkward, shamefaced and red as a peony, with an utterly crestfallen and ferocious expression. His face and figure really were ridiculous at that moment and amply justified Raskolnikov's laughter. Raskolnikov, without waiting for an introduction, bowed to Porfiry Petrovitch, who stood in the middle of the room looking inquiringly at them. He held out his hand to shake Porfiry's, still apparently making desperate efforts to subdue his mirth and utter a few words to introduce himself. But he had no sooner succeeded in assuming a serious air and muttering something when he suddenly glanced again at Razumikin, as if by accident, and could no longer control himself. His stifled laughter broke out the more irresistibly the more he tried to restrain it. The extraordinary ferocity with which Razumikin received this spontaneous mirth gave the whole scene the appearance of the most natural playfulness.
Razumikin strengthened this impression as if on purpose. "Idiot!
You fiend," he roared, waving his arm which at once struck a little round table with an empty tea glass on it. Everything was sent flying and crashing.
"But why break chairs, gentlemen? You know it's a loss to the crown," Porfiry Petrovitch quoted gaily. 29.
Raskolnikov was still laughing, with his hand in Porfiry Petrovitch's, but anxious not to overdo it, waited for the right moment to put a natural end to it. Razumikin, completely confused by upsetting the table and smashing the glass, gazed gloomily at the fragments, swore and turned sharply to the window where he stood looking out with his back to the company with a fierce frown, seeing nothing. Porfiry Petrovitch laughed and was ready to go on laughing, but was obviously looking for explanations. Zametov had been sitting in the corner, but he got up when the visitors came in and was standing in expectation with a smile on his lips, though he looked with surprise and even it seemed incredulity at the whole scene and at Raskolnikov with a certain embarrassment.
Zametov's unexpected presence struck Raskolnikov unpleasantly.
"I've got to consider that," he thought.
"Excuse me, please," he began, affecting extreme embarrassment. "Raskolnikov."
"Not at all, very pleasant to see you, and how pleasantly you've come in."
"Won't he even say good morning?" Porfiry Petrovitch nodded at Razumikin.
"I swear I have no idea why he is in such a rage with me. I only told him as we came along that he was like Romeo, and proved it.
And that was all, I think."
"Pig!" Razumikin spat out, without turning round. "There must have been very serious grounds for it, if he is so furious at the word," Porfiry laughed.
"Oh, you sharp lawyer."
"Damn you all," snapped Razumikin, and suddenly bursting out laughing himself, he went up to Porfiry with a more cheerful face as though nothing had happened.
"That'll do. We are all fools. Now, to business.
This is my friend Rodion Romanovich Raskolnikov. Firstly, he has heard of you and wants to meet you, and secondly, he has a little matter to settle with you."
"Bah! Zametov, what brought you here? Have you met before? Have you known each other long?" "What does this mean?" thought Raskolnikov uneasily. Zametov seemed taken aback, but not very much so.
"It was at your rooms we met yesterday," he said easily.
"Then I've been spared the trouble. All last week he was begging me to introduce him to you. Porfiry and you have sniffed each other out without me. Where is your tobacco?"
Porfiry Petrovitch was wearing a dressing gown, very clean clothing, and trodden-down slippers. He was about 35, short, stout, even corpulent, and clean-shaven. He wore his hair cut short and had a large round head which was particularly prominent at the back. His soft, round, rather snub-nosed face was of a sickly yellowish color, but it also had a vigorous and rather ironical expression. It would have been good-natured, except for a look in the eyes, which shone with a watery, sentimental light under almost white, blinking eyelashes. The expression of those eyes was strangely out of keeping with his somewhat womanish figure, and gave it something far more serious than could be guessed at first sight. As soon as Porfiry Petrovitch heard that his visitor had a little matter to settle with him, he begged him to sit down on the sofa and sat down himself on the other end, waiting for him to explain his business, with that careful and over-serious attention which is at once oppressive and embarrassing, especially to a stranger, and especially if what you are discussing is in your opinion of far too little importance for such exceptional solemnity. But in brief and coherent phrases Raskolnikov explained his business clearly and exactly, and was so satisfied with himself that he even succeeded in taking a good look at Porfiry. Porfiry Petrovitch did not once take his eyes off him. Razumikin, sitting opposite at the same table, listened warmly and impatiently, looking from one to the other every moment with rather excessive interest.
Fool, Raskolnikov swore to himself.
You have to give information to the police, Porfiry replied, with a most businesslike air, that having learnt of this incident, that is of the murder, you beg to inform the lawyer in charge of the case that such and such things belong to you, and that you wish to redeem them, or that they will write to you.
That's just the point, that at the moment,
Raskolnikov tried his best to pretend to be embarrassed. I don't quite have the funds, and even this tiny sum is beyond me.
For the moment, you see, I only wanted to declare that the things are mine, and that when I have money.
That doesn't matter, answered Porfiry Petrovitch, receiving his explanation of his financial position coldly, but you can, if you prefer, write straight to me, to say, that having been informed of the matter, and claiming such and such as your property, you would like.
On an ordinary sheet of paper?
Raskolnikov interrupted eagerly, again interested in the financial side of the question. Oh, the most ordinary, and suddenly Porfiry Petrovitch looked with obvious irony at him, screwing up his eyes as if he were winking at him.
But perhaps it was Raskolnikov's imagination, since it all lasted for just a moment.
There was certainly something of the sort. Raskolnikov could have sworn he winked at him, God knows why. He knows, flashed through his mind like lightning. Sorry for troubling you about something so unimportant, he went on, a little confused. The things are only worth 5 rubles, but I price them because of the people who gave them to me, and I have to say that I was alarmed when I heard. That's why you were so struck when I mentioned to Zosimov that Porfiry was asking about anyone who had pledges.
Razumikin put in with obvious intention.
This was really unbearable. Raskolnikov could not help glancing at him with a flash of vindictive anger in his black eyes, but immediately reverted to his previous demeanor.
You seem to be laughing at me, my friend, he said to him, with convincing mock irritability. I probably do seem to you to be absurdly anxious about such trash, but you shouldn't think I'm selfish or grasping. These two things are anything but trash as far as I'm concerned. I told you just now that the silver watch, though it's not worth a kopeck, is the only thing left us of my father's. You may laugh at me, but my mother is here. He turned suddenly to Porfiry, and if she knew, he turned again hurriedly to Razumikin, carefully making his voice tremble, that the watch was lost, she would be in despair. You know what women are like. Not a bit of it. I didn't mean that at all. Exactly the opposite, shouted Razumikin distressed. Was it right? Was it natural? Did I overdo it? Raskolnikov asked himself in a tremor. Why did I say that about women? Oh, your mother is with you? Porfiry Petrovitch inquired. Yes. When did she come? Last night. Porfiry paused as though reflecting. Your things would not in any case be lost, he went on calmly and coldly. I have been expecting you here for some time. And as though that was a matter of no importance, he carefully offered the ashtray to Razumikin, who was ruthlessly scattering cigarette ash over the carpet. Raskolnikov shuddered, but Porfiry did not seem to be looking at him, and was still concerned with Razumikin's cigarette. What? Expecting him? Why, did you know that he had pledges there? Cried Razumikin. Porfiry Petrovitch addressed himself to Raskolnikov. Your things, the ring and the watch, were wrapped up together, and on the paper your name was legibly written in pencil, together with the date on which you left them with her. How observant you are. Raskolnikov smiled awkwardly, doing his very utmost to look him straight in the face, but he failed, and suddenly added.
I say that because I suppose there were quite a few pledges, that it must be difficult to remember them all. But you remember them all so clearly, and.
Stupid. Feeble, he thought. Why did I add that?
But we know all who had pledges, and you are the only one who hasn't come forward, Porphyry answered with hardly perceptible irony.
I haven't been very well. I heard that too.
I heard, in fact, that you were in great distress about something. You look pale still.
I am not pale at all.
No, I am well again, Raskolnikov snapped out rudely and angrily, completely changing his tone.
His anger was mounting, he could not repress it. And in this angry mood I'll give myself away, flashed through his mind again. Why are they torturing me? Not very well. Razumikin caught him up. What next? He was unconscious and delirious all yesterday. Would you believe, Porphyry, as soon as our backs were turned, he got dressed, though he could hardly stand, and gave us the slip and went off on a spree somewhere till midnight, delirious all the time. Would you believe it? Extraordinary. Delirious? Really? Porphyry shook his head in a womanish way. Nonsense. Don't you believe it? But you don't believe it anyway. Raskolnikov let slip in his anger.
But Porphyry Petrovitch did not seem to catch those strange words.
But how could you have gone out if you hadn't been delirious? Razumikin got hot suddenly. What did you go out for? What was the point? And why behind our backs? Were you thinking clearly when you did it?
Now that all the danger is over, I can talk about it openly.
I was totally fed up with them yesterday.
Raskolnikov addressed Porphyry suddenly with a smile of insolent defiance. I ran away from them to take lodgings where they wouldn't find me, and took a lot of money with me.
Mr. Zametov there saw it. Mr. Zametov, was I in my right mind or was I delirious yesterday? Settle our dispute.
He could have strangled Zametov at that moment, so hateful were his expression and his silence to him. In my opinion you talk sensibly and even skillfully, but you were extremely irritable, Zametov pronounced dryly. And Nikodym Fomitch was telling me today, put in Porphyry Petrovitch, that he met you very late last night in the apartment of a man who had been run over.
And there, said Razumikin, weren't you mad then? You gave your last penny to the widow for the funeral.
If you wanted to help, give 15 or 20 even, but keep 3 rubles for yourself at least. But he flung away all 25 at once.
Maybe I found some money somewhere and you know nothing about it? So that's why I was liberal yesterday.
Mr. Zametov knows I found something. Excuse us, please, for disturbing you for half an hour with such unimportant matters, he said, turning to Porphyry Petrovitch, with trembling lips.
We are boring you, aren't we? Oh no, quite the contrary, quite the contrary. If only you knew how you interest me. It's interesting to look on and listen, and I am really glad you have come forward at last. But could you give us some tea? My throat's dry, cried Razumikin. Great idea. Perhaps we will all keep you company. Wouldn't you like something more essential before tea? Oh, stop it. Porphyry Petrovitch went out to order tea. Raskolnikov's thoughts were in a whirl. He was absolutely fed up. The worst of it is they don't try to hide it, they don't even stand on ceremony. And how if you didn't know me at all, did you come to talk to Nikodym Fomitch about me? So they didn't care to hide that they are tracking me like a pack of dogs. They simply spit in my face. He was shaking with rage. Come on, strike me openly, don't play with me like a cat with a mouse. It's hardly fair, Porphyry Petrovitch, but perhaps I won't allow it. I'll get up and throw the whole truth in your ugly faces, and you'll see how much I hate you. He could hardly breathe. And what if it's just my imagination? What if I'm making a mistake, getting angry through inexperience and failing to keep up my wretched part? Perhaps it's all unintentional. All their phrases are the usual ones, but there's something about them. Whatever you say, there's something. Why did he say it so bluntly, with her? Why did Zaintov add that I was talking skillfully? Why are they speaking in that tone? Yes, the tone. Razumikin is sitting here, why doesn't he see anything? That innocent blockhead never sees anything. Feverish again. Did Porfiry wink at me just now? Of course it's nonsense. What could he wink for? Are they trying to upset my nerves or are they teasing me? Either it's my imagination or they know. Even Zaintov is rude. Is Zaintov rude? Zaintov has changed his mind. I predicted he'd change his mind. He's at home here, it's my first visit. Porfiry doesn't treat him like a visitor, he sits with his back to him. They're as thick as thieves over me, there's no doubt about it. No doubt they were talking about me before we came. Do they know about the apartment? If only they'd hurry up. When I said that I ran away to take an apartment, he let it pass. I put that in cleverly about an apartment, it may come in useful later.
Delirios,
He knows all about last night. He didn't know about my mother's arrival. The hag had written the date on in pencil. You're wrong, you won't catch me. There are no facts, it's all supposition. You produce facts. Even the apartment isn't a fact, it's a delirium. I know what to say to them. Do they know about the apartment? I won't go without finding out. What did I come for? But maybe the fact that I'm angry now is a fact. I'm an idiot for getting so irritable. Perhaps that's right, to play the invalid. He's feeling for a way in. He'll try to catch me out. Why did I come? All this flashed like lightning through his mind. Porfiry Petrovitch returned quickly. He suddenly became more jovial. Your party yesterday, my friend, has left my head rather. And I am completely out of shape, he began in quite a different tone, laughing to Razumikin. Was it interesting? I left you yesterday at the most interesting point. Who got the best of it? Oh, no one, of course. They got on to everlasting questions, floated off into space. Radia, just imagine what we got on to yesterday. Whether there is such a thing as crime. I told you that we talked our heads off. What's strange about that? It's an everyday social question, Raskolnikov answered casually. The question wasn't put quite like that, observed Porfiry. Not quite, that's true, Razumikin agreed at once, getting warm and hurried as usual. Listen, Rodion, and tell us your opinion, I want to hear it. I was fighting tooth and nail with them and wanted you to help me. I told them you were coming. It began with the socialist doctrine. You know their doctrine, crime is a protest against the abnormality of the social organization 30 and nothing more, nothing, no other causes admitted. You are wrong there, cried Porfiry Petrovitch. He was noticeably excited and kept laughing as he looked at Razumikin, which made him more excited than ever. Nothing is admitted, Razumikin interrupted with heat. I'm not wrong. I'll show you their pamphlets. Everything with them is the influence of the environment, and nothing else. Their favorite phrase. From which it follows that, if society is normally organized, crime will instantly cease to exist, since there will be nothing to protest against and all men will become righteous in an instant. Human nature is not taken into account, it is excluded, it's not supposed to exist. They don't recognize that humanity has developed by a living historical process and will eventually become normal,
They believe that a social system that has come out of some mathematical brain is going to organize all of humanity at once and make it just and sinless in an instant, quicker than any living process. That's why they instinctively dislike history, nothing but ugliness and stupidity in it, and they explain it all as stupidity. That's why they dislike the living process of life. They don't want a living soul. The living soul demands life. The soul won't obey the rules of mechanics. The soul is an object of suspicion. The soul is backward. But what they want, though it smells of death and can be made of rubber, is at least not alive, has no will, is servile and won't revolt. And it comes in the end to their reducing everything to the building of walls and the planning of rooms and passages in a commune. The commune is ready, but human nature isn't ready for the commune. It needs life. It hasn't completed its vital process. It's too soon for the graveyard. You can't skip over nature by logic. Logic presupposes 3 possibilities, but there are millions. Cut away a million, and reduce it all to a question of comfort. That's the easiest solution to the problem. It's seductively clear and you mustn't think about it. That's the great thing, you mustn't think. The whole secret of life in 2 pages of print. Now he is off, beating the drum. Catch hold of him, do, laughed Porfiry. Can you imagine? He turned to Raskolnikov, 6 people holding forth like that last night, in one room, with punch as a preliminary. No, my friend, you are wrong. Environment accounts for a great deal in crime, I can tell you. Oh, I know it does, but just tell me, a man of 40 rapes a child of 10, was it environment that drove him to it? Well, strictly speaking, it did, Porfiry observed with noteworthy gravity. A crime of that nature may be very well ascribed to the influence of the environment.
Razumikin was almost in a frenzy. Oh, if you like, he roared. I'll prove to you that your white eyelashes may very well be ascribed to the church of Ivan the Great's being 250 feet high, and I will prove it clearly, exactly, progressively, and even with a liberal tendency. I will. Do you want to bet on it? Done. Let's hear, please, how he will prove it.
He is always humbugging, confound him, cried Razumikin, jumping up and gesticulating.
What's the use of talking to you? He does all that on purpose. You don't know him, Rodion.
He took their side yesterday, simply to make fools of them.
And the things he said yesterday. And they were delighted. He can keep it up for a fortnight together.
Last year he persuaded us that he was going into a monastery. He stuck to it for 2 months. Not long ago he took it into his head to declare he was going to get married, that he had everything ready for the wedding. He ordered new clothes indeed. We all began to congratulate him. There was no bride, nothing, all pure fantasy.
Ah, you are wrong.
I got the clothes before. It was the new clothes in fact that made me think of taking you in.
Are you such a good liar? Raskolnikov asked carelessly. You wouldn't have supposed it?
Just wait, I'll take you in, too.
No, I'll tell you the truth.
All these questions about crime, environment, children, remind me of an article of yours which interested me at the time.
On crime or something of the sort, I forget the title. I read it with pleasure 2 months ago in the Periodical Review. My article? In the Periodical Review? Raskolnikov asked in astonishment.
I certainly did write an article about a book 6 months ago when I left the university, but I sent it to the Weekly Review.
But it came out in the periodical. And the Weekly Review ceased to exist, so that's why it wasn't printed at the time.
That's true, but when it ceased to exist, the Weekly Review was amalgamated with the periodical, and so your article appeared 2 months ago in the latter.
Didn't you know? Raskolnikov had not known. Why, you might get some money out of them for the article. What a strange person you are.
You lead such a solitary life that you know nothing of matters that concern you directly.
It's a fact, I assure you. Bravo, Radia.
I knew nothing about it either, cried Razumikin.
I'll run today to the reading room and ask for the number. 2 months ago? What was the date? It doesn't matter though, I'll find it.
Think of not telling us.
How did you find out that the article was mine? It's only signed with an initial. I only found out by chance, the other day. Through the editor, I know him. I was very interested.
It analyzed, if I remember, the psychology of a criminal before and after the crime.
Yes, and you maintained that the perpetration of a crime is always accompanied by illness.
Very, very original, but it was not that part of your article that interested me so much, but an idea at the end of the article which unfortunately you just suggested without working it out clearly. There is, if you remember, a suggestion that there are certain persons who can, that is, not precisely are able to, but have a perfect right to commit breaches of morality and crimes, and that the law is not for them.
Raskolnikov smiled at the exaggerated and intentional distortion of his idea. What? What do you mean? A right to crime? But not because of the influence of their environment? Razumikin inquired with some alarm even.
No, not exactly because of it, answered Porfiry. In his article All Men Are Divided into Ordinary and Extraordinary, 31 ordinary men have to live in submission, have no right to transgress the law, because, don't you see, they are ordinary. But extraordinary men have a right to commit any crime and to transgress the law in any way, just because they are extraordinary.
That was your idea, if I am not mistaken? What do you mean? That can't be right?
Razumikin muttered in bewilderment.
Raskolnikov smiled again.
He saw the point at once, and knew where they wanted to drive him. He decided to take up the challenge. That wasn't quite what I said, he began simply and modestly. But I admit that you have stated it almost correctly, perhaps even perfectly.
It almost gave him pleasure to admit this.
The only difference is that I don't contend that extraordinary people are always bound to commit breaches of morals, as you call it. In fact, I doubt whether such an argument could be published. I simply hinted that an extraordinary man has the right, that is not an official right, but an inner right to decide in his own conscience to overstep certain obstacles, and only in case it is essential for the practical fulfillment of his idea, sometimes, perhaps, of benefit to the whole of humanity.
You say that my article isn't definite. I am ready to make it as clear as I can. Perhaps I am right in thinking you want me to, very well.
I maintain that if the discoveries of Kepler and Newton could not have been made known except by sacrificing the lives of 1, a dozen, 100, or more people, Newton would have had the right, would in fact have been duty-bound to eliminate a dozen or 100 men for the sake of making his discoveries known to the whole of humanity. But it does not follow from that Newton had a right to murder people right and left and to steal every day in the market. Then, I remember, I maintain in my article that all, legislators and leaders, such as Lycurgus, Solon, 32 Mohammed, Napoleon, and so on, were all without exception criminals, from the very fact that, making a new law, they transgressed the ancient one, handed down from their ancestors and held sacred by the people, and they did not stop short at bloodshed either, if that bloodshed, often of innocent persons fighting bravely in defense of ancient law, were of use to their cause. It's remarkable, in fact, that the majority, of these benefactors and leaders of humanity were guilty of terrible carnage. In short, I maintain that all great people or even people who are slightly uncommon, that is to say capable of producing some new idea, must by nature be criminals, more or less, of course. Otherwise it's hard for them to get out of the common rut, and to remain in the common rut is what they can't submit to, from their very nature again, and to my mind they ought not, in fact, to submit to it. You see that there is nothing particularly new in all that. The same thing has been printed and read 1,000 times before. As for my division of people into ordinary and extraordinary, I acknowledge that it's somewhat arbitrary, but I don't insist upon exact numbers. I only believe in my leading idea that men are in general divided by a law of nature into two categories: inferior, ordinary, that is, so to say, material that serves only to reproduce its kind, and men who have the gift or the talent to produce something new. There are, of course, innumerable subdivisions, but the distinguishing features of both categories are fairly well marked. The first category, generally speaking, contains men who are conservative in temperament and law-abiding. They live under control and love to be controlled. To my thinking, it is their duty to be controlled, because that's their vocation, and there is nothing humiliating in it for them. The second category transgresses the law. They are destroyers or disposed to destruction according to their capacities. The crimes of these men are of course relative and varied. For the most part, they seek in very varied ways the destruction of the present for the sake of the better. But if such people are forced for the sake of their ideas to step over a corpse or wade through blood, they can, I maintain, find within themselves, in their conscience, a justification for wading through blood, which, you should note, depends on the idea and its dimensions. It's only in that sense I speak of their right to crime in my article. You remember it began with the legal question. There's no need for such anxiety, however. The masses will scarcely ever admit this right. They punish them or hang them, more or less, and in doing so quite justly fulfill their conservative vocation. But the same masses set these criminals on a pedestal in the next generation and worship them, more or less. The first category is always the man of the present, the second the man of the future. The first preserve the world and people it, the second move the world and lead it to its goal. Each class has an equal right to exist. In fact, all have equal rights with me, and I hope eternal war flourishes until the New Jerusalem, of course. Then you believe in the New Jerusalem, do you? I do, Raskolnikov answered firmly. As he said these words, and during the whole tirade which preceded them, he kept his eyes on one spot on the carpet. And do you believe in God? Excuse my curiosity. I do, repeated Raskolnikov, raising his eyes to Porfiry. And do you believe that Lazarus rose from the dead? I do. Why do you ask all this? You believe it literally? Literally. You don't say so. I asked because I was curious. Excuse me. But let us go back to the question. They are not always executed. Some, on the contrary, triumph in their lifetime? Oh, yes, some attain their ends in this life, and then they begin executing other people? If it's necessary, indeed, for the most part they do. Your remark is very witty. Thank you. But tell me this. How do you distinguish those extraordinary people from the ordinary ones? Are there signs at their birth? I feel there ought to be more exactitude, more external definition. Excuse the natural anxiety of a practical law-abiding citizen, but couldn't they adopt a special uniform, for instance? Couldn't they wear something, be branded in some way? For you know, if confusion arises and a member of one category imagines that he belongs to the other, begins to eliminate obstacles, as you so happily expressed it, then. Oh, that very often happens. That remark is wittier than the other. Thank you. No reason to, but take note that the mistake can only arise in the first category, that is among the ordinary people, as I perhaps unfortunately call them. In spite of their predisposition to obedience, very many of them, through a playfulness of nature, sometimes vouchsafed even to the cow, like to imagine themselves advanced people, destroyers, and to push themselves into the new movement, and quite sincerely at that. Meanwhile, the really new people are very often unobserved by them, or even despised as reactionaries of groveling tendencies. But I don't think there is any considerable danger here, and you really needn't be uneasy. They never go very far. Of course, they might have a thrashing sometimes for letting their imagination run away with them and to teach them their place, but no more. In fact, Even this isn't necessary, as they chastise themselves, because they are very conscientious. Some perform this service for one another and others chastise themselves with their own hands. They will impose various public acts of penitence upon themselves with a beautiful and edifying effect. In fact, you've nothing to be uneasy about. It's a law of nature. Well, you have certainly set my mind more at rest on that score, but there's another thing worries me. Tell me, please, are there many people who have the right to kill others, these extraordinary people? I am ready to bow down to them, of course, but you must admit it's alarming if there are a great many of them, eh? Oh, you needn't worry about that either, Raskolnikov went on in the same tone. People with new ideas, people with the faintest capacity for saying something new, are extremely few in number, extraordinarily so in fact. One thing only is clear, that the appearance of all these grades and subdivisions of men must follow with unfailing regularity some law of nature. That law, of course, is unknown at present, but I am convinced that it exists, and one day may become known. The vast mass of mankind is mere material, and only exists in order by some great effort, by some mysterious process, by some crossing of races and stocks, to bring into the world at last perhaps one man out of 1,000 with a spark of independence. 1 in 10,000 perhaps, I speak roughly, approximately, is born with some independence, and with still greater independence 1 in 100,000. The man of genius is one of millions, and the great geniuses, the crown of humanity, appear on earth perhaps 1 in many thousand millions. In fact, I have not peeped into the retort in which all this takes place. But there certainly is and must be a definite law, it cannot be a matter of chance. Why, are you both joking? Razumikin cried at last. There you sit, making fun of one another. Are you serious, Radia? Raskolnikov raised his pale and almost mournful face and made no reply. And the unconcealed, persistent, nervous, and discourteous sarcasm of Porfiry seemed strange to Razumikin beside that quiet and mournful face. Well, my friend, if you're really serious. You're right, of course, in saying that it's not new, that it's like what we've read and heard 1,000 times already, but what is really original in all this, and is exclusively your own, to my horror, is that you permit bloodshed in the name of conscience, and, excuse my saying so, with such fanaticism. That, I take it, is the point of your article. But that permission of bloodshed by conscience is to my mind more terrible than the official, legal permission of bloodshed. You are quite right, it is more terrible, Porfiry agreed. Yes, you must have exaggerated. There is some mistake, I shall read it. You can't think that. I shall read it. All that is not in the article, there's only a hint of it, said Raskolnikov. Yes, yes. Porfiry couldn't sit still. Your attitude to crime is pretty clear to me now, but excuse me for my impertinence, I am really ashamed to be worrying you like this. You see, you've removed my anxiety as to the two grades getting mixed, but there are various practical possibilities that make me uneasy. What if some man or youth imagines that he is a Lycurgus or Mohammed, a future one of course, and suppose he begins to remove all obstacles? He has some great enterprise before him and needs money for it, and tries to get it, do you see? Zametov gave a sudden guffaw in his corner. Raskolnikov did not even raise his eyes to him. I must admit, he went on calmly, that such cases must certainly arise. The vain and foolish are particularly apt to fall into that snare, young people especially. Yes, you see. Well then? What then? Raskolnikov smiled in reply, that's not my fault. So it is and so it always will be. He said just now, he nodded at Razumikin, that I permit bloodshed. Society is too well protected by prisons, banishment, criminal investigators, penal servitude. There's no need to be uneasy. You have but to catch the thief. And what if we do catch him? Then he gets what he deserves. You are certainly logical. But what of his conscience?
Why do you care about that? Simply from humanity. If he has a conscience, he will suffer for his mistake. That will be his punishment as well as the prison. But the real geniuses, asked Razumikin frowning, those who have the right to murder? Oughtn't they to suffer at all even for the blood they've shed? Why the word ought? It's not a matter of permission or prohibition. He will suffer if he is sorry for his victim. Pain and suffering are always inevitable for a large intelligence and a deep heart. The really great men must, I think, have great sadness on earth, he added dreamily, not in the tone of the conversation. He raised his eyes, looked earnestly at them all, smiled, and took his cap. He was too quiet by comparison with his manner at his entrance, and he felt this. Everyone got up. Well, you may abuse me, be angry with me if you like, Porfiry Petrovitch began again, but I can't resist. Allow me one little question. I know I am troubling you. There is just one little notion I want to express, simply that I may not forget it. Very good, tell me your little notion. Raskolnikov stood waiting, pale and grave before him. Well, you see, I really don't know how to express it properly. It's a playful, psychological idea. When you were writing your article, surely you couldn't have helped, fancying yourself just a little, an extraordinary man, uttering a new word in your sense. That's so, isn't it? Quite possibly, Raskolnikov answered contemptuously. Razumikin made a movement. And, if so, could you bring yourself in case of worldly difficulties and hardship or for some service to humanity, to overstep obstacles? For instance, to rob and murder? And again he winked with his left eye, and laughed noiselessly just as before. If I did I certainly wouldn't tell you, Raskolnikov answered with defiant and proud contempt. No, I was only interested because of your article, from a literary point of view. God, how obvious and insolent that is, Raskolnikov thought with repulsion. Allow me to observe, he answered dryly, that I don't consider myself a Mohammed or a Napoleon, nor any person of that kind, and not being one of them I cannot tell you how I would act. Oh, come, don't we all consider ourselves Napoleons now in Russia? Porfiry Petrovitch said with alarming familiarity. Something peculiar betrayed itself in the very intonation of his voice. Perhaps it was one of these future Napoleons who did for Alyona Ivanovna last week? Zametov blurted out from the corner. Raskolnikov did not speak, but looked firmly and intently at Porfiry. Razumikin was scowling gloomily. He seemed before this to be noticing something. He looked angrily around. There was a minute of gloomy silence. Raskolnikov turned to go. Are you going already? Porfiry said amiably, holding out his hand with excessive politeness. Very, very pleased to meet you. As for your request, have no uneasiness, write just as I told you, or, better still, come to me there yourself in a day or two, tomorrow, indeed. I shall be there at 11 o'clock for certain. We'll arrange it all, we'll have a talk. As one of the last to be there, you might perhaps be able to tell us something, he added with a most good-natured expression. You want to cross-examine me officially in due form? Raskolnikov asked sharply. Why? For the moment, that's unnecessary. You misunderstand me. I lose no opportunity, you see, and I've talked to everyone who had pledges. I obtained evidence from some of them, and you are the last. Yes, by the way, he cried, seemingly suddenly delighted, I just remember, what was I thinking of? He turned to Razumikin, you were talking my ears off about that Nikolai, of course, I know very well. He turned to Raskolnikov, that the man is innocent, but what can you do? We had to trouble Dmitri too. This is the point, this is all I wanted to ask. When you went up the stairs it was past 7, wasn't it? Yes, answered Raskolnikov, with an unpleasant sensation at the very moment he spoke that he need not have said it.
Then when you went upstairs between 7 and 8, didn't you see in an apartment that stood open on a second story, do you remember, 2 workmen or at least one of them?
They were painting there, didn't you notice them? It's very, very important for them.
Painters? No, I didn't see them, Raskolnikov answered slowly, as though ransacking his memory, while at the same instant he was racking every nerve, almost swooning with anxiety to guess as quickly as possible where the trap lay and not to overlook anything.
No, I didn't see them, and I don't think I noticed an apartment like that open.
But on the 4th floor, he had mastered the trap now and was triumphant. I remember now that someone was moving out of the apartment opposite Alyona Ivanovna's.
I remember it clearly.
Some porters were carrying out a sofa and they squeezed me against the wall. But painters, no, I don't remember that there were any painters, and I don't think that there was an apartment open anywhere. No, there wasn't.
What do you mean?
Razumikin shouted suddenly, as though he had reflected and realized. Why, it was on the day of the murder the painters were at work, and he was there 3 days before?
What are you asking? Goodness! I've got it all mixed up.
Porfiry slapped himself on the forehead. Damn this business, it's doing my head in, he said to Raskolnikov, somewhat apologetically. It would be such a great thing for us to find out whether anyone had seen them between 7 and 8 at the apartment, so I fancied you could perhaps have told us something.
I got it all muddled.
Then you should be more careful, Razumikin observed grimly. The last words were uttered in the passage. Porfiry Petrovitch saw them to the door with excessive politeness. They went out into the street gloomy and sullen, and for some steps they did not say a word.
Raskolnikov drew a deep breath.
Chapter 6.
I don't believe it, I can't believe it, repeated Razumikin, trying in perplexity to refute Raskolnikov's arguments.
They were by now approaching Bakliev's lodgings, where Pulcheria Alexandrovna and Dunya had been expecting them a long while. Razumikin kept stopping on the way in the heat of discussion, confused and excited by the very fact that they were for the first time speaking openly about it. Don't believe it, then, answered Raskolnikov, with a cold, careless smile. You were noticing nothing as usual, but I was weighing every word.
You are suspicious.
That is why you weighed their words, certainly, I agree. Porfiry's tone was rather strange, and still more that wretch Saintov.
You are right, there was something about him, but why? Why?
He has changed his mind since last night.
Quite the contrary.
If they had that brainless idea, they would do their best to hide it, and conceal their cards, in order to catch you afterwards. But it was all impudent and careless. If they had had facts, real facts, or at least grounds for suspicion, then they would certainly have tried to hide their game, in the hope of getting more. They would have made a search long ago anyway.
But they haven't got any facts, not a single one. It's all a mirage, all ambiguous. Just a floating idea. So they try to throw me with impudence.
And perhaps he was irritated at having no facts, and blurted it out in vexation, or perhaps he has a plan. He seems like an intelligent man.
Perhaps he wanted to frighten me by pretending to know.
They have a psychology of their own, my friend. But it's so revolting to explain it all. Let's stop.
And it's insulting. I understand you. But since we have spoken openly now, and it is an excellent thing that we have at last, I'm glad. I will now admit frankly that I noticed it in them long ago, this idea. Just a hint, of course, an insinuation, but why even an insinuation? How dare they? What grounds do they have? If only you knew how furious I've been. Think about it.
Just because a poor student, unhinged by poverty and hypochondria, on the eve of a severe delirious illness, note that, suspicious, vain, proud, who has not seen a soul to speak to for 6 months, in rags and in boots without soles, has to face some wretched policeman and put up with their insolence, and the unexpected death thrust under his nose, the IOU presented by Shebarov, the new paint, 30 degrees, and a stifling atmosphere, a crowd of people, a conversation about the murder of a person whose apartment he had been at just before, and all that on an empty stomach. He might well have a fainting fit.
And that is what they base it all on. Damn them! I understand how annoying it is, but if I were you, Radia, I would laugh at them, or better still, spit in their ugly faces, and spit a dozen times in all directions. I'd hit out in all directions, neatly too, and put an end to it. Damn them! Don't be downhearted. How shameful it all is. He really has put it well, though, Raskolnikov thought. Damn them! But the cross-examination again, tomorrow, he said with bitterness. Must I really start explaining things to them? I feel annoyed as it is that I started speaking to Zametov yesterday in the restaurant. Damn it! I will go myself to Porfiry. I will squeeze it out of him. As one of the family, he must let me know the ins and outs of it all. And as for Zametov... At last he sees through him, thought Raskolnikov. Stop, cried Razumikin, seizing him by the shoulder again. Stop. You were wrong. I have thought it out. You're wrong. How was that a trap? You say that the question about the workman was a trap. But if you had done that, could you have said you had seen them painting the apartment and the workman? On the contrary, you would have seen nothing, even if you had seen it. Who would produce evidence against himself? If I had done that thing, I should certainly have said that I had seen the workman and the apartment. Raskolnikov answered, with reluctance and obvious disgust. But why speak against yourself? Because only peasants, or the most inexperienced novices, deny everything flatly at examinations. If a man is undeveloped and inexperienced, he will certainly try to admit all the external facts that can't be avoided, but seek other explanations of them, introduce some special, unexpected turn that will lend them another meaning and put them in another light. Porfiry might well reckon that I should be sure to answer so, and say I had seen them to give an air of truth, and then make some explanation. But he would have told you at once that the workman could not have been there 2 days before, and that therefore you must have been there on the day of the murder at 8 o'clock. And so he would have caught you over a detail. Yes, that is what he was reckoning on, that I should not have time to reflect, and should be in a hurry to make the most likely answer, and so would forget that the workman could not have been there 2 days before. But how could you forget it? Nothing easier. It is in just such stupid things that clever people are most easily caught. The more cunning a man is, the less he suspects that he will be caught out in a simple trap. The more cunning a man is, the simpler the trap he must be caught in. Porfiry is not as much of a fool as you think. He is a knave then, if that is so. Raskolnikov could not help laughing. But at the very moment, he was struck by the strangeness of his own frankness, and the eagerness with which he had made this explanation, though he had kept up all the preceding conversation with gloomy repulsion, obviously with a motive, from necessity. I am getting a relish for certain aspects, he thought to himself. But almost at the same instant, he became suddenly uneasy, as though an unexpected and alarming idea had occurred to him. His uneasiness kept on increasing. They had just reached the entrance to Bakaliev's. Go on alone, said Raskolnikov suddenly. I'll be back soon. Where are you going? We've just got here. I can't help it. I will come back in half an hour. Tell them. Say what you like, I will come with you. So you want to torture me too, he screamed, with such bitter irritation, such despair in his eyes that Razumikin's hands dropped. He stood for some time on the steps, looking gloomily at Raskolnikov striding rapidly away in the direction of his lodging. At last, gritting his teeth and clenching his fist,
he swore he would squeeze Porfiry like a lemon that very day, and went up the stairs to reassure Pulcheria Alexandrovna, who was by now alarmed at their long absence. When Raskolnikov got home, his hair was soaked with sweat and he was breathing heavily.
He went rapidly up the stairs, walked into his unlocked room and at once fastened the latch.
Then in senseless terror he rushed to the corner, to that hole under the paper where he had put the thing, put his hand in, and for some minutes felt carefully in the hole, in every crack and fold of the paper. Finding nothing, he got up and drew a deep breath. As he was reaching the steps of Bakaliev's, he suddenly thought that something, a chain, a stud, or even a bit of paper in which they had been wrapped with the old woman's handwriting on it, might somehow have slipped out and been lost in some crack, and then might suddenly turn up as unexpected, conclusive evidence against him. He stood as if were lost in thought, and a strange, humiliated, half-senseless smile strayed on his lips.
He took his cap at last and went quietly out of the room.
His ideas were all tangled.
He went dreamily through the gateway.
"Here he is," shouted a loud voice. He raised his head. The porter was standing at the door of his little room and was pointing him out to a short man who looked like an artisan, wearing a long coat and a waistcoat, and looking at a distance remarkably like a woman. He stooped, and his head in a greasy cap hung forward. From his wrinkled flabby face he looked over 50, his little eyes were lost in fat and they looked out grimly, sternly and discontentedly.
"What is it?"
Raskolnikov asked, going up to the porter. The man stole a look at him from under his brows and he looked at him attentively, deliberately, then he turned slowly and went out of the gate into the street without saying a word. "What is it?" cried Raskolnikov. "He was asking whether a student lived here, mentioned your name and who you lodged with.
I saw you coming and pointed you out and he went away. Seems strange to me."
The porter also seemed fairly puzzled, but not excessively so, and after wondering about it for a moment he turned and went back to his room. Raskolnikov ran after the stranger, and at once caught sight of him walking along the other side of the street with the same even, deliberate step, his eyes fixed on the ground, as if he were meditating. He soon overtook him, but kept walking behind him for some time. At last, moving level with him, he looked at his face. The man noticed him at once, looked at him quickly, but dropped his eyes again, and so they walked for a minute side by side without uttering a word.
"You were asking for me at the porter's?"
Raskolnikov said at last, but in a strangely quiet voice.
The man didn't answer, he didn't even look at him. Again they were both silent. "Why did you come and ask for me, and say nothing? Why?"
Raskolnikov's voice broke and he seemed unable to articulate the words clearly.
The man raised his eyes this time and turned a gloomy, sinister look at Raskolnikov. "Murderer," he said suddenly in a quiet but clear and distinct voice. Raskolnikov went on walking beside him.
His legs felt suddenly weak, a cold shiver ran down his spine, and his heart seemed to stand still for a moment, then suddenly began throbbing as though it were set free. So they walked for about 100 paces, side by side in silence.
The man did not look at him. "What do you mean, what is?"
"Who's a murderer?" muttered Raskolnikov hardly audibly. "You are a murderer," the man answered still more articulately and emphatically, with a smile of triumphant hatred, and again he looked straight into Raskolnikov's pale face and stricken eyes. They had just reached the crossroads. The man turned to the left without looking behind him.
Raskolnikov remained standing, gazing after him.
He saw him turn round 50 paces away and look back at him still standing there. Raskolnikov could not see clearly, but he imagined that he was again smiling the same smile of cold hatred in triumph. With slow faltering steps, with shaking knees, Raskolnikov made his way back to his little garret, feeling chilled all over. He took off his cap and put it on the table, and for 10 minutes he stood without moving. Then he sank exhausted on the sofa and with a weak moan of pain he stretched himself out on it.
So he lay for half an hour. He thought of nothing.
Some thoughts are fragments of thoughts, some images without order or coherence floated before his mind, faces of people he had seen in his childhood or met somewhere once, whom he would never have recalled, the belfry of the church at V, the billiard table in a restaurant and some officers playing billiards, the smell of cigars in some underground tobacco store, a tavern room, a back staircase quite dark, all sloppy with dirty water and strewn with eggshells, and the Sunday bells floating in
from somewhere.
The images followed one another, whirling like a hurricane. Some of them he liked and tried to clutch at, but they faded, and all the while there was an oppressive feeling inside him, but it was not overwhelming, sometimes it was even pleasant. The slight shivering still persisted, but that too was an almost pleasant sensation. He heard the hurried footsteps of Razumikin. He closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Razumikin opened the door and stood for some time in the doorway as though hesitating, then he stepped softly into the room and went cautiously to the sofa.
Raskolnikov heard Nastasia's whisper. "Don't disturb him. Let him sleep. He can have his dinner later." "Fine," answered Razumikin. Both withdrew carefully and closed the door. Another half-hour passed. Raskolnikov opened his eyes, turned on his back again, clasping his hands behind his head. Who is he? Who is that man who sprang out of the earth? Where was he? What did he see? He saw it all, that's clear. Where was he then? And where did he see it from? Why has he only now sprung out of the earth? And how could he see it? Is it possible? Continued Raskolnikov, turning cold and shivering, and the jewel case Nikolai found behind the door, was that possible? A clue? You miss an infinitesimal line and you can build it into a pyramid of evidence. A fly flew by and saw it. Is it possible? He felt with sudden loathing how weak, how physically weak he had become. I ought to have known it, he thought with a bitter smile. And how dared I, knowing myself, knowing how I would be, take up an axe and shed blood? I ought to have known beforehand. Ah, but I did know, he whispered in despair. At times he came to a standstill at some thought. No, those men are not made like that. The real master to whom all is permitted storms Toulon, makes a massacre in Paris, forgets an army in Egypt, wastes 500,000 men in the Moscow expedition and gets off with a jest at Vilna. And altars are set up to him after his death, and so everything is permitted. No, such people, it seems, are made not of flesh but of bronze. One sudden irrelevant idea almost made him laugh. Napoleon, the pyramids, Waterloo, and a wretched skinny old woman, a pawnbroker with a red trunk under her bed. It's a nice hash for Porfiry Petrovitch to digest. How can they digest it? It's too inartistic. A Napoleon creeping under an old woman's bed. Ugh, how loathsome. At moments he felt he was raving. He sank into a state of feverish excitement. The old woman doesn't matter, he thought, hotly and incoherently. The old woman was a mistake perhaps, but she isn't what matters. The old woman was just an illness. I was in a hurry to overstep. I didn't kill a human being, but a principle. I killed the principle, but I didn't overstep, I stopped on this side. I was only capable of killing. And it seems I wasn't even capable of that. Principle? Why was that fool? Razumikin abusing the socialists? They are industrious, commercial people, universal happiness is their case. No, life is only given to me once and I shall never have it again. I don't want to wait for universal happiness. I want to live myself, or else better not live at all. I simply couldn't pass by my mother starving, keeping my trouble in my pocket while I waited for universal happiness. I am putting my little brick into universal happiness and so my heart is at peace.
Ah.
Why have you let me slip? I only live once, I too want. God, aesthetically I'm a louse and nothing else, he added suddenly, laughing like a madman.
Yes, I'm definitely a louse, he went on, clutching at the idea, gloating over it and playing with it with vindictive pleasure. In the first place, because I can reason that I am one, and secondly, because for a month past I have been troubling benevolent Providence, calling it to witness that I didn't do it for my own fleshly lusts, but with a grand and noble object, Thirdly, because I aim to carry it out as justly as possible, weighing, measuring and calculating. Of all the lice I picked out the most useless one and proposed to take from her only as much as I needed for the first step, no more, no less, so the rest would have gone to a monastery, according to her will, And the thing which really shows that I am a louse, he added, grinding his teeth, is that I am perhaps viler and more loathsome than the louse I killed, and I felt beforehand that I would tell myself so after I killed her.
Can anything be compared with the horror of that? The vulgarity. The abjectness. I understand the prophet with his saber, on his steed, Allah commands and trembling creation must obey. The prophet is right, he is right when he sets a battery across the street and blows up the innocent and the guilty without explaining. It's for you to obey, trembling creation, and not to have desires, that's not for you. I shall never, never forgive the old woman.
His hair was soaked with sweat, his quivering lips were parched, his eyes were fixed on the ceiling. Mother, sister, how I love them!
Why do I hate them now?
Yes, I hate them, I feel a physical hatred for them, I can't bear to have them near me. I went up to my mother and kissed her, I remember.
To embrace her and think if she only knew, shall I tell her then? That's just what I might do.
She must be the same as I am, he added, straining himself to think, as it were struggling with delirium.
Ah, how I hate the old woman now.
I feel I would kill her again if she came to life.
Poor Lizaveta. Why did she come in?
It's strange though, why is it I scarcely ever think of her, as though I hadn't killed her?
Lizaveta.
Sonia. Poor gentle things, with gentle eyes. Dear women. Why don't they weep? Why don't they moan?
They give up everything, their eyes are soft and gentle.
Sonia, Sonia. Gentle Sonia.
He lost consciousness. It seemed strange to him that he didn't remember how he got into the street.
It was late in the evening.
The twilight had fallen and the full moon was shining more and more brightly, but there was a peculiar breathlessness in the air. There were crowds of people in the street, workmen and business people were making their way home, other people had come out for a walk, there was a smell of mortar, dust, and stagnant water. Raskolnikov walked along, mournful and anxious. He was definitely aware of having come out with a purpose, of having to do something in a hurry, but what it was he had forgotten. Suddenly he stood still and saw a man standing on the other side of the street, beckoning to him. He crossed over, but at once the man turned and walked away with his head hanging, as though he had made no sign to him.
Hold on, did he really beckon? Raskolnikov wondered, but he tried to overtake him.
When he was within 10 paces he recognized him and was frightened. It was the same man with stooping shoulders and the long coat. Raskolnikov followed him at a distance, his heart was beating, they went down a turning, the man still did not look round.
Does he know I am following him? Thought Raskolnikov. The man went into the gateway of a big house.
Raskolnikov hastened to the gate and looked in to see whether he would look round and make a sign to him. In the courtyard the man did turn round and again seemed to beckon him.
Raskolnikov at once followed him into the yard, but the man was gone.
He must have gone up the first staircase. Raskolnikov rushed after him. He heard slow measured steps 2 flights above. The staircase seemed strangely familiar. He reached the window on the first floor, the moon shone through the panes with a melancholy and mysterious light. Then he reached the second floor.
Bah! This is the apartment where the painters were at work, but how was it he did not recognize it at once? The steps of the man above had died away. So he must have stopped or hidden somewhere. He reached the third floor. Should he go on? There was a stillness that was dreadful. But he went on. The sound of his own footsteps scared and frightened him. How dark it was! The man must be hiding in some corner here. Ah! The apartment was standing wide open. He hesitated and went in. It was very dark and empty in the passage, as though everything had been removed. He crept on tiptoe into the parlor, which was flooded with moonlight. Everything there was as before: the chairs, the looking-glass, the yellow sofa, and the pictures in the frames. A huge, round, copper-red moon looked in at the windows. It's the moon that makes it so still, weaving some mystery, thought Raskolnikov. He stood and waited a long while, and the more silent the moonlight, the more violently his heart beat, until it grew painful. And still the same hush. Suddenly he heard a momentary sharp crack like the snapping of a splinter, and all was still again. A fly flew up suddenly and struck the window pane with a plaintive buzz. At that moment he noticed in the corner between the window and the little cupboard something like a cloak hanging on the wall. Why is that cloak there? He thought. It wasn't there before. He went up to it quietly and felt that there was someone hiding behind it. He cautiously moved the cloak and saw, sitting on a chair in the corner, the old woman bent double so that he couldn't see her face, but it was she. He stood over her. She is afraid, he thought. He stealthily took the axe from the noose and struck her one blow, then another on the skull. But strange to say, she did not stir, as though she were made of wood. He was frightened, bent down nearer and tried to look at her, but she, too, bent her head lower. He bent right down to the ground and peeped up into her face from below. He peeped and turned cold with horror. The old woman was sitting and laughing, shaking with noiseless laughter, doing her best to prevent him hearing it. Suddenly he imagined that the door from the bedroom was ajar and that there was laughter and whispering inside. He was overcome with frenzy and he began hitting the old woman on the head with all his strength, but at every blow of the axe the laughter and whispering from the bedroom grew louder and the old woman was actually shaking with amusement. He was rushing away, but the passage was full of people. The doors of the apartment stood open, and on the landing, on the stairs and everywhere below there were people, rows of heads, all looking, but huddled together in silence and expectation. Something gripped his heart. His legs were rooted to the spot, they would not move. He tried to scream and woke up. He drew a deep breath, but his dream seemed to persist strangely. His door was flung open and a man whom he had never seen stood in the doorway watching him intently. Raskolnikov had hardly opened his eyes and he instantly closed them again. He lay on his back without stirring. Is it still a dream? He wondered and again raised his eyelids almost imperceptibly. The stranger was standing in the same place, still watching him. He stepped cautiously into the room, carefully closing the door after him, went up to the table, paused a moment, still keeping his eyes on Raskolnikov, and noiselessly seated himself on the chair by the sofa. He put his hat on the floor beside him and leaned his hands on his cane and his chin on his hands. It was evident that he was prepared to wait indefinitely. As far as Raskolnikov could make out from his stolen glances, he was stout, with a full, fair, almost whitish beard. 10 minutes passed. It was still light, but dusk was just falling. There was a complete stillness in the room. Not a sound came from the stairs. Only a big fly buzzed and fluttered against the window pane. Finally, it became unbearable. Raskolnikov suddenly got up and sat on the sofa. Come, tell me what you want. I knew you weren't asleep, just pretending, the stranger answered oddly, laughing calmly. Arkady Ivanovich Svidrigailov, allow me to introduce myself. Part 4. Chapter 1. Can this be still a dream? Raskolnikov thought once more. He looked carefully and suspiciously at the unexpected visitor. Svidrigailov. What nonsense! It can't be, he said at last aloud in bewilderment.
His visitor did not seem at all surprised at this exclamation.
I've come to you for 2 reasons.
Firstly, I wanted to meet you personally, as I have already heard a great deal about you that is interesting and flattering. Secondly, I dearly hope that you may not refuse to assist me in a matter which directly concerns the welfare of your sister, Avdotia Romanovna. Without your support she might not let me come near her now, since she is prejudiced against me, but with your help I think I.
You think wrongly, interrupted Raskolnikov. They only arrived yesterday, didn't they? Raskolnikov made no reply. It was yesterday, I know. I only arrived myself the day before. Well, let me tell you, Rodion Romanovich, I don't consider it necessary to justify myself, but I would be grateful if you could explain to me what was particularly criminal about how I behaved in all this, speaking without prejudice, with common sense. Raskolnikov continued to look at him in silence. That in my own house I persecuted a defenseless girl and insult her with my appalling proposals, is that it? I am anticipating you. But you've only to assume that I, too, am a man et nihil humanum. 33 in a word, that I am capable of being attracted and falling in love, which does not depend on our will, then everything can be explained in the most natural manner. The question is, am I a monster, or am I myself a victim? And what if I am a victim?
In proposing to the object of my passion to elope with me to America or Switzerland, I may have cherished the deepest respect for her and may have thought that I was promoting our mutual happiness.
Reason is the slave of passion, you know. Why, probably, I was doing more harm to myself than anyone.
But that's not the point, Raskolnikov interrupted with disgust.
It's simply that whether you are right or wrong, we dislike you. We don't want to have anything to do with you. We will show you the door. Get out. Svidrigailov broke into a sudden laugh.
But I can't get round you, he said, laughing in the frankest way.
I was hoping to get round you, but you took up the right line at once. But you are trying to get round me still. What of it?
What of it? Cried Svidrigailov, laughing openly. But this is what the French call bonne guerre, 34, and the most innocent form of deception. But still you have interrupted me, one way or another. I repeat again, there would never have been any unpleasantness except for what happened in the garden.
Marfa Petrovna. You've got rid of Marfa Petrovna, too, so they say? Raskolnikov interrupted rudely. Oh, you've heard that, too, then? You'd be sure to, though.
But as for your question, I really don't know what to say, though my own conscience is quite at rest on that score.
Don't suppose that I am in any apprehension about it.
All was regular and in order. The medical inquiry diagnosed apoplexy due to bathing immediately after a heavy dinner and a bottle of wine, and indeed it could have proved nothing else. But I'll tell you what I have been thinking to myself recently, on my way here in the train, especially. Didn't I contribute to that whole calamity, morally, in a way, by my irritation or something of the sort? But I came to the conclusion that, too, was out of the question.
Raskolnikov laughed. I'm amazed you trouble yourself about it. But what are you laughing at?
Only consider, I struck her just twice with a whip, there were no marks even. Don't regard me as a cynic, please. I am perfectly aware how atrocious it was of me. But I know for certain, too, that Marfa Petrovna was very likely pleased at my warmth, so to speak. The story of your sister had been wrung out to the last drop. For the last 3 days Marfa Petrovna had been forced to sit at home. She had nothing to show herself with in the town. Besides, she had bored them so much with that letter. You heard about her reading the letter.
And all of a sudden those 2 whiplashes fell from heaven.
Her first act was to order the carriage to be got out. Not to speak of the fact that there are cases when women are very, very glad to be insulted in spite of all their show of indignation.
There are instances of it with everyone. Human beings in general, indeed, greatly love to be insulted. Have you noticed that?
But it's particularly so with women.
You might even say it's their only amusement. At one time Raskolnikov thought of getting up and walking out and thus drawing their interview to a close. But some curiosity and even a sort of carefulness made him linger for a moment. "Are you fond of fighting?" he asked casually. "No, not very," Svidrigailov answered, calmly. "And Marfa Petrovna and I scarcely ever fought. We lived very harmoniously, and she was always pleased with me. I only used the whip twice in all our 7 years, not counting a third occasion, which was really very ambiguous. The first time was 2 months after our marriage, immediately after we arrived in the country, and the last time was the one we were just speaking about. Did you suppose I was such a monster, such a reactionary, such a slave driver?"
Ah.
By the way, do you remember, Rodion Romanovich, how a few years ago, in those days of kindly publicity, a nobleman, I've forgotten his name, was put to shame everywhere, in all the papers, for having thrashed a German woman in the railway train? You remember? It was in those days, the same year I believe, that the disgraceful action of the age took place, you know, the Egyptian Nights, 35, that public reading, you remember? The dark eyes, you know. Ah, the golden days of our youth, where are they now? Point 36. Well, as for the gentleman who thrashed the German, I feel no sympathy with him, because after all, what need is there for sympathy? But I must say that there are sometimes such provoking Germans that I don't believe there is a progressive who could quite answer for himself. No one looked at the subject from that point of view then, but that's the truly humane point of view, I assure you. After saying this, Svidrigailov broke into a sudden laugh again. Raskolnikov saw clearly that this was a man with a firm purpose in his mind who was able to keep it to himself. "I expect you've not talked to anyone for several days?" he asked. "Scarcely anyone. I suppose you are wondering at how adaptable a man I am." "No, I am only wondering at the fact that you are too adaptable." "Because I am not offended at the rudeness of your questions? Is that it? But why take offense?" "As you asked, so I answered," he replied, with a surprising expression of simplicity. "You know, there's hardly anything I take interest in," he went on, as it were dreamily, "especially now, I've nothing to do. You are entirely free to imagine, though, that I am making up to you with a motive, particularly as I told you I want to see your sister about something. But I'll confess frankly, I am very bored. The last 3 days especially, so I am delighted to see you. Don't be angry, Rodion Romanovich, but you seem somehow to be very strange yourself. Say what you like, there's something wrong with you, and now, too, not this very minute, but now, generally. Well, I won't, don't scowl. I am not as much of a bear, you know, as you think." Raskolnikov looked gloomily at him. "You're not a bear, perhaps, at all," he said. "In fact, I think you're a man of very good breeding, or at least know how on occasion to behave like one." "I am not particularly interested in anyone's opinion," Svidrigailov answered, dryly and even with a shade of pride, "and therefore why not be vulgar at times when vulgarity is such a convenient cloak for our climate? And especially if you are naturally inclined that way," he added, laughing again. "But I've heard you have many friends here. You are, as they say, not without connections. What can you want from me, then, unless you have some special purpose?" "That's true that I have friends here," Svidrigailov admitted, not responding to the main point. "I've met some already. I've been lounging about for the last 3 days, and I've seen them, or they've seen me. That's a matter of course. I'm well dressed, I'm not considered poor. The emancipation of the serfs hasn't affected me, my property consists mainly of forests and water meadows. The revenue has not fallen off, but I am not going to see them, I was sick of them long ago. I've been here 3 days and have called on no one. What a town it is! How has it come into existence among us, tell me that? A town of officials and students of all sorts. Yes, there's a great deal I didn't notice when I was here 8 years ago, kicking up my heels. My only hope now is in anatomy, by God, it is. Anatomy? But as for these clubs, Dussault's 37 parades, or progress, indeed, may be. Well, all that can go on without me, he went on, again without noticing the question. Besides, who wants to be a card cheat? Why, have you been a card cheat then? How could I help being? There was a regular set of us, men of the best society, 8 years ago, we had a fine time. And all men of breeding, you know, poets, men of property. And in fact, as a rule in Russian society, the best manners are found among those who've been thrashed. Have you noticed that? I've deteriorated in the country. But I did get into prison for debt, because of a mean Greek from Nezin. 38. Then Marfa Petrovna turned up. She bargained with him and bought me off for 30,000 silver pieces. I owed 70,000. We were united in lawful wedlock and she bore me off into the country like a treasure. You know, she was 5 years older than I. She was very fond of me. For 7 years I never left the country. And take note that all my life she held a document over me, I owe you for 30,000 rubles, so if I were to choose to complain about anything I would be trapped at once. And she would have done it. Women find nothing incompatible in that. If it hadn't been for that, would you have given her the slip? I don't know what to say. It was scarcely the document that restrained me. I didn't want to go anywhere else. Marfa Petrovna herself invited me to go abroad, seeing I was bored, but I've been abroad before, I always felt sick there. For no reason, but the sunrise, the Bay of Naples, the sea, you look at them and it makes you sad. What's most revolting is that you really get sad. No, it's better at home. Here at least you blame others for everything and excuse yourself. I should have gone perhaps on an expedition to the North Pole, because I take wine badly and hate drinking, and there's nothing left but wine. I've tried it. But I've been told Berg 39 is going up in a large balloon next Sunday from the Yusupov garden and will take up passengers at a fee. Is it true? Why, would you go up? No, oh, no, muttered Svidrigailov, really seeming to be deep in thought. What does he mean? Is he serious? Raskolnikov wondered. No, the document didn't restrain me, Svidrigailov went on, meditatively. It was my own doing, not leaving the country, and nearly a year ago Marfa Petrovna gave me back the document on my name day and made me a present of a considerable sum of money, too. She had a fortune, you know. You see how I trust you, Arkady Ivanovich, that was actually her expression. You don't believe she used it? But do you know I managed the estate quite decently, they know me in the neighborhood. I ordered books, too. Marfa Petrovna approved at first, but afterwards she was afraid that I was overstudying. You seem to be missing Marfa Petrovna very much? Missing her? Perhaps. Really, perhaps I am. And, by the way, do you believe in ghosts? What ghosts? Why, ordinary ghosts. Do you believe in them? Perhaps not, to please you. I wouldn't say no exactly. Do you see them, then? Svidrigailov looked at him rather oddly. Marfa Petrovna is pleased to visit me, he said, twisting his mouth into a strange smile. What do you mean, she is pleased to visit you? She has been 3 times. I saw her first on the very day of the funeral, an hour after she was buried. It was the day before I left to come here. The second time was the day before yesterday, at daybreak, on the journey at the station of Malaya Vishera 40, and the third time was 2 hours ago in the room where I am staying. I was alone. Were you awake? Absolutely. I was wide awake every time.
She comes, speaks to me for a minute and goes out at the door, always at the door.
I can almost hear her. What made me think that something of the sort must be happening to you? Raskolnikov said suddenly.
At the same moment he was surprised at having said it.
He was extremely excited. What? Did you think so? Svidrigailov asked in astonishment. Did you really? Didn't I say that there was something in common between us? You never said so. Raskolnikov cried sharply and with heat. Didn't I? No. I thought I did.
When I came in and saw you lying with your eyes shut, pretending, I said to myself at once, here's the man.
What do you mean by the man?
What are you talking about? Cried Raskolnikov.
What do I mean? I really don't know.
Svidrigailov muttered ingenuously, as though he, too, were puzzled. For a minute they were silent. They stared in each other's faces.
That's all nonsense! Raskolnikov shouted with vexation. What does she say when she comes to you? She? Would you believe it, she talks of the silliest trifles, and man is a strange creature, it makes me angry. The first time she came in, I was tired, you know, the funeral service, the funeral ceremony, the lunch afterwards. At last I was left alone in my study. I lit a cigar and began to think. She came in at the door. You've been so busy today, Arkady Ivanovitch, you've forgotten to wind the dining room clock, she said. All those 7 years I've wound that clock every week, and if I forgot it she would always remind me. The next day I set off on my way here. I got out at the station at daybreak. I'd been asleep, tired out, with my eyes half open. I was drinking some coffee. I looked up and there was suddenly Marfa Petrovna sitting beside me with a pack of cards in her hands. Shall I tell your fortune for the journey, Arkady Ivanovitch? She was a great one for telling fortunes. I shall never forgive myself for not asking her to. I ran away in a fright, and, besides, the bell rang. I was sitting today, feeling very heavy after a miserable dinner from a cafe. I was sitting smoking, and all of a sudden Marfa Petrovna appeared again. She came in very smart in a new green silk dress with a long train. Hello, Arkady Ivanovitch. How do you like my dress? Aniska couldn't make one like this. Aniska was a dressmaker in the country, one of our former serf girls who had been trained in Moscow, a pretty wench. She stood turning round before me. I looked at the dress, and then I looked carefully, very carefully, at her face. I'm surprised you bother to come to me about such unimportant matters, Marfa Petrovna. Good gracious, you won't let anyone disturb you about anything. To tease her I said, I want to get married, Marfa Petrovna. That's just like you, Arkady Ivanovitch. It does you very little credit to come looking for a bride when you've hardly buried your wife. And if you could make a good choice, at least, but I know it won't be for your happiness or hers, you will only be a laughingstock to all good people. Then she went out and her train seemed to rustle. Isn't it nonsense? But perhaps you are lying? Raskolnikov put in. I rarely lie, answered Svidrigailov thoughtfully, apparently not noticing the rudeness of the question. And in the past, have you ever seen ghosts before? Why yes, I have seen them, but only once in my life, 6 years ago. I had a serf, Filka, just after his burial I called out forgetfully, Filka, my pipe. He came in and went to the cupboard where my pipes were. I sat still and thought, he is doing it to take revenge on me, because we had a violent quarrel just before his death. How dare you come in with a hole in your elbow, I said. Go away, you fool. He turned and went out, and never came again. I didn't tell Marfa Petrovna at the time. I wanted to have a service sung for him, but I was ashamed. You should go to a doctor. I know I am not well, without your telling me, though I don't know what's wrong,
I believe I am 5 times as strong as you are. I didn't ask you whether you believe that ghosts can be seen, but whether you believe that they exist.
No, I won't believe it, Raskolnikov cried, with real anger.
What do people generally say, muttered Svidrigailov, as though speaking to himself, looking aside and bowing his head. They say, you are ill, so what appears to you is only unreal fantasy.
But that's not strictly logical.
I agree that ghosts only appear to the sick, but that only proves that they are unable to appear except to the sick, not that they don't exist.
Nothing of the sort, Raskolnikov insisted irritably. No? You don't think so?
Svidrigailov went on, looking at him deliberately. But what do you say to this argument? Come on, help me with it. Ghosts are as it were shreds and fragments of other worlds, the beginning of them. A man in health has, of course, no reason to see them, because he is above all a man of this earth and is bound for the sake of completeness in order to live only in this life. But as soon as he is ill, as soon as the normal earthly order of the organism is broken, he begins to realize the possibility of another world, and the more seriously ill he is, the closer becomes his contact with that other world, so that as soon as the man dies he steps straight into that world.
I thought of that long ago. If you believe in a future life, you could believe in that, too. I don't believe in a future life, said Raskolnikov.
Svidrigailov sat lost in thought. And what if there are only spiders there, or something of that sort, he said suddenly.
He is a madman, thought Raskolnikov.
We always imagine eternity as something beyond our conception, something vast, vast.
But why must it be vast? Instead of all that, what if it's one little room, like a bathhouse in the country, black and grimy and spiders in every corner, and that's all eternity is? I sometimes imagine it like that. Can it be you can imagine nothing more just and comforting than that? Raskolnikov cried, with a feeling of anguish. More just?
And how can we tell? Perhaps that is just, and, do you know, it's what I would certainly have made it, answered Svidrigailov, with a vague smile. This horrible answer sent a cold chill through Raskolnikov. Svidrigailov raised his head, looked at him, and suddenly started laughing. Only think, he cried, half an hour ago we had never seen each other, we regarded each other as enemies, there is a matter unsettled between us, we've thrown it aside, and away we've gone into the abstract.
Wasn't I right in saying that we were birds of a feather?
Please allow me, Raskolnikov went on irritably, to ask you to explain why you have honored me with your visit, and I am in a hurry, I have no time to waste.
I want to go out. By all means, by all means. Your sister, Avdotya Romanovna, is going to be married to Mr. Luzin, Peter Petrovitch? Can you stop asking questions about my sister and mentioning her name?
I can't understand how you dare say her name in my presence, if you really are Svidrigailov.
But I've come here to speak about her, how can I avoid mentioning her?
Very good, speak, but be quick about it. I am sure that you must have formed your own opinion of this Mr. Luzin, who is a connection of mine through my wife, if you have only seen him for half an hour, or heard any facts about him.
He is no match for Avdotya Romanovna.
I believe Avdotya Romanovna is sacrificing herself generously and imprudently for the sake of her family. I imagined from all I had heard of you that you would be very glad if the engagement could be broken off without sacrificing any material advantages.
Now I know you personally, I am convinced of it.
All this is very naive, excuse me, I should have said insolent on your part, said Raskolnikov.
You mean to say that I am seeking my own ends?
Don't be uneasy, Rodion Romanovich, if I were working for my own advantage, I would not have spoken out so directly.
I am not quite a fool.
I will confess something psychologically curious about that. Just now, defending my love for Avdotya Romanovna, I said I was myself the victim. Well, let me tell you that I've no feeling of love now, not the slightest, so that I wonder myself indeed, because I really did feel something.
through idleness and depravity, Raskolnikov put in.
I certainly am idle and depraved, but your sister has such qualities that even I could not help being impressed by them. But that's all nonsense, as I see myself now.
Have you seen that long?
I began to be aware of it before, but was only perfectly sure of it the day before yesterday, almost at the moment I arrived in Petersburg. I still imagined in Moscow, though, that I was coming to try to get Avdotya Romanovna's hand and to cut out Mr. Luzin.
Excuse me for interrupting you, please be brief and tell me why you've come to visit. I am in a hurry, I want to go out.
With the greatest of pleasure. On arriving here and deciding to make a certain journey, I would like to make some necessary preliminary arrangements. I left my children with an aunt, they are well provided for, and they have no need of me personally.
And a nice father I'd make, too. I have taken nothing but what Marfa Petrovna gave me a year ago. That's enough for me. Excuse me, I am just coming to the point. Before the journey, which may come off, I want to settle Mr. Luzin, too. It's not that I hate him so much, but it was because of him that I quarreled with Marfa Petrovna when I learned that she had served up this marriage. I would now like to see Avdotya Romanovna through your mediation and, if you like, in your presence, to explain to her that in the first place she will never gain anything but harm from Mr. Luzin. Then, begging her pardon for all past unpleasantness, to make her a present of 10,000 rubles and so assist the rupture with Mr. Luzin, a rupture to which I believe she is herself not disinclined, if she could find some way of achieving it. You're absolutely insane, cried Raskolnikov, not so much angered as astonished. How dare you talk like that?
I knew you would scream at me, but in the first place, though I am not rich, this 10,000 rubles is perfectly free, I have absolutely no need for it.
If Avdotya Romanovna does not accept it, I shall waste it in some more foolish way. That's the first thing.
Secondly, my conscience is perfectly at ease, I am not making the offer with any ulterior motive.
You may not believe it, but in the end Avdotya Romanovna and you will know.
The point is that I did actually cause your sister, whom I greatly respect, some trouble and unpleasantness, and so, sincerely regretting it, I want not to compensate, not to repay her for the unpleasantness, but simply to do something to her advantage, to show that I am not, after all, privileged to do nothing but harm. If there were a millionth fraction of self-interest in my offer, I should not have made it so openly, and I should not have offered her 10,000 only, when 5 weeks ago I offered her more. Besides, I may, perhaps, very soon marry a young lady, and that alone ought to prevent suspicion of any design on Avdotya Romanovna. In conclusion, let me say that in marrying Mr. Luzin, she is taking money just the same, only from another man.
Don't be angry, Rodion Romanovich, think it over coolly and quietly. Svidrigailov himself was extremely cool and quiet when he was saying this. Please don't say anything else, said Raskolnikov. In any case, this is unforgivably insolent. Not in the least.
Then a man may do nothing but harm to his neighbor in this world, and is prevented from doing the tiniest bit of good by trivial conventional formalities.
That's absurd.
If I died, for instance, and left that sum to your sister in my will, surely she wouldn't refuse it?
Very likely she would.
Oh, no, she would not.
If you refuse it, so be it, though 10,000 rubles is a wonderful thing to have on occasion. In any case, please repeat what I have said to Avdotya Romanovna. No, I won't. In that case, Rodion Romanovich, I shall be obliged to try and see her myself and worry her by doing so. And if I do tell her, will you not try to see her? I don't really know what to say. I would like very much to see her once more. Don't hope for it. I'm sorry. But you don't know me. Perhaps we may become better friends. You think we may become friends? And why not? Svidrigailov said, smiling. He stood up and took his hat.
I didn't really intend to disturb you when I came here without thinking I would, though I was very struck by your face this morning.
Where did you see me this morning? Raskolnikov asked uneasily.
I saw you by chance.
I kept thinking we have something in common. But don't be uneasy.
I am not intrusive. I used to get on all right with card cheats, and I never bored Prince Svirby, a great nobleman who was a distant relation of mine, and I could write about Raphael's Madonna in Madame Prilikov's album, and I never left Marfa Petrovna's side for 7 years, and I used to stay the night at Vyazemsky's house in the Haymarket in the old days, and I may go up in a balloon with Berg, perhaps.
All right, all right. Are you setting off soon on your travels? What travels?
On that journey, you mentioned it yourself.
A journey?
Oh, yes.
I did mention a journey. Well, that's a broad topic.
If only you knew what you were asking, he added, and gave a sudden, loud, short laugh.
Perhaps I'll get married instead of the journey. They're making a match for me.
Here?
Yes.
How have you had time for that?
But I am very anxious to see Avdotya Romanovna once. Please. Well, goodbye for now. Oh, yes, I've forgotten something.
Tell your sister, Rodion Romanovich, that Marfa Petrovna remembered her in her will and left her 3,000 rubles.
That's absolutely certain.
Marfa Petrovna arranged it a week before her death, and it was done in my presence.
Avdotya Romanovna will be able to receive the money in 2 or 3 weeks. Are you telling the truth?
Yes, tell her.
Well, I am at your service. I am staying close by. As he went out, Svidrigailov ran into Razumikin in the doorway. Chapter 2.
It was nearly 8 o'clock. The 2 young men hurried to Bakaliev's, to arrive before Luzin.
Who was that? Asked Razumikin, as soon as they were in the street.
It was Svidrigailov, that landowner whose house my sister was insulted in when she was their governess. She was turned out by his wife, Marfa Petrovna, because he kept persecuting her with his attention. This Marfa Petrovna begged Dunya's forgiveness afterwards, and she's just died suddenly.
That was the woman we were talking about this morning.
I don't know why I'm afraid of him. He came here at once after his wife's funeral. He is very strange, and he is determined to do something. We must protect Dunya from him, that's what I wanted to tell you.
Protect her? What can he do to harm Avdotya Romanovna?
Thank you, Radia, for telling me about it.
We will protect her.
Where does he live?
I don't know.
Why didn't you ask?
What a pity.
I'll find out, though. Did you see him? Asked Raskolnikov after a pause. Yes, I took notice of him, I took careful notice of him.
You did really see him? You saw him clearly? Raskolnikov insisted.
Yes, I remember him perfectly. I would recognize him in a crowd of 1,000. I have a good memory for faces.
They were silent again.
That's all right, muttered Raskolnikov.
Do you know, I imagined? I keep thinking that it may have been a hallucination. What do you mean? I don't understand.
Well, you all say, Raskolnikov went on, twisting his mouth into a smile, that I'm mad. I thought just now that perhaps I really am mad, and that I just saw a ghost.
What do you mean?
Why, who can tell?
Perhaps I am really mad, and perhaps everything that happens these days is just my imagination. Ah, Radia, you have been upset again. But what did he say? What did he come for? Raskolnikov did not answer. Razumikin thought for a minute.
Now let me tell you my story, he began. I came to you, you were asleep. Then we had dinner and then I went to Porfiry's. Zametov was still with him. I tried to start, but it was no use.
I couldn't speak in the right way. They don't seem to understand and can't understand, but they aren't even slightly ashamed of themselves.
I drew Porfiry to the window and began talking to him, but it was still no use.
He looked away and I looked away.
At last I shook my fist in his ugly face and told him as a cousin I'd brain him. He just looked at me, I cursed and left.
That was all. It was very stupid. I didn't say a word to Zametov. But, you see, I thought I'd made a mess of it, but as I went downstairs a brilliant idea struck me. Why should we bother? Of course, if you were in any danger or anything, but why should you care? You shouldn't care about them at all. We shall have a laugh at them afterwards, and if I were in your place I'd mystify them more than ever. How ashamed they'll be afterwards. Damn them! We can thrash them afterwards, so let's laugh at them now. Definitely, answered Raskolnikov. But what will you say tomorrow, he thought to himself. Strangely enough, until that moment it had never occurred to him to wonder what Razumikin would think when he knew. As he was thinking, Raskolnikov looked at him. Razumikin's account of his visit to Porfiry held very little interest for him, so much had come and gone since then. In the corridor they found Luzin. He had arrived punctually at 8, and was looking for the number, so all three went in together without greeting or looking at one another. The young man walked in first, while Peter Petrovitch, in order to preserve his good manners, lingered a little in the passage, taking off his coat. Pulcheria Alexandrovna came forward at once to greet him in the doorway. Dunya was welcoming her brother. Peter Petrovitch walked in and quite amiably, though with even greater dignity, bowed to the ladies. He looked, however, as though he were a little offended and could not yet recover his composure. Pulcheria Alexandrovna, who also seemed a little embarrassed, quickly made them all sit down at the round table where a samovar was boiling. Dunya and Luzin were facing one another on opposite sides of the table. Razumikin and Raskolnikov were facing Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Razumikin was next to Luzin and Raskolnikov was beside his sister. A moment's silence followed. Peter Petrovitch deliberately drew out a cambric handkerchief stinking of scent and blew his nose with an air of a kindly man who felt offended and had decided to insist on an explanation. In the passage an idea had occurred to him to keep on his overcoat and walk away, and so give the two ladies a sharp and emphatic lesson and make them feel the seriousness of the situation. But he could not bring himself to do this. Besides, he could not stand uncertainty and he wanted an explanation. If his request had been so openly disobeyed, there was something behind it, and in that case it was better to find it out beforehand. It was his task to punish them and there would always be time for that. I trust you had a good journey, he asked Pulcheria Alexandrovna officially. Oh, very, Peter Petrovitch. I am pleased to hear it. And Avdotya Romanovna is not overly tired either? I am young and strong, I don't get tired, but it was a great strain for mother, answered Dunya. That's unavoidable, our national railways are of terrible length. Mother Russia, as they say, is a vast country. In spite of all my desire to do so, I was unable to meet you yesterday. But I trust everything passed off without any inconvenience? Oh, no, Peter Petrovitch, it was all terribly disheartening, Pulcheria Alexandrovna declared hurriedly in a strange tone of voice, and if Dmitri Prokofiev had not been sent to us, I really believe by God himself, we would have been totally lost. Here, he is. Dmitri Prokofiev Razumikin, she added, introducing him to Luzin. I had the pleasure yesterday, muttered Peter Petrovitch with a hostile sideways glance at Razumikin, then he scowled and fell silent. Peter Petrovitch belonged to that class of people who on the surface are very polite in society, who make a great point of behaving properly, but who are completely disconcerted when they are contradicted about anything, and become more like sacks of flour than elegant, lively people of society. Again everyone was silent.
Raskolnikov was obstinately mute. Avdotya Romanovna was unwilling to start the conversation again too soon.
Razumikin had nothing to say, so Pulcheria Alexandrovna was anxious again.
Marfa Petrovna is dead, have you heard? She began, having recourse to her leading item of conversation.
Yes, I heard so.
I was immediately informed, and I have come to tell you that Arkady Ivanovich Svidrigailov set off in haste for Petersburg immediately after his wife's funeral.
So at least I have excellent grounds for believing it. To Petersburg? Here? Dunya asked in alarm and looked at her mother.
Yes, and doubtlessly not without some kind of intention, bearing in mind how swiftly he left, and all the preceding circumstances.
Goodness!
Won't he leave Dunya in peace even here? Cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. I imagine that neither you nor Avdotya Romanovna has any grounds for uneasiness, unless, of course, you wish to communicate with him. As far as I am concerned, I am going to watch out for him. I am currently trying to find out where he is staying.
Oh, Peter Petrovitch, you would not believe what a fright you have given me, Pulcheria Alexandrovna went on.
I've only seen him twice, but I thought he was terrible, terrible. I am convinced that he was the cause of Marfa Petrovna's death.
It's impossible to be certain about that. I have precise information.
I do not dispute that he may have accelerated the course of events by the moral influence, so to say, of the offense, but as to his general conduct and moral characteristics, I agree with you. I do not know whether he is well off now, and precisely what Marfa Petrovna left him. This will be known to me within a very short period, but no doubt here in Petersburg, if he has any financial resources, he will lapse at once into his old habits. He is the most vicious, depraved specimen of that particular type. I have considerable reason to believe that Marfa Petrovna, who was unfortunate enough to fall in love with him and to pay his debts 8 years ago, was also of service to him in another way. Solely by her exertions and sacrifices, a criminal charge, involving an element of fantastic and homicidal brutality for which he might well have been sentenced to Siberia, was hushed up. That's the sort of man he is, if you care to know.
Good heavens, cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Raskolnikov listened attentively. Are you speaking the truth when you say that you have good evidence of this? Dunya asked sternly and emphatically. I only repeat what I was told in secret by Marfa Petrovna.
I must observe that from the legal point of view the case was far from clear. There was, and I believe still is, living here a woman called Reslich, a foreigner, who lent small sums of money at interest, and did other commissions, and with this woman Svidrigailov had for a long while close and mysterious relations. She had a relation, a niece I believe, living with her, a deaf and dumb girl 15 years of age, or perhaps not more than 14. Reslich hated this girl, and grudged her every crust. She used to beat her mercilessly.
One day the girl was found hanging in the garret.
At the inquest the verdict was suicide. After the usual proceedings the matter ended, but, later on, information was given that the child had been cruelly outraged by Svidrigailov. It is true, this was not clearly established. The information was given by another German woman of notorious character whose word could not be trusted. No statement was actually made to the police. Thanks to Marfa Petrovna's money and efforts, it did not get beyond gossip.
And yet the story is a very significant one.
You heard, no doubt, Avdotya Romanovna, when you were with them, the story of the servant Philip who died of ill treatment he received 6 years ago, before the abolition of serfdom. I heard on the contrary that this Philip hanged himself. That is true, but what drove him, or rather perhaps disposed him, to suicide, was the systematic persecution and severity of Mr. Svidrigailov. I don't know that, answered Dunya, dryly. I only heard a strange story that Philip was some type of hypochondriac, a sort of domestic philosopher. The servants used to say he read himself silly, and that he hanged himself partly because of Mr. Svidrigailov's mockery of him and not the injuries he inflicted. When I was there he behaved well to the servants, and they were actually fond of him, though they certainly did blame him for Philip's death. I notice, Avdotya Romanovna, that you seem disposed to undertake his defense all of a sudden, Luzin observed, twisting his lips into an ambiguous smile. There's no doubt that he is an astute man, and charming where ladies are concerned, of which Marfa Petrovna, who has died so strangely, is a terrible example. My only desire has been to be of service to you and your mother with my advice, in view of the renewed efforts which may certainly be anticipated from him. For my part, it's my firm conviction that he will end up in debtor's prison again. Marfa Petrovna had not the slightest intention of leaving him anything substantial, given his children's interests, and, if she left him anything, it would only be the slightest means on which to get by, something insignificant, which would not last a year for a man of his habits.
Peter Petrovitch, I beg you, said Dunya, don't say anything else about Mr. Svidrigailov. It makes me miserable.
He has just been to see me, said Raskolnikov, breaking his silence for the first time. There were exclamations from everyone, and they all turned to him.
Even Peter Petrovitch's interest was aroused.
An hour and a half ago, he came in when I was asleep, woke me up, and introduced himself, Raskolnikov continued. He was fairly cheerful and at ease, and hopes that we shall become friends. He is particularly anxious, by the way, Dunya, to arrange an interview with you, at which he asked me to be present.
He has a proposition to make to you, and he told me about it.
He told me, too, that a week before her death Marfa Petrovna left you 3,000 rubles in her will, Dunya, and that you will receive the money very soon.
Thank God, cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna, crossing herself.
Pray for her soul, Dunya. It's a fact, broke from Luzin.
Tell us, what more? Dunya urged Raskolnikov.
Then he said that he wasn't rich and all the estate was left to his children who are now with an aunt, then that he was staying somewhere not far from me, but where, I don't know, I didn't ask.
But what is this proposition he wants to make to Dunya? Cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna in a fright. Did he tell you?
Yes.
What was it?
I'll tell you afterwards.
Raskolnikov ceased speaking and turned his attention to his tea.
Peter Petrovitch looked at his watch. I am compelled to keep a business engagement, and so I shall not be in your way, he added with an air of some pique, and he began getting up.
Don't go, Peter Petrovitch, said Dunya, you intended to spend the evening here. Besides, you wrote yourself that you wanted to sort something out with mother.
Precisely so, Avdotya Romanovna, Peter Petrovitch answered impressively, sitting down again, but still holding his hat. I certainly desired to sort out a very important point with you and your mother, whom I respect so highly. But as your brother cannot speak openly in my presence about Mr. Svidrigailov's proposals, I, too, do not desire and am not able to speak openly in the presence of others about certain matters of the greatest importance.
Moreover, my most insistent and urgent request has been disregarded. Assuming an aggrieved air, Luzin lapsed into dignified silence.
Your request that my brother should not be present at our meeting was disregarded solely because I wanted to disregard it, said Dunya. You wrote that you had been insulted by my brother. I think you must explain this at once, and you must be reconciled. And if Radia really has insulted you, then he should and will apologize.
Peter Petrovitch took a stronger line. There are insults, Avdotya Romanovna, which no goodwill can make us forget.
There is a line in everything which it is dangerous to overstep, and when it has been overstepped, there is no return. That wasn't quite what I was talking about, Peter Petrovitch, Dunya interrupted with some impatience. Please understand that our whole future now depends on whether all this can be explained and set right as soon as possible. I am telling you frankly, from the start, that I cannot look at it in any other light, and if you have the slightest regard for me, this business must end today, however hard that may be. I repeat that if my brother is to blame, he will ask your forgiveness. I am surprised that you put the question like that, said Luzin, getting more and more irritated. respecting and, so to say, adoring you, I may at the same time, very well indeed, be able to dislike a member of your family. Though I lay claim to the happiness of your hand in marriage, I cannot accept duties incompatible with.
Ah, don't be so ready to take offense, Peter Petrovitch, Dunya interrupted with feeling, and be the sensible and generous man I have always considered, and wish to consider, you to be. I've given you a great promise, I am engaged to you.
Trust me in this matter and, believe me, I shall be capable of judging impartially. My assuming the part of judge is as much a surprise for my brother as for you. When I insisted that he came to our interview today after your letter, I told him nothing about what I meant to do. You must understand that, if you are not reconciled, I must choose between you, it must be either you or he.
That is how the question rests on your side and on his.
I don't want to be mistaken in my choice, and I must not be. For your sake I must break off with my brother, for my brother's sake I must break off with you. I can find out for certain now whether he is behaving like a brother to me and, as a matter of fact, I would like to, and I can also find out whether I am dear to you, whether you respect me, whether you are the husband for me.
Avdotya Romanovna,
Luzin declared in an offended tone, your words have too many implications for me, moreover, they are offensive in view of the position I have the honor to occupy in relation to you. To say nothing of your strange and offensive behavior in setting me on a level with an insolent boy, you admit the possibility of breaking your promise to me. You say you or he, thereby showing how unimportant I am to you. I cannot let this pass considering the relationship and the obligations existing between us. What? Cried Dunya, flushing. I set your interest beside everything that has up until now been most precious in my life, what has made up the whole of my life, and here you are offended because I haven't sufficiently taken you into account. Raskolnikov smiled sarcastically, Razumikin fidgeted, but Peter Petrovitch did not accept her rebuke, on the contrary, at every word he became more persistent and irritable, as though he relished it. Love for the future partner of your life, for your husband, ought to outweigh your love for your brother, he pronounced sententiously, and in any case I cannot be put on the same level. Although I said so emphatically that I would not speak openly in your brother's presence, nevertheless I now intend to ask your dear mother for a necessary explanation on a point of which is extremely important to my dignity. Your son, he turned to Pulcheria Alexandrovna, yesterday in the presence of Mr. Razudkin, or...
I think that's it?
Excuse me, I have forgotten your surname. He bowed politely to Razumikin, insulted me by misrepresenting the idea I expressed to you in a private conversation over coffee, that is, that marriage to a poor girl who has had her fair share of troubles is more advantageous from the conjugal point of view than a marriage to a girl who has lived in luxury, since it is more profitable for the moral character. Your son intentionally exaggerated the significance of my words and made them ridiculous, accusing me of malicious intentions, and, as far as I could see, relied on your correspondence with him.
I shall consider myself happy, Pulcheria Alexandrovna, if you could convince me of the opposite conclusion and thus considerately reassure me. Please let me know in what terms precisely you repeated my words in your letter to Rodion Romanovich.
I don't remember, faltered Pulcheria Alexandrovna.
I repeated them as I understood them.
I don't know how Radia repeated them to you, perhaps he exaggerated. He could not have exaggerated them unless you gave him good cause. Peter Petrovitch, Pulcheria Alexandrovna declared with dignity, the proof that Dunya and I did not take your words in a very bad sense is the fact that we are here.
Good, mother, said Dunya approvingly.
Then this is my fault again, said Luzin, aggrieved.
Well, Peter Petrovitch, you keep blaming Rodion, but you yourself have just written something false about him, Pulcheria Alexandrovna added, gaining courage. I don't remember writing anything false.
You wrote, Raskolnikov said sharply, not turning to Luzin, that I gave money yesterday not to the widow of the man who was killed, as was the case, but to his daughter, whom I had never seen until yesterday. You wrote this to cause a rift between me and my family, and so you added coarse expressions about the conduct of a girl whom you don't know.
That is all the meanest sort of slander.
Excuse me, sir, said Luzin, quivering with fury. I enlarged upon your qualities and conduct in my letter solely in response to your sister's and mother's inquiries about how I found you and what impression you made on me. As for what you've referred to in my letter, be so good as to point out one word of falsehood, show, that is, that you didn't throw away your money, and that there are not worthless persons in that family, however unfortunate. To my thinking, you with all your virtues are not worth the little finger of that unfortunate girl at whom you choose to throw stones.
Would you go so far then as to let her associate with your mother and sister?
I have done so already, if you care to know. I made her sit down today with mother and Dunya.
Radia, cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Dunya crimsoned, Razumikin knitted his brows.
Luzin smiled with lofty sarcasm. You may see for yourself, Avdotya Romanovna, he said, whether it is possible for us to agree. I hope now that this question has been dealt with once and for all.
I will withdraw in order not to hinder the pleasures of family intimacy and the discussion of secrets.
He got up from his chair and took his hat. But before I withdraw, I would like to request that in future I may be spared similar meetings and, so to say, compromises. I appeal particularly to you, my dearest Pulcheria Alexandrovna, on this subject, as my letter was addressed to you and no one else.
Pulcheria Alexandrovna was a little offended. You seem to think we are completely under your authority, Peter Petrovitch.
Dunya has told you the reason she disregarded your desire. She had the best intentions.
You even write as though you were giving me orders. Should we consider every desire of yours an order?
Let me tell you on the contrary that you ought to show particular sensitivity and consideration for us now, because we have thrown up everything and have come here relying on you, and so we are in any case in a sense in your hands.
That is not quite true, Pulcheria Alexandrovna, especially at the moment, when news has come of Marfa Petrovna's legacy, which seems indeed very timely, judging from the new tone which you are taking with me, he added sarcastically. Judging from that remark, we may certainly assume that you are counting on our helplessness, Dunya observed irritably.
But now in any case I cannot count on it, and I am particularly unwilling to hinder your discussion of Arkady Ivanovich Svidrigailov's secret proposals, which he has entrusted to your brother and which, I perceive, interest you greatly, perhaps even favorably.
Good heavens, cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna.
Razumikin could not sit still on his chair.
Aren't you ashamed now, Dunya? Asked Raskolnikov.
I am ashamed, Radia, said Dunya.
Peter Petrovitch, get out, she turned to him, white with anger.
Peter Petrovitch had apparently not expected this type of conclusion. He had too much confidence in himself, in his power and in the helplessness of his victims.
He could not believe it even now.
He turned pale, and his lips quivered.
Avdotya Romanovna, if I go out of this door now, after such a dismissal, then you can be sure I will never come back. Consider what you are doing. My word is unshakable. What insolence, cried Dunya, springing up from her seat. I don't want you to come back again.
What? So that's how it stands, cried Luzin, entirely unable to believe in the disagreement to the last, and now totally at a loss.
So that's how it stands. Do you realize, Avdotya Romanovna, that I can protest? What right do you have to speak to her like that? Pulcheria Alexandrovna intervened hotly. And what can you protest about? What rights do you have? Should I give Dunya to a man like you? Go away, leave us alone.
We are to blame for having agreed to the wrong course of action, and I above all. But you have bound me, Pulcheria Alexandrovna, Luzin stormed in a frenzy, by your promise, and now you deny it and, besides,
I have been led on account of that into expenses.
This last complaint was so characteristic of Peter Petrovitch, that Raskolnikov, pale with anger and with the effort of restraining it, could not help breaking into laughter.
But Pulcheria Alexandrovna was furious. Expenses? What expenses? Are you talking about our trunk?
But the conductor brought it for nothing for you.
Mercy on us, we have bound you. What are you thinking about, Peter Petrovitch? It was you who bound us, hand and foot, not we.
Enough, mother, no more please, Avdotya Romanovna begged them.
Peter Petrovitch, please go.
I am going, but one last word, he said, quite unable to control himself. Your mother seems to have entirely forgotten that I made up my mind to take you, so to speak, after the gossip of the town had spread all over the district in regard to your reputation. Disregarding public opinion for your sake and reinstating your reputation, I certainly might well count on a fitting return and might in fact look for gratitude on your part. And my eyes have only now been opened. I see myself that I may have acted very, very recklessly in disregarding the universal verdict.
Does the fellow want his head smashed? Cried Razumikin, jumping up.
You are a mean and spiteful man, cried Dunya.
Not a word.
Not a movement, cried Raskolnikov, holding Razumikin back, then going close up to Luzin. Kindly leave the room, he said quietly and distinctly, and not a word more. Peter Petrovitch gazed at him for some seconds with a pale face distorted by anger, then he turned and left, and rarely has any man carried away in his heart such vindictive hatred as he felt against Raskolnikov. Him, and him alone, he blamed for everything. It is worth noting that as he went downstairs he still imagined that his case was perhaps not entirely lost, and that, so far as the ladies were concerned, all might very well indeed be set right again.
Chapter 3.
The fact was that up to the last moment he had never expected such an ending. He had been overbearing to the last degree, never dreaming that two destitute and defenseless women could escape from his control. This conviction was strengthened by his vanity and conceit, a conceit which he took to the point of excess. Peter Petrovitch, who had made his way up from insignificance, was morbidly given to self-admiration, had the highest opinion of his intelligence and capacities, and sometimes even gloated in solitude over his reflection in the mirror. But what he loved and valued above all was the money he had amassed by his work, and by all sorts of devices. That money made him the equal of all who had been his superiors. When he had bitterly reminded Dunya that he had decided to take her in spite of various evil reports, Peter Petrovitch had spoken with perfect sincerity and had, indeed, felt genuinely indignant at such black ingratitude. And yet, when he made Dunya his offer, he was fully aware of the groundlessness of all the gossip. The story had been contradicted in every quarter by Marfa Petrovna and was by then distrusted among all the townspeople, who were warm in Dunya's defense. And he would not have denied that he knew all that at the time. Yet he still thought highly of his own resolution in lifting Dunya to his level and regarded it as something heroic. In speaking of it to Dunya, he had let out the secret feeling he cherished and admired, and he could not understand that others should fail to admire it too. He had called on Raskolnikov with the feelings of a benefactor who was about to reap the fruits of his good deeds and to hear pleasing flattery.
And as he went downstairs now, he considered himself undeservedly injured and unrecognized.
Dunya was simply essential to him, to do without her was unthinkable. For many years he had voluptuous dreams of marriage, but he had gone on waiting and amassing money. He brooded with relish, in profound secret, over the image of a girl virtuous, poor, she must be poor, very young, very pretty, well-born and well-educated, very timid, one who had suffered much, and was completely humbled before him, one who would all her life look on him as her savior, worship him, admire him and only him. How many scenes, how many amorous episodes he had imagined on this seductive and playful theme, when his work was over! And, behold, the dream of so many years was all but realized. The beauty and education of Avdotya Romanovna had impressed him, her helpless position had been a great allurement, in her he had found even more than he dreamed of. Here was a girl of pride, character, virtue, of education and breeding superior to his own. He felt that, and this creature would be slavishly grateful all her life for his heroic condescension, and would humble herself in the dust before him, and he would have absolute, unbounded power over her. Not long before, he had also, after long reflection and hesitation, made an important change in his career and was now entering into a wider circle of business. With this change, his cherished dreams of rising into a higher class of society seemed likely to be realized. He was, in fact, determined to try his fortune in Petersburg.
He knew that women could do a very great deal.
The fascination of a charming, virtuous, highly educated woman might make things easier for him, might do wonders in attracting people to him, throwing an aura around him, and now everything was in ruins. This sudden horrible rupture affected him like a clap of thunder. It was like a hideous joke, an absurdity. He had only been a tiny bit masterful, had not even time to speak out, had simply made a joke, got carried away, and it had ended so seriously. And, of course, too, he did love Dunya in his own way. He already possessed her in his dreams, and all at once.
No!
The next day, the very next day, it must all be set right, smoothed over, settled. Above all, he must crush that conceited brat who was the cause of it all. With a sick feeling, he could not help remembering Razumikin too, but he soon reassured himself on that score, as though a man like that could be put on a level with him. The person he really dreaded in earnest was Svidrigailov. He had, in short, a great deal to attend to. No, I am more to blame than anyone, said Dunya, kissing and embracing her mother. I was tempted by his money, but I swear, Radia, I had no idea he was such an evil man. If I had seen through him before, nothing would have tempted me. Don't blame me, Radia. God has delivered us. God has delivered us. Pulcheria Alexandrovna muttered, but half-consciously, as though scarcely able to realize what had happened. They were all relieved, and in 5 minutes they were laughing. Only now and then Dunya turned white and frowned, remembering what had happened. Pulcheria Alexandrovna was surprised to find that she, too, was glad. She had only that morning thought rupture with Luzin a terrible misfortune. Razumikin was delighted. He did not yet dare to express his joy fully, but he was in a fever of excitement as though a ton-weight had fallen off his heart. Now he had the right to devote his life to them, to serve them. Anything might happen now. But he felt afraid to think of further possibilities and dared not let his imagination range. But Raskolnikov sat still in the same place, almost sullen and indifferent. Though he had been the most insistent on getting rid of Luzin, he seemed now the least concerned at what had happened. Dunya could not help thinking that he was still angry with her, and Pulcheria Alexandrovna watched him timidly. "What did Svidrigailov say to you?" said Dunya, approaching him. Yes, cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Raskolnikov raised his head. "He wants to make you a present of 10,000 rubles and he wishes to see you once in my presence." "See her." "On no account," cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. "And how dare he offer her money?" Then Raskolnikov repeated, rather dryly, his conversation with Svidrigailov, omitting his account of Marfa Petrovna's ghost, wishing to avoid all unnecessary talk. "How did you reply?" asked Dunya. "At first I said I would not take any message to you. Then he said that he would do his worst to obtain an interview with you without my help. He assured me that his passion for you was a passing infatuation. Now he has no feeling for you. He doesn't want you to marry Luzin." All in all, he was rather muddled. "How do you explain what he said, Radia? How did he strike you?" "I have to say, I don't quite understand him. He offers you 10,000, and yet he says he's not well off. He says he's going away, and in 10 minutes he forgets he said it. Then he says he's going to get married and has already decided on the girl. No doubt he has a motive, and probably a bad one. But it's odd that he should be so clumsy about it if he had any designs against you. Of course, I refused this money on your behalf, once for all. All in all, I thought he was rather strange. One might almost assume he was mad.
But I may be mistaken, he may just be pretending.
The death of Marfa Petrovna seems to have made a great impact on him.
God rest her soul, exclaimed Pulcheria Alexandrovna.
I shall always pray for her. Where would we be now, Dunya, without this 3,000? It's as though it had fallen from heaven. Why, Radia, this morning we had only 3 rubles in our pocket and Dunya and I were just planning to pawn her watch in order to avoid borrowing from that man until he offered us help.
Dunya seemed strangely impressed by Svidrigailov's offer.
She still stood meditating. He has got some terrible plan, she said in a half-whisper to herself, almost shuddering.
Raskolnikov noticed this slightly hysterical terror.
I imagine I shall have to see him more than once again, he said to Dunya.
We will watch him.
I will track him down, cried Razumikin vigorously.
I won't lose sight of him. Radia has given me permission.
He said to me himself just now, take care of my sister.
Will you give me permission, too, Avdotya Romanovna?
Dunya smiled and held out her hand, but the look of anxiety did not leave her face. Pulcheria Alexandrovna gazed at her timidly, but the 3,000 rubles had obviously had a soothing effect on her. A quarter of an hour later, they were all engaged in a lively conversation.
Even Raskolnikov listened attentively for some time, though he did not talk. Razumikin was speaking.
And why should you go away? He flowed on ecstatically.
And what would you do in a little town?
The great thing is, you are all here together and you need one another, you do need one another, believe me.
For a time, anyway.
Take me on as your partner and I assure you we'll plan a brilliant enterprise.
Listen.
I'll explain it all in detail to you, the whole project. It all flashed into my head this morning, before anything had happened.
This is it, I have an uncle, I must introduce him to you, he's a very obliging, respectable old man.
This uncle has got 1,000 rubles, and he lives on his pension and has no need of the money. For the last 2 years he has been bothering me to borrow it from him and pay him 6% interest. I know what that means, he simply wants to help me. Last year I had no need of it, but this year I resolved to borrow it as soon as he arrived. Then you lend me another 1,000 of your 3 and we have enough for a start, so we'll go into partnership, and what are we going to do? Then Razumikin began to unfold his project, and he explained at length that almost all our publishers and booksellers know nothing at all about what they are selling, and for that reason they are usually bad publishers, and that any decent publications pay as a rule and gain a profit, sometimes a considerable one. Razumikin had in fact been dreaming of setting up as a publisher. For the last 2 years he had been working in publishers' offices, and knew 3 European languages well, though he had told Raskolnikov 6 days before that he was weak in German in order to persuade him to take half his translation and half the payment for it. He had told a lie, then, and Raskolnikov knew he was lying. Why should we let our chance slip when we have one of the chief means of success, money of our own, cried Razumikin warmly.
Of course there will be a lot of work, but we will work, you, Avdotya Romanovna, I, Rodion. You get an excellent profit on some books nowadays.
And the great point of the business is that we shall know just what needs to be translated, and we shall be translating, publishing and learning all at once.
I can be of use because I have experience.
For nearly 2 years I've been busying about among the publishers, and now I know every detail of their business.
You don't need to be a saint to make pots, believe me.
And why should we let our chance slip? I know, and I kept the secret 2 or 3 books which you might get 100 rubles for, even if you just thought of translating and publishing them.
I wouldn't take 500 even for the idea of one of them. So what do you think?
If I were to tell a publisher, I dare say he'd hesitate, they are such blockheads. And as for the business side, printing, paper, selling, you entrust that to me, I know my way about. We'll begin in a small way and go on to a large. In any case, it will get us our living and we shall get a return on our capital.
Dunya's eyes shone.
I like what you are saying, Dmitri Prokofych, she said. I know nothing about it, of course, put in Pulcheria Alexandrovna. It may be a good idea, but again, God knows.
It's new and untried.
Of course, we must stay here at least for a time.
She looked at Radia.
What do you think, brother? Said Dunya.
I think he's got a very good idea, he answered.
Of course, it's too soon to dream of a publishing firm, but we certainly might bring out 5 or 6 books and be sure of success. I know of one book myself which would be sure to go well.
And as for whether he's able to manage it, there's no doubt about that either. He knows the business. But we can talk it over later.
Hurrah! Cried Razumikin. Now, wait, there's an apartment here in this house, belonging to the same owner. It's a special apartment, it doesn't connect to these lodgings.
It's furnished, moderate rent, 3 rooms. Suppose you take them to begin with.
I'll pawn your watch tomorrow and bring you the money, and everything can be arranged then. You can all live together, and Radia will be with you.
But, Radia, where are you off to? What, Radia, you are going already? Pulcheria Alexandrovna asked in dismay. At a moment like this? Cried Razumikin. Dunya looked at her brother in wonder and disbelief.
He held his cap in his hand, he was preparing to leave them. One would think you were burying me or saying goodbye forever, he said somewhat oddly. He tried to smile, but it did not come out as a smile. But who knows, maybe it is the last time we shall see each other, he let slip accidentally. It was what he was thinking, and somehow he uttered it aloud.
What is the matter with you? Cried his mother.
Where are you going, Radia? Asked Dunya rather strangely. Oh, I'm absolutely obliged to, he answered vaguely, as though he were hesitating about what he was going to say. But there was a look of sharp determination in his white face.
I meant to say, as I was coming here.
I meant to tell you, mother, and you, Dunya, that it would be better for us to part for a time.
I'm unwell, I'm not at peace.
I'll come afterwards, I'll come of my own accord, whenever possible, I'll remember you and love you.
Leave me alone.
I decided this beforehand.
I'm absolutely set on it. Whatever may happen to me, whether I come to ruin or not, I want to be alone. Forget me altogether, it's better. Don't ask after me. When I can, I'll come of my own accord or
I'll send for you. Perhaps it will all come back, but now if you love me, give me up or else I shall begin to hate you, I feel it.
Goodbye. Good God, cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna.
Both his mother and his sister were extremely alarmed.
Razumikin was also. Radia, let us be reconciled.
Let us be as before, cried his poor mother. He turned slowly to the door and slowly went out of the room.
Dunya overtook him.
Radia, what are you doing to her? She whispered, her eyes flashing with indignation. He looked dully at her.
No matter, I will come.
I'm coming, he muttered in an undertone, as though he was not fully conscious of what he was saying, and he went out of the room.
Wicked, heartless egoist, cried Dunya. He is insane, but not heartless. He is mad. Don't you see? It's heartless of you to say it.
Razumikin whispered in her ear, squeezing her hand tightly. I shall be back immediately, he shouted to their horror-stricken mother, and he ran out of the room. Raskolnikov was waiting for him at the end of the passage. I knew you would run after me, he said.
Go back to them, be with them tomorrow and always. Perhaps I shall come. If I can. Goodbye. And without holding out his hand, he walked away. But where are you going? What are you doing? What's the matter with you? How can you go on like this? Razumikin muttered, at his wit's end. Raskolnikov stopped once more. For the last time, never ask me about anything. I have nothing to tell you. Don't come to see me. Maybe I'll come here. Leave me, but don't leave them. Do you understand me? It was dark in the corridor. They were standing near the lamp. For a minute they were looking at one another in silence. Razumikin remembered that minute all his life. Raskolnikov's burning and intent eyes grew more penetrating every moment, piercing into his soul, into his consciousness. Suddenly Razumikin started. Something strange, as it were, passed between them. Some idea, some hint as it were, slipped, something awful, hideous, and suddenly understood on both sides. Razumikin turned pale. Do you understand now? Said Raskolnikov, his face twitching nervously. Go back, go to them, he said suddenly, and turning quickly, he went out of the house. I will not attempt to describe how Razumikin went back to the ladies, how he soothed them, how he protested that Radia needed rest in his illness, protested that Radia was sure to come, that he would come every day, that he was very, very upset, that he must not be irritated, that he, Razumikin, would watch over him, would get him a doctor, the best doctor, a consultation. In fact, from that evening onwards Razumikin took his place with them as a son and as a brother. Chapter 4. Raskolnikov went straight to the house on the canal bank where Sonia lived. It was an old greenhouse 3 floors high. He found the porter, who gave him vague directions as to where to find Kapernamov the tailor. Having found the entrance to the dark and narrow staircase in the corner of the courtyard, he went up to the 2nd floor and came out into a gallery that ran round the whole 2nd story over the yard. While he was wandering in the darkness, uncertain where to turn for Kapernamov's door, a door opened 3 paces from him. He mechanically took hold of it. Who's there? A woman's voice asked uneasily. It's me, come to see you, answered Raskolnikov, and he walked into the tiny entryway. On a broken chair stood a candle and a battered copper candlestick. It's you! My goodness, cried Sonia weakly, and she stood rooted to the spot. Which is your room? This way, and Raskolnikov, trying not to look at her, hurried in. A minute later Sonia, too, came in with the candle, put down the candlestick and, completely disconcerted, stood before him inexpressibly agitated and apparently frightened by his unexpected visit. The color rushed suddenly to her pale face and tears came into her eyes. She felt sick and ashamed and happy, too. Raskolnikov turned away quickly and sat on a chair by the table. He scanned the room in a rapid glance. It was a large but extremely low-ceilinged room, the only one let by the Kapernamovs, to whose rooms a closed door led in the wall on the left. In the opposite side on the right-hand wall was another door, which was always kept locked. That led to the next apartment, which formed a separate lodging. Sonia's room looked like a barn. It was a very irregular quadrangle, giving it a grotesque appearance. A wall with 3 windows looking out onto the canal ran on a slant so that one corner formed a very acute angle, and it was difficult to see in it without very strong light. The other corner was disproportionately obtuse. There was scarcely any furniture in the big room. In the corner on the right was a bedstead, beside it, nearest the door, was a chair. A plain, deal table covered by a blue cloth stood against the same wall, close to the door into the other apartment. 2 rush-seated chairs stood by the table. On the opposite wall near the acute angle stood a small plain wooden chest of drawers looking, as it were, lost in a desert. That was all there was in the room. The yellow, scratched and shabby wallpaper was black in the corners.
It must have been damp and full of fumes in the winter. There was every sign of poverty, even the bedstead had no curtain. Sonia looked in silence at her visitor, who was so attentively and unceremoniously scrutinizing her room, and at last even began to tremble with terror, as though she were standing before her judge and the arbiter of her destinies. "I am late, 11, isn't it?" he asked, still not lifting his eyes. "Yes," muttered Sonia. "Oh, yes, it is," she added, hastily, as though it was her means of escape. "My landlady's clock has just struck. I heard it myself." "I've come to you for the last time," Raskolnikov went on gloomily, although this was the first time. "Perhaps I may not see you again." "Are you going away?" "I don't know, tomorrow." "Then you are not coming to Katerina Ivanovna's tomorrow?" Sonia's voice shook. "I don't know. I shall know tomorrow morning." "Never mind that, I've come to say one word." He raised his brooding eyes to her and suddenly noticed that he was sitting down while she had been standing before him. "Why are you standing?" "Sit down," he said in a changed voice, gentle and friendly. She sat down. He looked kindly and almost compassionately at her. "How thin you are! What a hand! Quite transparent, like a dead hand." He took her hand. Sonia smiled faintly. "I have always been like that," she said. "Even when you lived at home?" "Yes." "Of course you were," he added abruptly, and the expression of his face and the sound of his voice changed again suddenly. He looked round him once more. "You rent this room from the Kapernaumovs?" "Yes." "They live there, through that door?" "Yes." "They have another room like this?" "All in one room?" "Yes." "I would be afraid in your room at night," he observed gloomily. "They are very good people, very kind," answered Sonia, who still seemed bewildered, "and all the furniture, everything is theirs. And they are very kind, and the children, too, often come to see me." "They all stammer, don't they?" "Yes. He stammers and he's lame. And his wife, too. It's not exactly that she stammers, but she can't speak plainly. She is a very kind woman. And he used to be a house serf. And there are 7 children, and it's only the eldest one that stammers and the others are simply ill, but they don't stammer." "But where did you hear about them?" she added with some surprise. "Your father told me, then. He told me all about you. And how you went out at 6 o'clock and came back at 9, and how Katerina Ivanovna knelt down by your bed." Sonia was confused. "I thought I saw him today," she whispered hesitatingly. "Who?" "My father. I was walking in the street, out there at the corner, at about 10 o'clock, and he seemed to be walking in front. It looked just like him. I wanted to go to Katerina Ivanovna." "You were walking in the streets?" "Yes," Sonia whispered abruptly, again overcome with confusion and looking down. "Katerina Ivanovna used to beat you, I dare say?" "Oh no, what are you saying?" "No." Sonia looked at him almost with dismay. "You love her, then?" "Love her?" "Of course," said Sonia with plaintive emphasis, and she clasped her hands in distress. "Ah, you don't. If you only knew. You see, she is just like a child. Her mind is entirely unhinged, you see, from sorrow. And how clever she used to be, how generous, how kind. Ah, you don't understand, you don't understand." Sonia said this as though in despair, wringing her hands in excitement and distress. Her pale cheeks flushed, there was a look of anguish in her eyes. It was clear that she was stirred to the depths, that she was longing to speak, to champion, to express something. A sort of insatiable compassion, if you could call it that, was reflected in every feature of her face.
Beat me. How can you? Good heavens, beat me. And if she did beat me, what then? What of it? You know nothing about it. She is so unhappy, how unhappy. And ill. She is seeking righteousness, she is pure.
She has such faith that there must be righteousness everywhere and she expects it.
And if you were to torture her, she wouldn't do wrong. She doesn't see that it's impossible for people to be righteous and she is angry at it. Like a child. She is good. And what will happen to you? Sonia looked at him inquiringly. They are left on your hands, you see.
They were all on your hands before, though.
And your father came to you to beg for drink. Well, how will it be now? I don't know, Sonia articulated mournfully. Will they stay there? I don't know.
They are in debt for the lodging, but the landlady, I hear, said today that she wanted to get rid of them, and Katerina Ivanovna says that she won't stay another minute.
How has she come to be so bold? She relies on you? Oh, no, don't talk like that. We are one, we live as if we were one.
Sonia was agitated again and even angry, as though a canary or some other little bird were to be angry.
And what could she do? What could she do? She persisted, getting hot and excited.
And how she cried today.
Her mind is unhinged, haven't you noticed it?
1 minute she is worrying like a child that everything will be right tomorrow, the lunch and all that. Then she is wringing her hands, spitting blood, weeping, and all at once she will begin knocking her head against the wall, in despair.
Then she will be comforted again.
She builds all her hopes on you. She says that you will help her now and that she will borrow a little money somewhere and go to her native town with me and set up a boarding school for the daughters of gentlemen and take me to superintend it, and we will begin a new splendid life. And she kisses and hugs me, comforts me, and you know she has such faith in these dreams of hers.
You can't contradict her.
And all day long she has been washing, cleaning, mending. She dragged the wash tub into the room with her feeble hands and sank on the bed, gasping for breath.
We went this morning to a store to buy shoes for Polenka and Lita as theirs are completely worn out. Only the money we brought wasn't enough, not nearly enough. And she picked out such lovely little boots, because she has taste, you don't know. And there in the store she burst out crying in front of the assistants because she hadn't enough. Ah, it was sad to see her. Well, after that I can understand why you live like this, Raskolnikov said with a bitter smile. And aren't you sorry for them? Aren't you sorry? Sonia flew at him again. Why, I know, you gave your last penny yourself, though you'd seen nothing of it, and if you'd seen everything, oh dear. And how often I brought her to tears. Only last week. Yes, only a week before his death. I was cruel. And how often I've done it. I've been wretched at the thought of it all day.
Sonia wrung her hands as she spoke at the pain of remembering it.
You were cruel? Yes, I went to see them, she went on, weeping, and my father said, read me something, Sonia, my head hurts, read to me, here's a book. He had a book he had got from Andrei Semyonovich Lebeziatnikov, he lives there, he always used to get hold of such strange books. And I said, I can't stay, because I didn't want to read, and I'd gone in mainly to show Katerina Ivanovna some collars. Lizaveta, the salesgirl, sold me some collars and cuffs cheap, pretty, new, embroidered ones. Katerina Ivanovna liked them very much, she put them on and looked at herself in the glass and was delighted with them. Make me a present out of them, Sonia, she said, please do. Please do, she said, she wanted them so much. And when could she wear them?
they just reminded her of her old happy days. She looked at herself in the glass, admired herself, and she has no clothes at all, no things of her own, hasn't had all these years. And she never asks anyone for anything, she is proud, she'd sooner give away everything. And these she asked for, she liked them so much. And I was sorry to give them. What use are they to you, Katerina Ivanovna? I said. I spoke like that to her, I shouldn't have said it. She gave me such a look. And she was so upset that I refused her. And it was so sad to see. And she wasn't upset because of the collars, but because I refused, I saw that. Ah, if only I could bring it all back, change it, take back those words. Ah, but it's nothing to you. Did you know Lizaveta, the salesgirl? Yes. Did you know her? Sonia asked with some surprise. Katerina Ivanovna is tubercular, seriously tubercular, soon she will be dead, said Raskolnikov after a pause, without answering her question. Oh, no. And Sonia unconsciously clutched both his hands, as though imploring for her not to be. But it will be better if she does die. No, not better at all. Sonia unconsciously repeated in dismay. And the children? What can you do except take them to live with you? Oh, I don't know, cried Sonia, almost in despair, and she put her hands to her head. It was evident that the idea had very often occurred to her before and he had only raised it again. And, what, if even now, while Katerina Ivanovna is alive, you get ill and are taken to the hospital, what will happen then? He persisted pitilessly. How can you? That can't happen. And Sonia's face was tortured with terror. Can't happen? Raskolnikov went on with a harsh smile. You're not insured against it, are you? What will happen to them then? They'll be in the street, all of them, she'll cough and beg and knock her head against some wall, as she did today, and the children will cry. Then she will fall down, be taken to the police station and to the hospital, she will die, and the children. Oh, no. God will not let it be, broke at last from Sonia's overburdened body. She listened, looking imploringly at him, dumbly clasping her hands as if she were begging him for something, as though it all depended on him. Raskolnikov got up and began to walk around the room. A minute passed. Sonia was standing with her hands and her head hanging in terrible dejection. And can't you save? Put something aside for a rainy day, he asked, stopping suddenly before her. No, whispered Sonia. Of course not. Have you tried? He added almost ironically. Yes. And it didn't come off. Of course not. No need to ask. And again he paced the room. Another minute passed. You don't get money every day? Sonia was more confused than ever and color rushed into her face again. No, she whispered with a painful effort. It will be the same with Polenka, no doubt, he said suddenly. No. It can't be, no. Sonia cried aloud in desperation, as though she had been stabbed. God would not allow anything so awful. He lets others come to it. No. God will protect her, God, she repeated beside herself. But, perhaps, there is no God at all, Raskolnikov answered with a sort of malignance, laughed and looked at her. Sonia's face suddenly changed, a tremor passed over it. She looked at him with unutterable reproach, tried to say something, but could not speak and broke into bitter sobs, hiding her face in her hands. You say Katerina Ivanovna's mind is unhinged, your own mind is unhinged, he said after a brief silence. 5 minutes passed. He still paced up and down the room in silence, not looking at her. At last he went up to her, his eyes glittered. He put his 2 hands on her shoulders and looked straight into her tearful face. His eyes were hard, feverish, and piercing, his lips were twitching. All at once he bent down quickly and, dropping to the ground, kissed her foot. Sonia drew back from him as from a madman. He certainly looked like a madman. "What are you doing to me?" she muttered, turning pale, and a sudden anguish clutched at her heart. He stood up at once. "I did not bow down to you, I bowed down to all the suffering of humanity," he said wildly, and walked away to the window. "Listen," he added, turning to her a minute later. "I said just now to an insolent man that he was not worth your little finger, and that I did my sister an honor by making her sit with you."
"ACH, you said that to them? And in her presence?" cried Sonia, frightened. "Sit down with me. On honor." "But I'm dishonorable." "Ah, why did you say that?"
"It was not because of your dishonor and your sin I said that of you, but because of your great suffering."
"But you are a great sinner, that's true," he added almost solemnly, "and your worst sin is that you have destroyed and betrayed yourself for nothing. Isn't that terrible? Isn't it terrible that you are living in this filth which you loathe so much, and at the same time you know yourself, you've only got to open your eyes, that you are not helping anyone by it, not saving anyone from anything? Tell me," he went on almost in a frenzy, "how this shame and degradation can exist in you side by side with other, opposite, holy feelings? It would be better, 1,000 times better and wiser, to leap into the water and end it all." "But what would become of them?" Sonia asked faintly, gazing at him with eyes of anguish, but not seeming surprised at his suggestion.
Raskolnikov looked strangely at her. He read it all in her face, so she must have had that thought already, perhaps many times, and earnestly she had thought out in her despair how to end it, and so earnestly, that now she scarcely wondered at his suggestion. She had not even noticed the cruelty of his words. The significance of his reproaches and his peculiar attitude to her shame she had, of course, not noticed either, and that, too, was clear to him. But he saw how monstrously the thought of her disgraceful, shameful position was torturing her and had long tortured her.
What, he thought, could have hindered her from putting an end to it?
Only then he realized what those poor little orphan children and that pitiful half-crazy Katerina Ivanovna, tubercular and knocking her head against the wall, meant for Sonia. But, nevertheless, it was clear to him again that with her character and the amount of education she had after all received, she could not in any case remain the way she was. He was still confronted by the question of how could she have remained so long in that position without going out of her mind, since she could not bring herself to jump into the water? Of course he knew that Sonia's position was an exceptional case, though unhappily not unique and not infrequent, in fact, but her exceptional nature, her tinge of education, her previous life might, one would have thought, have killed her at the first step on that revolting path.
What held her up? Surely not depravity.
All that infamy had obviously only touched her mechanically, not one drop of real depravity had penetrated to her heart. He saw that. He saw through her as she stood before him. There are 3 ways before her, he thought, the canal, the madhouse, or at last to sink into depravity which obscures the mind and turns the heart to stone. The last idea was the most revolting, but he was a skeptic, he was young, abstract, and therefore cruel, and so he could not help believing that the last way was the most likely. But can it be true, he cried to himself. Can that creature, who has still preserved the purity of her spirit, be consciously drawn at last into that sink of filth and iniquity? Can the process already have begun? Can it be that she has only been able to bear it until now, because vice has begun to be less loathsome to her? No, that cannot be, he cried, as Sonia had just before. No, what has kept her from the canal until now is the idea of sin and they, the children. And if she has not gone out of her mind, but who says she has not gone out of her mind? Is she in her senses? Can people talk, can people reason as she does? How can she sit on the edge of the abyss of loathsomeness into which she is slipping and refuse to listen when she is told about the dangers which face her?
Does she expect a miracle? No doubt she does. Doesn't that all mean madness? He stopped obstinately at that thought.
In fact, he liked that explanation better than any other. He began looking more intently at her.
So you pray to God a great deal, Sonia? He asked her.
Sonia did not speak. He stood beside her waiting for an answer. What would I be without God? She whispered rapidly, forcibly, glancing at him with suddenly flashing eyes, and squeezing his hand.
Ah, so that is it, he thought.
And what does God do for you? He asked, probing her further.
Sonia was silent a long while, as though she could not answer. Her weak chest kept heaving with emotion. Be silent. Don't ask.
You don't deserve, she cried suddenly, looking sternly and angrily at him. That's it, he repeated to himself. He does everything, she whispered quickly, looking down again.
That's the way out.
That's the explanation, he decided, scrutinizing her with eager curiosity, with a new, strange, almost morbid feeling.
He gazed at that pale, thin, irregular, angular little face, those soft blue eyes, which could flash with such fire, such stern energy, that little body still shaking with indignation and anger, and it all seemed to him more and more strange, almost impossible. She's a religious maniac, he repeated to himself. There was a book lying on the chest of drawers. He had noticed it every time he paced up and down the room. Now he took it up and looked at it. It was the New Testament in the Russian translation. It was bound in leather, old and worn. Where did you get that? He called to her across the room. She was still standing in the same place, 3 steps from the table. It was brought to me, she answered, as if unwillingly, not looking at him. Who brought it?
Lizaveta, I asked her for it.
Lizaveta.
Strange, he thought. Everything about Sonia seemed to him stranger and more wonderful every moment.
He carried the book to the candle and began to turn over the pages. Where is the story of Lazarus? He asked suddenly.
Sonia looked obstinately at the ground and would not answer.
She was standing sideways to the table.
Where is the raising of Lazarus? Find it for me, Sonia.
She stole a glance at him.
You are not looking in the right place.
It's in the 4th Gospel, she whispered sternly, without looking at him.
Find it and read it to me, he said.
He sat down with his elbow on the table, leaned his head on his hand and looked away sullenly, prepared to listen.
In 3 weeks' time they'll welcome me to the madhouse.
I shall be there if I am not in a worse place, he muttered to himself.
Sonia heard Raskolnikov's request distrustfully and moved hesitatingly to the table.
She took the book, however.
Haven't you read it?
She asked, looking up at him across the table. Her voice became sterner and sterner.
Long ago. When I was at school. Read it.
And haven't you heard it in church?
I haven't been. Do you often go?
And no, whispered Sonia.
Raskolnikov smiled. I understand. And you won't go to your father's funeral tomorrow?
Yes, I shall. I was at church last week, too.
I had a requiem service. For whom?
For Lizaveta. She was killed with an axe. His nerves were more and more strained. His head began to go round.
Were you friends with Lizaveta?
Yes. She was good, she used to come, not often, she couldn't. We used to read together and talk.
She will see God.
The last phrase sounded strange in his ears. And here was something new again, the mysterious meetings with Lizaveta, and both of them religious maniacs.
I shall be a religious maniac myself soon. It's infectious. Read, he cried irritably and insistently. Sonia still hesitated. Her heart was throbbing. She hardly dared to read to him. He looked almost with exasperation at the unhappy lunatic. What for? You don't believe, she whispered softly and as it were breathlessly. Read. I want you to, he persisted. You used to read to Lizaveta. Sonia opened the book and found the place. Her hands were shaking, her voice failed her. Twice she tried to begin and could not bring out the first syllable. Now a certain man was sick named Lazarus of Bethany. She forced herself at last to read, but at the third word her voice broke like an overstrained string. There was a catch in her breath. Raskolnikov saw in part why Sonia could not bring herself to read to him, and the more he saw this, the more roughly and irritably he insisted on her doing so. He understood only too well how painful it was for her to betray and unveil all that was her own. He understood that these feelings really were her secret treasure, which she had kept perhaps for years, perhaps from childhood, while she lived with an unhappy father and a distracted stepmother crazed by grief, in the midst of starving children and unseemly abuse and reproaches. But at the same time he knew now and knew for certain that, although it filled her with dread and suffering, yet she had a tormenting desire to read and to read to him that he might hear it, and to read now whatever might come of it. He read this in her eyes, he could see it in her intense emotion. She mastered herself, controlled the spasm in her throat and went on reading the 11th chapter of St. John. She went on to the 19th verse. And many of the Jews came to Martha and Mary to comfort them concerning their brother. Then Martha, as soon as she heard that Jesus was coming, went and met him, but Mary sat still in the house. Then said Martha unto Jesus, Lord, if thou hadst been here, my brother had not died. But I know that even now whatsoever thou wilt ask of God, God will give it thee. Then she stopped again with a shamefaced feeling that her voice would quiver and break again. Jesus said unto her, Thy brother shall rise again. Martha saith unto him, I know that he shall rise again in the resurrection, at the last day. Jesus said unto her, I am the resurrection and the life, he that believeth in me though he were dead, yet shall he live. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die. Believest thou this? She saith unto him. And drawing a painful breath, Sonia read distinctly and forcibly as though she were making a public confession of faith. Yea, Lord, I believe that thou art the Christ, the Son of God which should come into the world. She stopped and looked up quickly at him, but controlling herself went on reading. Raskolnikov sat without moving, his elbows on the table and his eyes turned away. She read to the 32nd verse. Then when Mary was come where Jesus was and saw him, she fell down at his feet, saying unto him, Lord, if thou hadst been here, my brother had not died. When Jesus therefore saw her weeping, and the Jews also weeping which came with her, he groaned in the spirit and was troubled. And said, Where have ye laid him? They said unto him, Lord, come and see. Jesus wept. Then said the Jews, Behold how he loved him. And some of them said, Could not this man which opened the eyes of the blind have caused that even this man should not have died? Raskolnikov turned and looked at her with emotion. Yes, he had known it. She was trembling in a real physical fever. He had expected it. She was getting near the story of the greatest miracle, and a feeling of immense triumph came over her. Her voice rang out like a bell, triumphing joy gave it power. The lines danced before her eyes, but she knew what she was reading by heart. At the last verse, Could not this man which opened the eyes of the blind, dropping her voice she passionately reproduced the doubt, the reproach and censure of the blind disbelieving Jews, who in another moment would fall at his feet as though struck by thunder, sobbing and believing. And he, too, is blinded and unbelieving, he, too, will hear, he, too, will believe, yes, yes. At once, now, was what she was dreaming, and she was quivering with happy anticipation. Jesus therefore again groaning in himself cometh to the grave. It was a cave, and a stone lay upon it. Jesus said, Take ye away the stone. Martha, the sister of him that was dead, saith unto him, Lord, by this time he stinketh, for he hath been dead 4 days. She laid emphasis on the word 4. Jesus saith unto her, Said I not unto thee that if thou wouldest believe, thou shouldest see the glory of God? Then they took away the stone from the place where the dead was laid. And Jesus lifted up his eyes and said, Father, I thank thee that thou hast heard me. And I know that thou hearest me always, but because of the people which stand by I said it, that they may believe that thou hast sent me. And when he thus had spoken, he cried with a loud voice, Lazarus, come forth. And he that was dead came forth. She read loudly, cold and trembling with ecstasy, as though she were seeing it before her eyes. Bound hand and foot with grave clothes, and his face was bound about with a napkin. Jesus saith unto them, Loose him, and let him go. Then many of the Jews which came to Mary and had seen the things which Jesus did believed in him. She could read no more, closed the book and got up from her chair quickly. That is all about the raising of Lazarus, she whispered severely and abruptly, and turning away she stood motionless, not daring to raise her eyes to him. She still trembled feverishly. The candle end was flickering out in the battered candlestick, dimly lighting up in the poverty-stricken room the murderer and the harlot who had so strangely been reading together the eternal book. 5 minutes or more passed. I came to speak of something, Raskolnikov said aloud, frowning. He got up and went to Sonia. She lifted her eyes to him in silence. His face was particularly stern and there was a sort of savage determination in it. I have abandoned my family today, he said, my mother and sister. I am not going to see them. I've broken with them completely. What for? Asked Sonia amazed. Her recent meeting with his mother and sister had left a great impression which she could not analyze. She heard his news almost with horror. I have only you now, he added. Let us go together. I've come to you, we are both accursed, let us go our way together. His eyes glittered, as though he were mad, Sonia thought, in her turn. Go where? She asked in alarm and she involuntarily stepped back. How do I know? I only know it's the same road, I know that and nothing more. It's the same goal. She looked at him and understood nothing. She knew only that he was terribly, infinitely unhappy. No one of them will understand, if you tell them, but I have understood. I need you, that is why I have come to you. I don't understand, whispered Sonia. You'll understand later. Haven't you done the same? You, too, have overstepped your boundaries, have had the strength to overstep them. You have laid hands on yourself, you have destroyed a life, your own, it's all the same. You might have lived in spirit and understanding, but you'll end in the Haymarket. But you won't be able to stand it, and if you remain alone you'll go out of your mind like me. You are like a mad creature already. So we must go together on the same road. Let us go. What for? What's all this for? Said Sonia, strangely and violently agitated by his words. What for? Because you can't remain like this, that's why. You must look things straight in the face at last, and not weep like a child and cry that God won't allow it. What will happen, if you really are taken to the hospital tomorrow? She is mad and tubercular, she'll die soon, and the children? Do you mean to tell me Polenka won't come to grief? Haven't you seen children here at the street corners sent out by their mothers to beg? I've found out where those mothers live and what surroundings they live in. Children can't remain children there.
At 7 the child is vicious and a thief. Yet children, you know, are the image of Christ, theirs is the kingdom of heaven. He bade us honor and love them, they are the humanity of the future. What's to be done, what's to be done, repeated Sonia, weeping hysterically and wringing her hands. What's to be done? Break what must be broken, once and for all, that's all, and take the suffering on yourself. What, you don't understand? You'll understand later. Freedom and power, and above all, power. Over all trembling creation, the whole ant heap. That's the goal, remember that. That's my farewell message. Perhaps it's the last time I shall speak to you. If I don't come tomorrow, you'll hear of it all, and then remember these words. And someday later on, in years to come, you'll understand perhaps what they meant. If I come tomorrow, I'll tell you who killed Lizaveta. Goodbye. Sonia started with terror. Why, do you know who killed her? She asked, chilled with horror, looking wildly at him. I know and will tell you, only you. I have chosen you. I'm not coming to you to ask forgiveness, but simply to tell you. I chose you long ago to hear this, when your father talked about you and when Lizaveta was alive, I thought of it. Goodbye, don't shake hands. Until tomorrow. He went out. Sonia gazed at him as she would at a madman. But she herself felt as if she were insane and knew it. Her head was whirling. My goodness, how does he know who killed Lizaveta? What did those words mean? It's awful. But at the same time the idea did not enter her head, not for a moment. Oh, he must be terribly unhappy. He has abandoned his mother and sister. What for? What has happened? And what did he have in mind? What did he say to her? He had kissed her foot and said, yes, he had said it clearly, that he could not live without her. Oh, merciful heavens! Sonia spent the whole night feverish and delirious. She jumped up from time to time, wept and wrung her hands, then sank again into feverish sleep and dreamed of Polenka, Katerina Ivanovna and Lizaveta, of reading the gospel and him with pale face, with burning eyes, kissing her feet, weeping. On the other side of the door on the right, which divided Sonia's room from Madame Reslich's apartment, was a room which long stood empty. A card was fixed on the gate and a notice stuck in the windows over the canal advertising it to let. Sonia had long been accustomed to the room being uninhabited. But all that time Mr. Svidrigailov had been standing, listening at the door of the empty room. When Raskolnikov went out he stood still, thought a moment, went on tiptoe to his own room which adjoined the empty one, brought a chair and noiselessly carried it to the door that led to Sonia's room. The conversation had struck him as interesting and remarkable, and he had greatly enjoyed it, so much so that he brought a chair that he might not in the future, tomorrow, for instance, have to endure the inconvenience of standing a whole hour, but would be able to listen in comfort. Chapter 5. When next morning at 11 o'clock punctually Raskolnikov went into the Department of the Investigation of Criminal Causes and sent his name in to Porfiry Petrovitch, he was surprised at being kept waiting so long. It was at least 10 minutes before he was summoned. He had expected that they would pounce upon him. But he stood in the waiting room, and people, who apparently had nothing to do with him, were continually passing to and fro before him. In the next room, which looked like an office, several clerks were sitting writing, and obviously they had no notion who or what Raskolnikov might be. He looked uneasily and suspiciously about him to see whether there was not some guard, some mysterious watch being kept on him to prevent his escape. But there was nothing of the sort. He saw only the faces of clerks absorbed in petty details, then other people, none of whom seemed to have any business with him. He could go where he liked for all they cared. The conviction grew stronger in him that if that enigmatic man yesterday, that phantom who had sprung out of the earth, had seen everything, they would not have let him stand and wait like that. And would they have waited until he chose to appear at 11? Either the man had not yet given information, or he simply knew nothing, had seen nothing, and how could he have seen anything, and so everything that had happened to him the day before was again a phantom exaggerated by his sick and overstrained imagination. This thought had begun to grow strong the day before, in the midst of all his alarm and despair. Thinking it all over now and preparing for a fresh conflict, he was suddenly aware that he was trembling, and he felt a rush of indignation at the thought that he was trembling with fear at facing that hateful Porfiry Petrovitch. What he dreaded above all was meeting that man again. He hated him with an intense, unmitigated hatred and was afraid his hatred might betray him. His indignation was such that he stopped trembling at once. He prepared to go in with a cold and arrogant bearing and vowed to himself to keep as silent as possible, to watch and listen and for once at least to control his overstrained nerves. At that moment he was summoned to Porfiry Petrovitch. He found Porfiry Petrovitch alone in his study. His study was a room, neither large nor small, furnished with a large writing table that stood before a sofa which was upholstered in check material, a bureau, a bookcase in the corner and several chairs, all government furniture, made of polished yellow wood. In the furthest wall there was a closed door, beyond which there were, no doubt, other rooms. On Raskolnikov's entrance Porfiry Petrovitch had immediately closed the door through which he had come in and they remained alone. He met his visitor with an apparently genial and good-tempered air, and it was only after a few minutes that Raskolnikov saw signs of a certain awkwardness in him, as though he had been thrown off guard or caught in the middle of something very secret.
"Ah, my friend.
Here you are in our domain," began Porfiry, holding out both hands to him.
Come on, sit down, my boy, or perhaps you don't like to be called my friend and my boy. Tout Court, 41. Please don't think it's too informal. Here, on the sofa.
Raskolnikov sat down, keeping his eyes fixed on him. In our domain, the apologies for being so informal, the French phrase tout court were all characteristic signs. He held out both hands to me, but he did not give me one. He drew it back in time, struck him suspiciously. Both were watching each other, but when their eyes met, quick as lightning they looked away.
I brought you this paper about the watch. Here it is. Is it all right or shall I copy it again? What? A paper?
Yes, don't be uneasy, it's all right, Porfiry Petrovitch said as though in a hurry, and after he had said it he took the paper and looked at it.
Yes, it's all right.
Nothing more is needed, he declared with the same rapidity, and he laid the paper on the table.
A minute later, when he was talking of something else, he took it from the table and put it on his bureau.
I believe you said yesterday you would like to question me formally.
About my acquaintance with the murdered woman? Raskolnikov was beginning again.
Why did I put in "I believe" passed through his mind in a flash. Why am I so uneasy at having put in that "I believe" came in a second flash. And he suddenly felt that his uneasiness at the mere contact with Porfiry, at the first words, at the first looks, had grown in an instant to monstrous proportions, and that this was fearfully dangerous. His nerves were quivering, his emotion was increasing.
It's bad. I shall say too much again.
Yes. There's no hurry, muttered Porfiry Petrovitch, moving to and fro about the table without any apparent aim, making dashes as it were towards the window, the bureau, and the table, one moment avoiding Raskolnikov's suspicious glance, then again standing still and looking him straight in the face. His fat round little figure looked very strange, like a ball rolling from one side to the other and rebounding back.
We've plenty of time. Do you smoke? Have you got your own? Here, a cigarette, he went on, offering his visitor a cigarette.
You know I am receiving you here, but my own quarters are through there, you know, my government quarters. But I am living outside for the time being. I had to have some repairs done here.
It's almost finished now. Government quarters, you know, are a wonderful thing. What do you think?
Yes, a wonderful thing, answered Raskolnikov, looking at him almost ironically. a wonderful thing, repeated Porfiry Petrovitch, as though he had just thought of something quite different. Yes, a wonderful thing, he almost shouted at last, suddenly staring at Raskolnikov and stopping short 2 steps from him. This stupid repetition was too inept for the serious, brooding and enigmatic glance he turned upon his visitor. But this stirred Raskolnikov's anger more than ever, and he could not resist an ironical and somewhat incautious challenge. "Tell me, please," he asked suddenly, looking almost insolently at him and taking a kind of pleasure in his own insolence. "I believe it's a sort of legal rule, a sort of legal tradition, for all investigating lawyers to begin their attack from afar, with a trivial, or at least an irrelevant subject, so as to encourage, or rather, to divert the man they are cross-examining, to disarm his caution, and then all at once to give him an unexpected knockdown blow with some fatal question."
Isn't that so? It's a sacred tradition, mentioned, I fancy, in all the manuals of the art? Yes. Why, do you imagine that was why I spoke about government quarters, eh?
And as he said this, Porfiry Petrovitch screwed up his eyes and winked. A good-humored, crafty look passed over his face. The wrinkles on his forehead were smoothed out, his eyes contracted, his features broadened, and he suddenly went off into a nervous prolonged laugh, shaking all over and looking Raskolnikov straight in the face.
The latter forced himself to laugh, too, but when Porfiry, seeing that he was laughing, broke into such a guffaw that he turned almost crimson, Raskolnikov's repulsion overcame all precaution. He left off laughing, scowled, and stared with hatred at Porfiry, keeping his eyes fixed on him while his intentionally prolonged laughter lasted. There was lack of precaution on both sides, however, for Porfiry Petrovitch seemed to be laughing in his visitor's face and to be almost undisturbed by the annoyance with which the visitor received it. The latter fact was very significant in Raskolnikov's eyes. He saw that Porfiry Petrovitch had not been embarrassed just before either, but that he, Raskolnikov, had perhaps fallen into a trap, that there must be some motive here unknown to him, that, perhaps, everything was ready and in another moment would break upon him. He came straight to the point, rose from his seat and took his cap. "Porfiry Petrovitch," he began resolutely, though with considerable irritation, "yesterday you expressed a desire that I should come to you for some inquiries." He laid special stress on the word inquiries. "I have come, and, if you have anything to ask me, ask it, and if not, allow me to withdraw. I have no time to spare. I have to be at the funeral of that man who was run over, of whom you know also," he added, feeling angry at once at having made this addition and more irritated at his anger. "I am sick of it all, do you hear, and I have long been. It's partly what made me ill. In short," he shouted, feeling that the phrase about his illness was still more out of place, "in short, kindly examine me or let me go, at once. And if you must examine me, do so properly. I will not allow you to do so otherwise, and so meanwhile, goodbye, as we have evidently nothing to keep us now." "Good heavens! What do you mean?"
"What shall I question you about?" cackled Porfiry Petrovitch with a change of tone, instantly cutting his laughter short. "Please don't disturb yourself," he began, fidgeting from place to place and fussily making Raskolnikov sit down. There's no hurry, it's all nonsense."
"Oh, no, I'm very glad you've come to see me at last. I look on you simply as a visitor. And as for my accursed laughter, please excuse it, Rodion Romanovitch." "Rodion Romanovitch? That is your name?"
"It's my nerves, you tickled me so much with your witty observation. I assure you, sometimes I shake with laughter like an India rubber ball for half an hour at a time.
I'm often afraid of an attack of paralysis. Do sit down."
"Please do, or I shall think you are angry." Raskolnikov did not speak. He listened, watching him, still frowning angrily. He did sit down, but still held his cap. "I must tell you one thing about myself, my dear Rodion Romanovitch," Porfiry Petrovitch continued, moving about the room and again avoiding his visitor's eyes.
"You see, I'm a bachelor, a man of no consequence and not used to company. Besides, I have nothing before me. I'm set, I'm running to seed and have you noticed, Rodion Romanovitch, that in our Petersburg circles, if two clever men meet who are not intimate, but respect each other, like you and me, it takes them half an hour before they can find a subject for conversation. They cannot speak, they sit opposite each other and feel awkward. Everyone has subjects of conversation. Ladies, for instance, people in high society always have their subjects of conversation. It's de rigueur, 42, but people of the middle sort like us, thinking people that is, are always tongue-tied and awkward. What's the reason for it? Whether it is a lack of public interest, or whether it is that we are so honest we don't want to deceive one another, I don't know. What do you think? Please put down your cap, it looks as if you were just going, it makes me uncomfortable. I am so delighted. Raskolnikov put down his cap and continued listening in silence with a serious frowning face to the vague and empty chatter of Porfiry Petrovitch. Does he really want to distract my attention with his silly babble? I can't offer you coffee here, but why not spend 5 minutes with a friend? Porfiry pattered on. And you know all these official duties, please don't mind my running up and down, forgive me, my dear fellow, I am very much afraid of offending you, but exercise is absolutely indispensable for me. I'm always sitting and so glad to be moving about for 5 minutes. I suffer from my sedentary life. I always intend to join a gymnasium. They say that officials of all ranks, even privy councillors, may be seen skipping gaily there. There you have it, modern science, yes, yes. But as for my duties here, inquiries and all such formalities, you mentioned inquiries yourself just now. I assure you these interrogations are sometimes more embarrassing for the interrogator than for the interrogated. You made the observation yourself just now very aptly and wittily. Raskolnikov had made no observation of the kind. People get into a muddle. A real muddle. They keep harping on the same note, like a drum. There will be a reform and we shall be called by a different name, at least, he. And as for our legal tradition, as you so wittily called it, I thoroughly agree with you. Every prisoner on trial, even the simplest peasant, knows that they begin by disarming him with irrelevant questions, as you so happily put it, and then deal him a knockdown blow, he. Your beautiful expressions, my boy, he. So you really imagined that I meant by government quarters, he. You are truly ironic. So, come. I won't go on. Ah, by the way, yes. One word leads to another. You spoke of formality just now, apropos of the inquiry, you know. But what's the use of formality? In many cases it's nonsense. Sometimes you have a friendly chat and get a good deal more out of it. You can always fall back on formality, may I assure you. And, after all, what does it amount to? An examining lawyer cannot be bounded by formality at every step. The work of investigation is, so to speak, a free art in its own way, he. Porfiry Petrovitch paused for breath. He had simply babbled on, uttering empty phrases, letting slip a few enigmatic words and again reverting to incoherence. He was almost running around the room, moving his fat little legs quicker and quicker, looking at the ground, with his right hand behind his back, while with his left making gestures that bore extraordinarily little relation to his words. Raskolnikov suddenly noticed that as he ran about the room he seemed twice to stop for a moment near the door, as though he were listening. Is he expecting anything? You are certainly quite right about it, Porfiry began gaily, looking with extraordinary simplicity at Raskolnikov, which startled him and instantly put him on his guard, certainly quite right in laughing so wittily at our legal forms, he. Some of these elaborate psychological methods are extremely ridiculous and perhaps useless, if you follow the forms too closely. Yes. I am talking about forms again. Well, if I recognize, or more strictly speaking, if I suspect someone or other to be a criminal in any case entrusted to me, you're a law student, of course, Rodion Romanovich? Yes, I was. Well, then it is a precedent for you for the future, though don't suppose I should venture to instruct you after the articles you publish about crime.
No, I simply make bold to state it by way of fact. If I took this man or that for a criminal, why, I ask, should I worry him prematurely, even if I had evidence against him? In one case I may be bound, for instance, to arrest a man at once, but another may be in quite a different position, so why shouldn't I let him walk about the town a bit, hee. But I see you don't quite understand, so I'll give you a clearer example. If I put him in prison too soon, I may very likely give him, so to speak, moral support, hee.
You're laughing? Raskolnikov had no intention of laughing.
He was sitting with compressed lips, his feverish eyes fixed on Porfiry Petrovitch's. Yes, that is the case, with some types especially, for men are so different.
You say evidence. Well, there may be evidence.
But evidence, can generally be taken two ways. I am an examining lawyer and a weak man, I confess it. I should like to make a proof, so to say, mathematically clear. I should like to make a chain of evidence such as twice 2 is 4, it ought to be a direct, irrefutable proof. And if I shut him up too soon, even though I might be convinced he was the man, I should very likely be depriving myself of the means of getting further evidence against him.
And how?
By giving him, so to speak, a definite position, I shall put him out of suspense and set his mind at rest, so that he will retreat into his shell. They say that at Sevastopol, soon after Alma 43, the clever people were in a terrible fright that the enemy would attack openly and take Sevastopol at once. But when they saw that the enemy preferred a regular siege, they were delighted, I am told, and reassured, for the thing would drag on for 2 months at least.
You're laughing, you don't believe me again? Of course, you're right, too. You're right.
These are special cases, I admit. But you must observe this, my dear Rodion Romanovich, the general case, the case for which all legal forms and rules are intended, for which they are calculated and laid down in books, does not exist at all, for the reason that every case, every crime for instance, as soon as it actually occurs, at once becomes a thoroughly special case and sometimes a case unlike any that's gone before. Very comic cases of that sort sometimes occur. If I leave one man completely alone, if I don't touch him and don't worry him, but let him know or at least suspect every moment that I know all about it and am watching him day and night, and if he is in continual suspicion and terror, he'll be bound to lose his head. He'll come forward of his own accord, or maybe do something which will make it as plain as twice 2 is 4, it's delightful. It may be so with a simple peasant, but with one of our sort, an intelligent man cultivated on a certain side, it's a dead certainty. For, my dear fellow, it's a very important matter to know on what side a man is cultivated. And then there are nerves, you have overlooked them. Why, they are all sick, nervous and irritable.
And then how angry they all are.
That I assure you is a regular goldmine for us.
And it's no anxiety to me, him running about the town free.
Let him walk about for a bit.
I know well enough that I've caught him and that he won't escape me. Where could he escape to, he? Abroad, perhaps?
A Pole will escape abroad, but not here, especially as I am watching and have taken measures.
Will he escape into the depths of the country?
But peasants live there, real rude Russian peasants.
A modern cultivated man would prefer prison to living with such strangers as our peasants. He. But that's all nonsense, and on the surface. It's not merely that he has nowhere to run to, he is psychologically unable to escape me, he. What an expression!
Through a law of nature he can't escape me if he had anywhere to go.
Have you seen a butterfly round a candle?
That's how he will keep circling and circling round me.
Freedom will lose its attractions.
He'll begin to brood, he'll weave a tangle round himself, he'll worry himself to death.
What's more, he will provide me with a mathematical proof if I only give him a long enough interval.
And he'll keep circling round me, getting nearer and nearer, and then, flop. He'll fly straight into my mouth and I'll swallow him, and that will be very amusing, he.
You don't believe me?
Raskolnikov made no reply. He sat pale and motionless, still gazing with the same intensity into Porfiry's face.
It's a lesson, he thought, turning cold. This is beyond the cat playing with a mouse, like yesterday. He can't be showing off his power with no motive prompting me. He is far too clever for that. He must have another object. What is it? It's all nonsense, my friend. You are pretending to scare me. You've no proofs, and the man I saw had no real existence. You simply want to make me lose my head, to work me up beforehand and crush me. But you are wrong, you won't do it. But why give me such a hint? Is he reckoning on my shattered nerves?
No, my friend, you are wrong. You won't do it even though you have some trap for me. Let us see what you have in store for me. And he braced himself to face a terrible and unknown ordeal. At times he longed to fall on Porfiry and strangle him. This anger was what he had dreaded from the beginning. He felt that his parched lips were flecked with foam, his heart was throbbing. But he was still determined not to speak till the right moment. He realized that this was the best policy in his position, because instead of saying too much he would be irritating his enemy by his silence and provoking him into speaking too freely. Anyhow, this was what he hoped for. No, I see you don't believe me. You think I am playing a harmless joke on you, Porfiry began again, getting more and more lively, chuckling at every instant and again pacing round the room. And, to be sure, you're right, God has given me a figure that can awaken none but comic ideas in other people, a buffoon, but let me tell you and I repeat it, excuse an old man, my dear Rodion Romanovich, you were still a young man, in your first youth, so to speak, and so you put intellect above everything, like all young people. Playful wit and abstract arguments fascinate you, and that's for all the world like the old Austrian Hofkriegsrat 44 as far as I am any judge of military matters, that is, on paper they'd beaten Napoleon and taken him prisoner, and there in their study they worked it all out in the cleverest fashion, but then General Mac 45 surrendered with all his army, he. I see, Rodion Romanovich, you are laughing at a civilian like me, tack ing examples out of military history. But I can't help it, it's my weakness. I am fond of military science. And I'm ever so fond of reading all the military histories. I've certainly missed my proper career. I should have been in the army, I swear I should have been. I wouldn't have been a Napoleon, but I might have been a major, he. Well, I'll tell you the whole truth, my friend, about this special case. I mean, actual fact and a man's temperament are weighty matters, and it's astonishing how they sometimes deceive the sharpest calculation. I'd listened to an old man, am speaking seriously, Rodion Romanovich, as he said this Porfiry Petrovitch, who was scarcely 35, actually seemed to have grown old, even his voice changed and he seemed to shrink together. Moreover, I'm a candid man, am I a candid man or not? What do you say? I think I must be. I tell you these things for nothing and don't even expect a reward for it, he. Well, to proceed, cleverness in my opinion is a splendid thing. It is, so to say, an adornment of nature and a consolation of life, and what tricks it can play. So that it sometimes is hard for a poor examining lawyer to know where he is, especially when he's liable to be carried away by his own imagination, too, for you know he is a man after all. But the poor fellow is saved by the criminal's temperament, worse luck for him. But young people carried away by their own wit don't think of that when they overstep all obstacles, as you wittily and cleverly expressed it yesterday. He will lie, that is, the man who is a special case, the incognito, and he will lie well, in the cleverest fashion. You might think he would triumph and enjoy the fruits of his cleverness, but at the most interesting, the most flagrant moment he will faint. Of course there may be illness and a stuffy room as well, but anyway, he's given us the idea. He lied incomparably, but he didn't reckon on his temperament. That's what betrays him. Another time he will be carried away by his playful wit into making fun of the man who suspects him. He will turn pale as it were on purpose to mislead, but his paleness will be too natural, too much like the real thing. Again he has given us an idea. Though his questioner may be deceived at first, he will think differently next day if he is not a fool, and, of course, it is like that at every step. He puts himself forward where he is not wanted, speaks continually when he ought to keep silent, brings in all sorts of allegorical allusions, he
comes and asks why didn't you take me long ago, he.
And that can happen, you know, with the cleverest man, the psychologist, the literary man.
The temperament reflects everything like a mirror. Gaze into it and admire what you see. But why are you so pale, Rodion Romanovich? Is the room stuffy? Shall I open the window?
Oh, don't trouble yourself, please, cried Raskolnikov, and he suddenly broke into a laugh. Please don't trouble yourself. Porfiry stood facing him, paused a moment, and suddenly he too laughed.
Raskolnikov got up from the sofa, abruptly checking his hysterical laughter.
Porfiry Petrovitch, he began, speaking loudly and distinctly, though his legs trembled and he could scarcely stand. I see clearly at last that you actually suspect me of murdering that old woman and her sister Lizaveta. Let me tell you for my part that I am sick of this. If you find that you have a right to prosecute me legally, to arrest me, then prosecute me, arrest me. But I will not let myself be jeered at to my face and worried. His lips trembled, his eyes glowed with fury, and he could not restrain his voice. I won't allow it, he shouted, bringing his fist down on the table.
Do you hear that, Porfiry Petrovitch? I won't allow it. Good heavens! What does it mean? Cried Porfiry Petrovitch, apparently quite frightened. Rodion Romanovich, my dear fellow, what is the matter with you?
I won't allow it, Raskolnikov shouted again.
Hush, my dear man. They'll hear and come in. Just think, what could we say to them?
Porfiry Petrovitch whispered in horror, bringing his face close to Raskolnikov's. I won't allow it, I won't allow it, Raskolnikov repeated mechanically, but he too spoke in a sudden whisper.
Porfiry turned quickly and ran to open the window. Some fresh air.
And you must have some water, my dear friend. You're ill, and he was running to the door to call for some when he found a decanter of water in the corner. Come, drink a little, he whispered, rushing up to him with the decanter.
It will be sure to do you good.
Porfiry Petrovitch's alarm and sympathy were so natural that Raskolnikov was silent and began looking at him with wild curiosity. He did not take the water, however.
Rodion Romanovich, my dear friend, you'll drive yourself out of your mind, I assure you, my goodness. Have some water, do drink a little. He forced him to take the glass.
Raskolnikov raised it mechanically to his lips, but set it on the table again with disgust.
Yes, you've had a little attack.
You'll bring back your illness again, my dear fellow, Porfiry Petrovitch cackled with friendly sympathy, though he still looked rather disconcerted. Goodness, you must take more care of yourself. Dmitri Prokofych was here, came to see me yesterday. I know, I've a nasty ironic temper, but what they made of it? Goodness, he came yesterday after you'd been. We dined and he talked and talked away, and I could only throw up my hands in despair. Did he come from you? But do sit down, for mercy's sake, sit down. No, not from me, but I knew he went to you, and why he went, Raskolnikov answered sharply. You knew? I knew. What of it? Because, Rodion Romanovich, I know more than that about you, I know about everything. I know how you went to take an apartment at night when it was dark, and how you rang the bell and asked about the blood, and the workman and the porter did not know what to make of it. Yes, I understand your state of mind at that time, but you'll drive yourself mad like that, I swear it. You'll lose your head. You're full of generous indignation at the wrongs you've received, first from destiny, and then from the police officers, and so you rush from one thing to another to force them to speak out and make an end of it all, because you are sick of all this suspicion and foolishness. That's so, isn't it? I have guessed how you feel, haven't I? Only in that way you'll lose your head. And Razumikins, too, he's too good a man for such a position, you must know that. You are ill and he is good, and your illness is infectious for him. I'll tell you about it when you are more yourself. But do sit down, for goodness sake. Please rest, you look shocking, do sit down. Raskolnikov sat down. He no longer shivered, he was hot all over. In amazement he listened with strained attention to Porfiry Petrovitch, who still seemed frightened as he looked after him with friendly solicitude. But he did not believe a word he said, though he felt a strange inclination to believe. Porfiry's unexpected words about the apartment had utterly overwhelmed him. How can it be, he knows about the apartment then, he thought suddenly, and he tells me so himself. Yes, in our legal practice there was a case which was almost exactly identical, a case of morbid psychology, Porfiry went on quickly. A man confessed to murder and how he kept it up. It was a regular hallucination, he brought forward facts, he imposed upon everyone, and why? He had been partly, but only partly, unintentionally the cause of a murder, and when he knew that he had given the murderers the opportunity, he sank into dejection. It got on his mind and turned his brain, he began imagining things and he persuaded himself that he was the murderer. But at last the appeal court went into it and the poor man was acquitted and given proper care. Thanks to the appeal court.
Toot toot toot.
Why, my dear friend, you may drive yourself into delirium if you have the impulse to work upon your nerves, to go ringing bells at night and asking about blood. I've studied all this morbid psychology in my practice. A man is sometimes tempted to jump out of a window or from a belfry. Just the same with bell ringing. It's all illness, Rodion Romanovich. You have begun to neglect your illness. You should consult an experienced doctor. What's the good of that fat friend of yours? You are light-headed. You were delirious when you did all this. For a moment Raskolnikov felt everything turning. Is it possible, flashed through his mind, that he is still lying? He can't be. He rejected that idea, feeling to what a degree of fury it might drive him, feeling that fury might drive him mad. I was not delirious. I knew what I was doing, he cried, straining every faculty to penetrate Porfiry's game. I was quite myself, do you hear? Yes, I hear and understand. You said yesterday you were not delirious, you were particularly emphatic about it. I understand all you can tell me. AACH. Listen, Rodion Romanovich, my dear fellow. If you were actually a criminal, or were somehow mixed up in this damnable business, would you insist that you were not delirious but in full possession of your faculties? And so emphatically and persistently? Would it be possible? Absolutely impossible, the way I see it. If you had anything on your conscience, you would certainly insist that you were delirious. That's so, isn't it? There was a note of slyness in this inquiry. Raskolnikov drew back on the sofa as Porfiry bent over him and stared in silent perplexity at him. Another thing about Razumikin, you certainly ought to have said that he came of his own accord, to have concealed your part in it. But you don't conceal it. You lay stress on the fact that he came at your instigation. Raskolnikov had not done so. A chill went down his back. You keep telling lies, he said slowly and weakly, twisting his lips into a sickly smile. You are trying again to show that you know all my game, that you know all I shall say beforehand, he said, conscious himself that he was not weighing his words as he should. You want to frighten me, or you are just laughing at me. He still stared at him as he said this, and again there was a light of intense hatred in his eyes. You keep lying, he said. You know perfectly well that the best policy for the criminal is to tell the truth as nearly as possible, to conceal as little as possible.
I don't believe you. What a cunning person you are.
Porfiry tittered, you can't be caught out,
You have a real monomania. So you don't believe me?
but still you do believe me. You believe a quarter, I'll soon make you believe the whole, because I have a sincere liking for you and genuinely wish you good.
Raskolnikov's lips trembled.
Yes, I do, went on Porfiry, touching Raskolnikov's arm genially. You must take care of your illness. Besides, your mother and sister are here now, you must think of them. You must soothe and comfort them, and you do nothing but frighten them.
What has that to do with you? How do you know anything about it? What concern is it of yours? You are keeping watch on me and want to let me know it? Goodness!
Why, I learnt it all from you yourself.
You don't notice that in your excitement you tell me and others everything. From Razumikin, too, I learnt a number of interesting details yesterday.
No, you interrupted me, but I must tell you that, for all your cleverness, your suspiciousness makes you lose the common-sense view of things. To return to bell ringing, for instance.
I, an examining lawyer, have betrayed a precious thing like that, a real fact, for it is a fact worth having, and you see nothing in it.
Why, if I had the slightest suspicion of you, should I have acted like that? No, I should first have disarmed your suspicions and not let you see I knew of that fact, should have diverted your attention and suddenly have dealt you a knockdown blow, your expression, saying, "And what were you doing, sir, pray, at 10 or nearly 11 at the murdered woman's apartment, and why did you ring the bell, and why did you ask about blood?
And why did you invite the porters to go with you to the police station, to the lieutenant? That's how I ought to have acted if I had a grain of suspicion about you.
I ought to have taken your evidence in due form, searched your apartment, and perhaps have arrested you, too, so I have no suspicion about you, since I have not done that.
But you can't look at it normally and you see nothing, I say again." Raskolnikov started so that Porfiry Petrovitch could not fail to perceive it.
"You are lying all the time," he cried. "I don't know what you're aiming at, but you are lying."
"You did not speak like that just now, and I cannot be mistaken." "I am lying?"
Porfiry repeated, apparently incensed, but preserving a good-humored and ironical face, as though he were not in the least concerned at Raskolnikov's opinion of him. "I am lying, but how did I treat you just now, I, the examining lawyer? Prompting you and giving you every means for your defense, illness, I said, delirium, injury, melancholy, and the police officers, and all the rest of it?
Ah! He.
Though in fact all those psychological means of defense are not very reliable and cut both ways, illness, delirium, I don't remember, that's all right, but why, my friend, in your illness and in your delirium were you haunted by just those delusions and not by any others?
There may have been others, eh? He.
Raskolnikov looked haughtily and contemptuously at him.
Briefly, he said loudly and imperiously, rising to his feet and in so doing pushing Porfiry back a little, briefly, I want to know, do you acknowledge me perfectly free from suspicion or not?
Tell me, Porfiry Petrovitch, hurry up and tell me once and for all. What trouble I'm having with you, cried Porfiry with a perfectly good-humored, sly and composed face.
And why do you want to know? Why do you want to know so much, since they haven't begun to worry you? You are like a child asking for matches. And why are you so uneasy? Why do you force yourself upon us, eh? He.
I repeat, Raskolnikov cried furiously, that I can't put up with it.
With what? Uncertainty, interrupted Porfiry. Don't jeer at me. I won't have it. I tell you I won't have it. I can't and I won't, do you hear, he shouted, bringing his fist down on the table again. Hush. They'll overhear.
I warn you seriously, take care of yourself.
I am not joking, Porfiry whispered,
but this time there was not the look of old womanish good nature and alarm in his face. Now he was peremptory, stern, frowning, and for once laying aside all mystification.
But this was only for an instant.
Raskolnikov, bewildered, suddenly fell into actual frenzy, but, strange to say, he again obeyed the command to speak quietly, though he was at the height of his fury.
"I will not allow myself to be tortured," he whispered, instantly recognizing with hatred that he could not help obeying the command and driven to even greater fury by the thought. "Arrest me, search me, but please act in due form and don't play with me. Don't you dare."
"Don't worry about the form," Porfiry interrupted with the same sly smile, as it were, gloating with enjoyment over Raskolnikov.
"I invited you to see me quite in a friendly way."
"I don't want your friendship and I spit on it.
Do you hear? Look, I'm taking my cap and I'm going. What will you say now if you intend to arrest me?" He took up his cap and went to the door.
"And won't you see my little surprise?" chuckled Porfiry, again taking him by the arm and stopping him at the door. He seemed to become more playful and good-humored, which maddened Raskolnikov.
"What surprise?"
he asked, standing still and looking at Porfiry in alarm.
"My little surprise, it's sitting there behind the door, He
pointed to the locked door.
"I locked him in so that he would not escape." "What is it? Where? What?" Raskolnikov walked to the door and would have opened it, but it was locked. "It's locked, here is the key."
And he brought a key out of his pocket. "You are lying," roared Raskolnikov without restraint, "you are lying, you damned Punchinello," and he rushed at Porfiry, who retreated to the other door, not at all alarmed.
"I understand it all. You are lying and mocking, so I will betray myself to you." "Why, you could not betray yourself any further, my dear Rodion Romanovitch. You are in a passion.
Don't shout, I shall call the clerks."
"You are lying."
"Call the clerks." "You knew I was ill and tried to work me into a frenzy to make me betray myself, that was your aim. Produce your facts."
"I understand it all."
"You've no evidence, you have only wretched trashy suspicions like Zametov's. You knew my character, you wanted to drive me to fury and then to knock me down with priests and deputies."
"Are you waiting for them?" What are you waiting for? Where are they? Produce them?" "Why deputies, my good man? What things people will imagine. And to do so would not be acting in form as you say, you don't know the business, my dear fellow.
And there's no escaping form, as you see," Porfiry muttered, listening at the door through which a noise could be heard.
"Ah, they're coming," cried Raskolnikov. "You've sent for them. You expected them. Well, produce them all, your deputies, your witnesses, what you like. I am ready."
But at this moment a strange incident occurred, something so unexpected that neither Raskolnikov nor Porfiry Petrovitch could have imagined that their interview would come to such a conclusion.
Chapter 6. When he remembered the scene afterwards, this is how Raskolnikov saw it.
The noise behind the door increased, and suddenly the door was opened a little.
"What is it?" cried Porfiry Petrovitch, annoyed. "I gave instructions."
For an instant there was no answer, but it was evident that there were several persons at the door, and that they were apparently pushing somebody back.
"What is it?" Porfiry Petrovitch repeated, uneasily. "The prisoner Nikolai has been brought," someone answered. "He is not wanted. Take him away. Let him wait. What's he doing here?" "This is entirely out of order," cried Porfiry, rushing to the door.
But he began the same voice, and suddenly ceased.
2 seconds, not more, were spent in actual struggle, then someone gave a violent shove, and then a man, very pale, strode into the room.
This man's appearance was at first sight very strange. He stared straight before him, as though seeing nothing. There was a determined gleam in his eyes, at the same time there was a deathly pallor in his face, as though he were being led to the scaffold. His white lips were faintly twitching. He was dressed like a workman and was of medium height, very young, slim, with a round haircut and thin spare features. The man whom he had thrust back followed him into the room and succeeded in seizing him by the shoulder. He was a warder.
Nikolai pulled his arm away. Several people crowded inquisitively into the doorway. Some of them tried to get in. All this took place almost instantaneously.
"Go away, it's too soon.
Wait until you are sent for. Why have you brought him so soon?"
Porfiry Petrovitch muttered, extremely annoyed, as if his plans had been upset.
But Nikolai suddenly knelt down.
"What's the matter?" cried Porfiry, surprised.
"I am guilty. The sin is mine."
"I am the murderer," Nikolai articulated suddenly, rather breathless, but speaking fairly loudly. For 10 seconds there was a silence as though everyone had been struck dumb. Even the warder stepped back, mechanically retreated to the door, and stood motionless.
"What is it?" cried Porfiry Petrovitch, recovering from his momentary disbelief.
"I am the murderer," repeated Nikolai, after a brief pause.
Who did you kill?"
Porfiry Petrovitch was obviously bewildered.
Nikolai again was silent for a moment. "Alyona Ivanovna and her sister Lizaveta Ivanovna, I killed with an axe."
Darkness came over me, he added suddenly, and fell silent again. He remained on his knees. Porfiry Petrovitch stood for some moments as though meditating, but suddenly roused himself and waved back the uninvited spectators.
They instantly vanished and closed the door.
Then he looked towards Raskolnikov, who was standing in the corner, staring wildly at Nikolai, and moved towards him, but stopped short, looked from Nikolai to Raskolnikov and then again at Nikolai, and seeming unable to restrain himself darted at the latter. "You're in too great a hurry," he shouted at him, almost angrily.
"I didn't ask you what came over you. Tell me, did you kill them?" "I am the murderer."
"I want to give evidence," Nikolai pronounced.
"Ah! What did you kill them with?" "An axe. I had it ready." "Ah, he is in a hurry. Alone?" Nikolai did not understand the question. "Did you do it alone?" "Yes, alone. And Mitka is not guilty and had no share in it." "Don't be in a hurry about Mitka." How was it you ran downstairs like that at the time? The porters met you both." "It was to put them off the scent."
"I ran after Mitka," Nikolai replied hurriedly, as though he had prepared the answer.
"I knew it," cried Porfiry, with vexation.
"It's not his own tale he is telling," he muttered as though to himself, and suddenly his eyes rested on Raskolnikov again. He was apparently so taken up with Nikolai that for a moment he had forgotten Raskolnikov.
He was a little taken aback. "My dear Rodion Romanovich, excuse me," he flew up to him, "this shouldn't have happened. I'm afraid you must go, it'll be no good if you stay." "I will, you see, what a surprise. Goodbye."
And taking him by the arm, he showed him to the door. "I suppose you didn't expect it," said Raskolnikov who, though he had not yet fully grasped the situation, had regained his courage.
"You did not expect it either, my friend. See how your hand is trembling." He. "You're trembling, too, Porfiry Petrovitch." "Yes, I am, I didn't expect it."
They were already at the door. Porfiry was impatient for Raskolnikov to be gone.
"And your little surprise, aren't you going to show it to me?" Raskolnikov said, sarcastically. Why, his teeth are chattering as he asks, he. You have a real sense of irony. Come on, until we meet. I believe we can say goodbye.
That's in God's hands, muttered Porfiry, with an unnatural smile.
As he walked through the office, Raskolnikov noticed that many people were looking at him.
Among them he saw the two porters from the house, whom he had invited that night to the police station.
They stood there waiting.
But he was no sooner on the stairs than he heard the voice of Porfiry Petrovitch behind him. Turning round, he saw the latter running after him, out of breath.
One word, Rodion Romanovich, as for the rest of it, it's in God's hands, but as a matter of form there are some questions I shall have to ask you, so we shall meet again, shan't we?
And Porfiry stood still, facing him with a smile.
Shan't we, he added again.
He seemed to want to say something more, but could not speak out. You must forgive me, Porfiry Petrovitch, for what has just passed. I lost my temper, began Raskolnikov, who had regained his courage to such an extent that he felt irresistibly inclined to display his coolness. Don't mention it, Porfiry replied, almost gleefully.
I myself, too. I have a wicked temper, I admit it. But we shall meet again.
If it's God's will, we may see a great deal of one another. And we'll get to know each other properly, added Raskolnikov. Yes, know each other properly, assented Porfiry Petrovitch, and he screwed up his eyes, looking earnestly at Raskolnikov.
Now you're going to a birthday party? To a funeral. Of course, the funeral.
Take care of yourself, and get well. I don't know what to wish you, said Raskolnikov, who had begun to descend the stairs, but looked back again.
I would like to wish you success, but your office is such a comical one. Why comical?
Porfiry Petrovitch had turned to go, but he seemed to prick up his ears at this.
How you must have been torturing and harassing that poor Nikolai psychologically, in that way of yours, until he confessed. You must have been at him day and night, proving to him that he was the murderer, and now that he has confessed, you'll begin vivisecting him again. You are lying, you'll say. You are not the murderer. You can't be. It's not your own tale you are telling. You must admit it's a comical business. He. You noticed then that I said to Nikolai just now that it was not his own tale he was telling? How could I help noticing it? He. You are quick-witted. You notice everything. You've really a playful mind. And you always fasten on the comic side, he.
They say that was the marked characteristic of Gogol, 46 among the writers.
Yes, of Gogol. I shall look forward to meeting you. So shall I. Raskolnikov walked straight home.
He was so muddled and bewildered that when he got home he sat for a quarter of an hour on the sofa, trying to collect his thoughts. He did not attempt to think about Nikolai, he was stupefied, he felt that his confession was something inexplicable, amazing.
Something beyond his understanding. But Nikolai's confession was an actual fact.
The consequences of this fact were clear to him at once, its falsehood could not fail to be discovered, and then they would be after him again. Until then, at least, he was free and must do something for himself, for the danger was imminent.
But how imminent?
His position gradually became clear to him. Remembering, sketchily, the main outlines of his recent scene with Porfiry, he could not help shuddering again with horror. Of course, he did not yet know all Porfiry's aims, he could not see into all his calculations. But he had already partly shown his hand, and no one knew better than Raskolnikov how terrible Porfiry's lead had been for him. A little more and he might have given himself away completely, circumstantially. Knowing his nervous temperament and seeing through him from the first, Porfiry, though playing a bold game, was bound to win. There's no denying that Raskolnikov had compromised himself seriously, but no facts had come to light as yet. There was nothing positive.
But was he taking a true view of the position? Wasn't he mistaken? What had Porfiry been trying to get at? Had he really some surprise prepared for him? And what was it? Had he really been expecting something or not? How would they have parted if it had not been for the unexpected appearance of Nikolai?
Porfiry had shown almost all his cards, of course. He had risked something in showing them, and if he had really had anything up his sleeve, Raskolnikov reflected, he would have shown that, too.
What was that surprise? Was it a joke? Had it meant anything? Could it have concealed anything like a fact, a piece of positive evidence? His yesterday's visitor? What had become of him? Where was he today?
If Porfiry really had any evidence, it must be connected with him. He sat on the sofa with his elbows on his knees and his face hidden in his hands. He was still shivering nervously. At last he got up, took his cap, thought a minute, and went to the door. He had a sort of presentiment that for today, at least, he might consider himself out of danger. He had a sudden sense almost of joy. He wanted to hurry to Katerina Ivanovna's. He would be too late for the funeral, of course, but he would be in time for the memorial dinner, and there at once he would see Sonia. He stood still, thought a moment, and a suffering smile came for a moment onto his lips.
Today. Today, he repeated to himself. Yes, today. So it must be. But as he was about to open the door, it began opening of itself. He started and moved back. The door opened gently and slowly, and suddenly a figure appeared, yesterday's visitor from under the ground. The man stood in the doorway, looked at Raskolnikov without speaking, and took a step forward into the room. He was exactly the same as yesterday, the same figure, the same dress, but there was a great change in his face. He looked dejected and sighed deeply. If he had only put his hand up to his cheek and leaned his head on one side, he would have looked exactly like a peasant woman. "What do you want?" asked Raskolnikov, numb with terror. The man was still silent, but suddenly he bowed down almost to the ground, touching it with his finger. "What is it?" cried Raskolnikov. "I have sinned," the man articulated softly. "I have had evil thoughts." They looked at one another. "I was worried. When you came, maybe you were drunk and told the porters to go to the police station and asked about the blood. I was worried that they let you go and thought you were drunk. I was so worried I lost my sleep. And remembering the address, we came here yesterday and asked for you." "Who came?" Raskolnikov interrupted, instantly beginning to remember. "I did. I've wronged you." "Then you came from that house?" "I was standing at the gate with them, don't you remember? We have carried on our trade in that house for many years. We cure and prepare hides, we take work home. Most of all, I was worried." And the whole scene of the day before yesterday in the gateway came clearly into Raskolnikov's mind. He recalled that there had been several people there besides the porters, women among them. He remembered one voice had suggested taking him straight to the police station. He could not recall the face of the speaker, and even now he did not recognize it, but he remembered that he had turned round and made him some answer. So this was the solution of yesterday's horror. The most awful thought was that he had been actually almost lost, had almost done for himself on account of such a trivial circumstance. So this man could tell nothing except the fact that he asked about the apartment and the bloodstains. So Porfiry, too, had nothing but that delirium, no facts but this psychology which cuts both ways, nothing positive. So if no more facts come to light, and they must not, then what can they do to him? How can they convict him, even if they arrest him? And Porfiry then had only just heard about the apartment and had not known about it before. "Was it you who told Porfiry that I'd been there?" he cried, struck by a sudden idea. What Porphyry? The head of the detective department? Yes. The porters did not go there, but I went. Today? I got there 2 minutes before you. And I heard it all, how he worried you. Where? What? When? In the next room. I was sitting there all the time. What? So you were the surprise? But how could that happen? It's unbelievable. I saw that the porters did not want to do what I said, began the man, because it's too late, they said, and maybe he'll be angry that we didn't come at the time. I was anxious and I lost sleep over it, so I began making inquiries. And when I found out yesterday where to go, I went there today. The first time I went he wasn't there. When I came an hour later he couldn't see me. So I went a third time, and they showed me in. I told him everything, just as it happened, and he started skipping around the room and punching himself on the chest. Why did you horrors not tell me? If I'd known about it I should have arrested him. He ran out, called somebody and began talking to him in the corner, then he turned to me, reprimanding and questioning me. He criticized me a great deal, and I told him everything, and I told him that you didn't dare to say a word in answer to me yesterday and that you didn't recognize me. And he started running around again and kept on hitting himself on the chest, and getting angry and running around, and when they announced that you were here he told me to go into the next room. Sit there for a bit, he said. Don't move, whatever you hear. And he put a chair there for me and locked me in. I may call you, he said, perhaps. And when Nikolai had been brought he let me out as soon as you were gone. I'll send for you and question you again, he said. And did he question Nikolai while you were there? He got rid of me like he got rid of you, before he spoke to Nikolai. The man stood still, and again suddenly bowed down, touching the ground with his finger. Forgive me for my evil thoughts, and my slander. May God forgive you, answered Raskolnikov. And as he said this, the man bowed down again, but not to the ground, turned slowly and went out of the room. It all cuts both ways, now it all cuts both ways, repeated Raskolnikov, and he went out more confident than ever. Now we'll make a fight of it, he said, with a malicious smile, as he went down the stairs. His malice was aimed at himself. With shame and contempt he recalled his cowardice. Part 5. Chapter 1. The morning that followed the fateful interview with Dunya and her mother brought sobering influences to bear on Peter Petrovich. Intensely unpleasant as it was, he was forced little by little to accept as an unshakable fact what had seemed to him only the day before to be fantastic and incredible. The black snake of wounded vanity had been gnawing at his heart all night. When he got out of bed, Peter Petrovich immediately looked in the looking-glass. He was afraid that he had jaundice. However, his health seemed unimpaired so far, and looking at his noble, clear-skinned face which had recently grown fattish, Peter Petrovich for an instant was positively comforted in the conviction that he would find another bride, and perhaps even a better one. But coming back to the sense of his present position, he turned aside and spat vigorously, which provoked a sarcastic smile in Andrei Semyonovich Lebeziatnikov, the young friend with whom he was staying. Peter Petrovich noticed that smile, and held it against his young friend at once. He had recently held many things against him. His anger was doubled when he reflected that he ought not to have told Andrei Semyonovich about the result of yesterday's interview. That was the second mistake he had made in his temper, through impulsiveness and irritability. Moreover, all morning one unpleasantness followed another. He even found a hitch awaiting him in his legal case in the Senate. He was particularly irritated by the owner of the apartment which had been taken due to his approaching marriage and was being redecorated at his own expense. The owner, a rich German tradesman, would not entertain the idea of breaking the contract which had just been signed and insisted on the full forfeit money, though Peter Petrovich would be giving him back the apartment practically redecorated.
In the same way, the upholsterers refused to return a single ruble of the installment paid for the furniture purchased but not yet removed to the apartment.
Am I to get married simply for the sake of the furniture?
Peter Petrovich ground his teeth, and at the same time once more he had a gleam of desperate hope.
Can it all really be over so irrevocably? Is it no use to make another effort?
The thought of Dunya sent a voluptuous pang through his heart. He went through agonies at that moment, and if it had been possible to kill Raskolnikov instantly by wishing it, Peter Petrovich would promptly have uttered the wish. It was my mistake, too, not to have given them money, he thought, as he returned dejectedly to Lebeziatnikov's room, and why on earth was I such a Jew?
It was false economy. I meant to keep them without a penny so that they would turn to me as their providence, and look at them. Phoo!
If I'd spent about 1,500 rubles on them for the trunk and presents, on knickknacks, dressing cases, jewelry, materials, and all that sort of trash from Notas 47 and the English store, my position would have been better and stronger.
They could not have refused me so easily. They are the sort of people that would feel bound to return money and presents if they broke it off, and they would find it hard to do it. And their consciences would prick them. How can we dismiss a man who has hitherto been so generous and delicate? I've made a blunder.
And grinding his teeth again, Peter Petrovich called himself a fool, but not aloud, of course.
He returned home, twice as irritated and angry as before. The preparations for the funeral dinner at Katerina Ivanovna's aroused his curiosity as he passed. He had heard about it the day before. He imagined, in fact, that he had been invited, but absorbed in his own worries he had paid no attention. When he asked Madame Lipwechsel, who was busy laying the table while Katerina Ivanovna was away at the cemetery, he heard that the entertainment was going to be substantial, that all the tenants had been invited, some of whom had not known the dead man, that even Andrei Semyonovich Lebeziatnikov was invited despite his previous quarrel with Katerina Ivanovna, that he, Peter Petrovich, was not only invited, but was eagerly expected as he was the most important of the tenants. Amalia Ivanovna herself had been invited with great ceremony despite all the recent unpleasantness, and so she was very busy with preparations and was taking real pleasure in them. She was moreover dressed up to the nines, in new black silk, and she was proud of it. All this gave Peter Petrovich an idea, and he went into his room, or rather Lebeziatnikov's, somewhat thoughtful. He had learnt that Raskolnikov was to be one of the guests. Andrei Semyonovich had been at home all morning. Peter Petrovich's attitude to this gentleman was strange, though perhaps natural. Peter Petrovich had despised and hated him from the day he came to stay with him, and at the same time he seemed somewhat afraid of him. He had not come to stay with him on his arrival in Petersburg solely due to his own tight-fistedness, though that had been perhaps his chief object. He had heard that Andrei Semyonovich, who had once been his protégé, was a leading young progressive who was playing an important part in certain interesting circles, the doings of which were a legend in the provinces. It had impressed Peter Petrovich. These powerful, omniscient circles, which despised everyone and showed everyone up for what they really were, had long been for him a peculiar but wholly vague cause for concern. He had not, of course, been able to form even an approximate notion of what they meant. He, like everyone, had heard that there were, especially in Petersburg, progressives of some sort, nihilists and so on, and, like many people, he exaggerated and distorted the significance of those words to an absurd degree. What for many years past he had feared more than anything was being shown up for what he really was, and this was the chief ground for his continual uneasiness at the thought of transferring his business to Petersburg. He was afraid of this in the same way as little children are sometimes panic-stricken. Some years previously, when he was just embarking on his own career, he had come upon two cases in which rather important people in the province, patrons of his, had been cruelly shown up. One instance had ended in great scandal for the person attacked, and the other had very nearly ended in serious trouble. For this reason Peter Petrovich intended to go into the subject as soon as he reached Petersburg and, if necessary,
to anticipate contingencies by seeking the favor of our younger generation. He relied on Andrei Semyonovich for this, and before his visit to Raskolnikov he had succeeded in picking up some current phrases.
He soon discovered that Andrei Semyonovich was a commonplace simpleton, but that by no means reassured Peter Petrovich. Even if he had been certain that all the progressives were fools like him, it would not have allayed his uneasiness. All the doctrines, the ideas, the systems with which Andrei Semyonovich pestered him had no interest for him. He had his own object, he simply wanted to find out at once what was happening here. Did these people have any power or not? Had he anything to fear from them? Would they expose any enterprise of his? And what precisely was now the object of their attacks? Could he somehow make up to them and get round them if they really were powerful? Was this the thing to do or not? Couldn't he gain something through them? In fact, hundreds of questions presented themselves. Andrei Semyonovich was an anemic, scrofulous little man, with strangely flaxen mutton-chop whiskers of which he was very proud. He was a clerk and had almost always something wrong with his eyes. He was rather soft-hearted, but self-confident and sometimes extremely conceited in speech, which had an absurd effect, incongruous with his little figure. He was one of the tenants whom Amalia Ivanovna most respected because he did not get drunk and paid regularly for his lodgings. Andrei Semyonovich was in fact rather stupid. He attached himself to the cause of progress and our younger generation out of his own enthusiasm. He was one of the numerous and varied legion of dullards, of half-animate abortions, conceited, half-educated idiots, who attach themselves to the idea most in fashion only to vulgarize it and who caricature every cause they serve, however sincerely. Though Lebeziatnikov was so good-natured, he, too, was beginning to dislike Peter Petrovich. This happened on both sides unconsciously. However simple Andrei Semyonovich might be, he began to see that Peter Petrovich was duping him and secretly despising him, and that he was not the right sort of man. He had tried expounding to him the system of Fourier and the Darwinian theory, but of late Peter Petrovich began to listen too sarcastically and even to be rude. The fact was he had begun instinctively to guess that Lebeziatnikov was not merely a commonplace simpleton, but perhaps a liar too, and that he had no connections of any consequence even in his own circle, but had simply picked things up third hand, and that very likely he did not even know much about his own work of propaganda, for he was in too great a muddle. A fine person he would be to show anyone up. It must be noted, by the way, that Peter Petrovich had during those 10 days eagerly accepted the strangest praise from Andrei Semyonovich. He had not protested, for instance, when Andrei Semyonovich congratulated him for being ready to contribute to the establishment of the new commune, or to abstain from christening his future children, or to acquiesce if Dunya were to take a lover a month after marriage, and so on. Peter Petrovich took such pleasure in hearing his praises sung that he did not even look down upon such virtues when they were attributed to him. That morning, Peter Petrovich happened to have cashed some 5% bonds, and now he sat down to the table and counted up bundles of notes. Andrei Semyonovich, who hardly ever had any money, walked around the room, pretending to himself that he could look at all those banknotes with indifference and even contempt. Nothing would have convinced Peter Petrovich that Andrei Semyonovich could really look on the money unmoved, and the latter kept thinking bitterly that Peter Petrovich was capable of entertaining such an idea about him and was, perhaps, glad to get a chance to tease his young friend by reminding him of his inferiority and the great difference between them. He found him incredibly inattentive and irritable, though he, Andrei Semyonovich, began enlarging on his favorite subject, the foundation of a new special commune. The brief remarks that dropped from Peter Petrovich between the clicking of the beads on the abacus betrayed an impolite and unmistakable irony. But the humane Andrei Semyonovich ascribed Peter Petrovich's ill humor to his recent breach with Dunya, and he was burning with impatience to talk about it. He had something progressive to say on the subject which might comfort his eminent friend and could not fail to promote his development. There is some sort of entertainment being prepared at the widow's, isn't there? Peter Petrovich asked suddenly,
interrupting Andrei Semyonovich at the most interesting passage.
Do you really not know? But I was telling you last night what I think about all those ceremonies.
And she invited you too, I heard.
You were talking to her yesterday.
I would never have expected that foolish beggar to have spent on this feast all the money she got from that other fool, Raskolnikov. I was surprised just now when I went to take a look at the preparations there, the wines.
Several people have been invited.
It's beyond anything, continued Peter Petrovitch, who seemed to have some purpose in pursuing the conversation.
What? Did you say I was invited as well? When was that? I don't remember.
But I shan't go.
Why should I?
I only said a word to her in passing yesterday about the possibility of her obtaining a year's salary as a destitute widow of a government clerk.
I suppose that's why she's invited me, isn't it? He. I don't intend to go either, said Lebeziatnikov.
I should think not, after giving her a thrashing.
You might well hesitate, he.
Who thrashed? Whom? Cried Lebeziatnikov, flustered and blushing.
You thrashed Katerina Ivanovna a month ago.
I heard so yesterday, so that's what your convictions amount to, and the question of women, too, wasn't an entirely sound one, he, and Peter Petrovitch, as though he were comforted, went back to clicking his beads. It's all slander and nonsense, cried Lebeziatnikov, who was always afraid of references to the subject. It was not like that at all, it was completely different.
You've heard it wrong, it's a false rumor. I was simply defending myself.
She rushed at me first with her nails, she pulled out all my whiskers. It's permissible for anyone, I should hope, to defend themselves. I never allow anyone to use violence against me on principle, it's an act of despotism.
What should I have done?
I just pushed her back.
He. Luzin went on laughing maliciously. You keep on like that because you are in a bad mood yourself.
But that's nonsense, and it has nothing whatsoever to do with the question of women. You don't understand. I used to think, in fact, that if women are equal to men in all respects, even in strength, as is maintained now, there ought to be equality in that, too. Of course, I reflected afterwards that a question like that really shouldn't arise, because there shouldn't be any fighting, and, in the future society, fighting is unthinkable. And that it would be strange to try to find a principle of equality in fighting. I am not so stupid though. Of course, there is fighting, there won't be later, but at the moment there is, damn it.
How muddled I get with you. That's not why I'm not going.
I'm not going on principle, in order not to take part in the revolting convention of memorial dinners, that's why.
Though, of course, I might go to laugh at it. I am sorry there won't be any priests at it.
I would certainly go if there were. Then you would sit down at another man's table and insult it and those who invited you.
Eh? Certainly not insult, but protest. I would do it with a good purpose in mind.
I might indirectly assist the cause of enlightenment and propaganda.
It's every man's duty to work for enlightenment and propaganda, and the more harshly, perhaps, the better. I might drop a seed, an idea. And something might grow up from that seed. How should I be insulting them?
They might be offended at first, but afterwards they'd see I'd done them a service. You know, Terabieva, who is in the commune now, was blamed because when she left her family and devoted herself, she wrote to her father and mother that she wouldn't go on living conventionally and was embarking on a free marriage, and people said that it was too harsh, that she might have spared them and written more kindly. I think that's all nonsense, there's no need to be soft.
On the contrary, what's needed is protest.
Varens had been married 7 years, she abandoned her 2 children, she told her husband straight out in a letter, I have realized that I cannot be happy with you. I can never forgive you that you have deceived me by concealing from me that there is another means of organizing society.
Through communes.
I have only recently learned this from a very magnanimous man to whom I have given myself and with whom I am establishing a commune. I am speaking to you frankly because I consider it dishonest to deceive you.
Do as you think best. Do not hope to win me back. You will be too late. I hope you will be happy. That's how letters like that ought to be written. Is that Tarabiva the one you said had made a third free marriage? No, it's only the second, really. But what if it were the fourth? What if it were the 15th? That's all nonsense. And if ever I regretted the death of my father and mother, it is now, and I sometimes think if my parents were living what a protest I would have aimed at them. I would have done something on purpose. I would have shown them. I would have astonished them. I am really sorry there is no one to surprise. He. Well, be that as it may, Peter Petrovitch interrupted, but tell me this, do you know the dead man's daughter, the delicate-looking little thing? It's true what they say about her, isn't it? What of it? I think, that is, it is my own personal conviction, that this is the normal condition of women. Why not? I mean, let us distinguish. In our present society, it is not altogether normal, because it is compulsory, but in the future society, it will be perfectly normal, because it will be voluntary. Even as it is, she was quite right, she was suffering and that was her asset, so to speak, her capital which she had a perfect right to dispose of. Of course, in the future society, there will be no need of assets, but her part will have another significance, which will be rational and in accordance with her environment. As for Sofia Semyonovna personally, I regard her action as a vigorous protest against the organization of society, and I respect her deeply for it. I rejoice, in fact, when I look at her. I was told that you got her turned out of these rooms. Lebeziatnikov was enraged.
That's another slander, he yelled.
That's not true at all. That was all. Katerina Ivanovna's invention, she didn't understand. And I never flirted with Sofia Semyonovna.
I was simply developing her, entirely disinterestedly, trying to rouse her to protest.
All I wanted was her protest, and Sofia Semyonovna could not have remained here anyway.
Have you asked her to join your commune?
You keep on laughing, and very inappropriately, may I add. You don't understand. There is no such role in a commune. The commune is established so that there should be no such roles.
In a commune, such roles are essentially transformed, and what is stupid here is sensible there. What, under present conditions, is unnatural becomes perfectly natural in the commune.
It all depends on the environment. It's all the environment, and man himself is nothing.
And I am on good terms with Sofia Semyonovna to this day, which is a proof that she never regarded me as having wronged her. I am trying now to attract her to the commune, but on a completely different level.
What are you laughing at?
We are trying to establish a commune of our own, a special one, on a broader basis. We have gone further in our convictions.
We reject more. And meanwhile I'm still developing Sofia Semyonovna.
She has a beautiful, beautiful character.
And you take advantage of her fine character, eh? He. No. Oh, no. On the contrary. Oh, on the contrary. He. A strange thing to say. Believe me.
Why should I disguise it? In fact, I feel strange myself that she is so timid, chaste, and modern with me.
And you, of course, are developing her he. Trying to prove to her that all that modesty is nonsense? Not at all, not at all.
How coarsely, how stupidly, excuse me for saying so, you misunderstand the word development.
Goodness, how crude you still are. We are striving for the freedom of women, and you have only one idea in your head.
Setting aside the general question of chastity and feminine modesty as useless in themselves and indeed prejudicial, I fully accept her chastity with me, because that's for her to decide. Of course, if she were to tell me herself that she wanted me, I should consider myself very lucky, because I like the girl very much, but as it is, no one has ever treated her more courteously than I, with more respect for her dignity. I wait and hope, that's all. You had much better give her some kind of present.
I bet you never thought of that. You don't understand, I've told you already.
Of course, she is in just that kind of a position, but that's another question.
Another question entirely. You simply despise her.
Seeing a fact which, you mistakenly consider, is worthy of contempt, you refuse to take a humane view of a fellow creature.
You don't know what a character she is.
I am only sorry that recently she has completely given up reading and borrowing books.
I used to lend them to her.
I am sorry, too, that with all the energy and resolution in protesting which she has already shown once, she has too little self-reliance, too little independence, so to speak, to break free from certain prejudices and certain foolish ideas. Yet she thoroughly understands some questions, for instance about kissing hands, that is, that it's an insult to a woman for a man to kiss her hand, because it's a sign of inequality. We had a debate about it and I described it to her. She listened attentively to an account of the workers' associations in France, too.
Now I am explaining the question of coming into the room in the future society.
And what's that, pray?
We had a debate recently about the question, has any member of the commune the right to enter another member's room, be they a man or a woman, at any time, and we decided that they have. It might be at an inconvenient moment, he. Lebeziatnikov was furious.
You are always thinking of something unpleasant, he cried with aversion.
Pa!
How irritated I am that when I was expounding our system, I referred prematurely to the question of personal privacy.
It's always a stumbling block to people like you, they ridicule it before they understand it. And how proud they are of it, too. Pa!
I've often maintained that that question should not be approached by a novice until he has firm faith in the system.
And tell me, please, what do you find so shameful even about cesspools? I would be the first to be ready to clean out any cesspool you like.
And it's not a question of self-sacrifice, it's simply work, honorable, useful work which is as good as any other and much better than the work of a Raphael and a Pushkin, because it is more useful.
And more honorable, he. What do you mean by more honorable? I don't understand such expressions to describe human activity. More honorable, nobler, all those are old-fashioned prejudices which I reject. Everything which is of use to mankind is honorable. I only understand one word, useful. You can snigger as much as you like, but that's the truth. Peter Petrovitch laughed heartily. He had finished counting the money and was putting it away. But some of the notes he left on the table. The cesspool question had already been a subject of dispute between them. What was absurd was that it made Lebeziatnikov really angry, while it amused Luzin, and at that moment he particularly wanted to anger his young friend. "It's your bad luck yesterday that has made you so bad-tempered and annoying," blurted out Lebeziatnikov, who in spite of his independence and his protests did not attempt to oppose Peter Petrovitch and still behaved to him with some of the respect which had been habitual to him in earlier years. "You'd better tell me this," Peter Petrovitch interrupted with haughty displeasure. "Can you, or, rather, are you really friendly enough with that young lady to ask her to step in here for a minute? I think they've all come back from the cemetery. I hear the sound of steps. I want to see her, that young lady." "What for?" Lebeziatnikov asked with surprise. "Oh, I want to. I am leaving here today or tomorrow and therefore I wanted to speak to her about." "But you can stay while we talk. It would be better if you did, in fact. There's no knowing what you might imagine." I shan't imagine anything.
I only asked, and, if you've anything to say to her, nothing would be easier than to call her in. I'll leave immediately and you can be sure I won't be in your way.
5 minutes later Lebeziatnikov came in with Sonya.
She came in very surprised and overwhelmed with shyness as usual. She was always shy in such circumstances and was always afraid of new people. She had been as a child and was even more so now. Peter Petrovitch met her politely and affably, but with a certain shade of bantering informality which in his opinion was suitable for a man of his respectability and weight in dealing with a creature as young and as interesting as she. He swiftly reassured her and made her sit down facing him at the table. Sonya sat down, looked around her, at Lebeziatnikov, at the notes lying on the table and then again at Peter Petrovitch, and her eyes remained riveted to his face.
Lebeziatnikov was moving towards the door. Peter Petrovitch indicated to Sonya that she should remain seated and stopped Lebeziatnikov. Is Raskolnikov in there?
Has he come? He asked him in a whisper.
Raskolnikov?
Yes.
Why?
Yes, he is there. I saw him just come in.
Why?
Well, I particularly beg you to remain here with us and not to leave me alone with this young woman. I only want a few words with her, but God knows what they will make of it.
I wouldn't like Raskolnikov to repeat anything. You understand what I mean. I understand. Lebeziatnikov saw the point.
Yes, you are right. Of course, I am convinced personally that you have no reason to be uneasy, but still, you are right.
I'll definitely stay. I'll stand here at the window and get out of your way. I think you are right.
Peter Petrovitch returned to the sofa, sat down opposite Sonya, looked attentively at her and made his face look extremely dignified, even severe, as if to say, "Don't you make any mistake, my girl."
Sonya was overwhelmed with embarrassment.
Firstly, Sofia Semyonovna, will you send my excuses to your dear mother?
That's right. Katerina Ivanovna is like a mother to you, isn't she? Peter Petrovitch began with great dignity, though affably.
It was evident that his intentions were friendly.
Quite right, yes, like a mother, Sonya answered, timidly and hurriedly. Then will you make my apologies to her?
Due to inevitable circumstances I am forced to be absent and shall not be at the dinner, despite your mother's kind invitation.
Yes.
I'll tell her, at once.
And Sonya hastily jumped up from her seat.
Wait, that's not all. Peter Petrovitch detained her, smiling at her simplicity and ignorance of good manners. And you know me little, my dear Sofia Semyonovna, if you think I would have bothered to trouble a person like you about a matter of such little importance which affects only myself. I have another purpose.
Sonya sat down hurriedly.
Her eyes rested again for an instant on the gray and rainbow-colored notes that remained on the table, but she quickly looked away and fixed her eyes on Peter Petrovitch. She felt that it was horribly impolite, especially for her, to look at another person's money. She stared at the gold eyeglass which Peter Petrovitch held in his left hand and at the massive and extremely handsome ring with a yellow stone on his middle finger. But suddenly she looked away and, not knowing where to turn, ended up staring Peter Petrovitch straight in the face again. After a pause of even greater dignity he continued. I happened yesterday in passing to exchange a couple of words with Katerina Ivanovna, poor woman. It was enough to enable me to realize that she is in a preternatural position, if it can express like that.
Yes, preternatural. Sonya hurriedly agreed. Or it would be simpler and more comprehensible to say Illinois. Yes, simpler and more yes, Illinois. Absolutely.
So then, out of my human feelings and compassion, so to speak, I would be glad to be of service to her in any way, foreseeing her unfortunate position.
I believe the whole of this poverty-stricken family depends now entirely on you? Allow me to ask, Sonia rose to her feet, did you say something to her yesterday about the possibility of a pension? Because she told me you had agreed to get her one. Was that true? Not in the slightest, and in fact it's an absurdity. I merely hinted that she might obtain temporary assistance as the widow of an official who had died in service if only she had patronage, but apparently your late father had not served his full term and recently, in fact, had not been in service at all. In fact, if there were any hope, it would be completely accidental, because there would be no claim for assistance in his case, far from it. And she is dreaming of a pension already, he. A forward-thinking lady. Yes, she is. Because she is too trusting and she has a good heart, and she believes everything because of the goodness of her heart and she is like that, yes. You must excuse her, said Sonia, and again she got up to go. But you haven't heard what I have to say. No, I haven't heard, muttered Sonia. Then sit down. She was terribly confused. She sat down again a third time. Seeing her position with her unfortunate little ones, I should be glad, as I have said before, as far as it lies within my power, to be of service, that is, as far as it lies within my power to be, not more. One might for instance get up a subscription for her, or a lottery, something of the sort, such as is always arranged in such cases by friends or even outsiders who wish to assist people. It was of that I intended to speak to you, it might be done. Yes. God will repay you for it, faltered Sonia, gazing intently at Peter Petrovich. It might be, but we will talk about that later. We might start today, we will talk it over this evening and lay the foundation, so to speak. Come to me at 7 o'clock. Mr. Lebeziatnikov, I hope, will assist us. But there is one circumstance of which I ought to warn you beforehand and for which I would like to trouble you, Sophia Semyonovna, to come here. In my opinion money cannot be, in fact, it's unsafe to put it into Katerina Ivanovna's own hands. The dinner today proves that. Though she has not, so to speak, even got a crust of bread for tomorrow and, well, boots or shoes, or anything, she has bought Jamaica rum today, and even, I believe, Madeira and coffee. I saw it as I passed through. Tomorrow it will all fall upon you again, they won't have a crust of bread. It's absurd, really, and so, the way I see it, a subscription should be raised so that the unhappy widow would not know of the money's existence, only you would, for instance. Am I right? I don't know, this is only today, once in her life. She was so anxious to do him some kind of honor, to celebrate his memory. And she is very sensible, but just as you think and I shall be very, they will all be, and God will reward, and the orphans. Sonia burst into tears. Very well, then, keep it in mind, and now will you accept for the benefit of your relation the small sum that I am able to spare, from me personally? I am very anxious that my name should not be mentioned in connection with it. Here having so to speak anxieties of my own, I cannot do more. And Peter Petrovich held out to Sonia a 10-ruble note carefully unfolded. Sonia took it, flushed crimson, jumped up, muttered something and began to leave. Peter Petrovich accompanied her ceremoniously to the door. She got out of the room at last, agitated and distressed, and returned to Katerina Ivanovna, overwhelmed with confusion. All this time Lebeziatnikov had stood at the window or walked around the room, anxious not to interrupt the conversation. When Sonia had gone he walked up to Peter Petrovich and solemnly held out his hand. I heard and saw everything, he said, laying stress on the last verb. That is honorable, I mean to say, it's humane. You wanted to avoid gratitude, I saw. And although I cannot, I confess, in principle sympathize with private charity, for it not only fails to eradicate the evil but even promotes it, yet I must admit that I witnessed your action with pleasure. Yes, I like it. That's all nonsense, muttered Peter Petrovich, somewhat disconcerted, looking carefully at Lebeziatnikov. No, it's not nonsense.
A man who has suffered distress and annoyance as you did yesterday and who can still sympathize with the misery of others, such a man, even though he is making a social mistake, is still deserving of respect.
In fact, I did not expect it of you, Peter Petrovich, especially as according to your ideas, oh, what a drawback your ideas are to you.
How distressed you are, for instance, by your bad luck yesterday, cried the simple-hearted Lebeziatnikov, who felt his affection for Peter Petrovich return.
And, what do you want with marriage, with legal marriage, my dear, noble Peter Petrovich? Why do you cling to this legality of marriage? Well, you may beat me if you like, but I am glad, truly glad it hasn't succeeded, that you are free, that you are not quite lost for humanity. You see, I've spoken my mind. Because I don't want in your free marriage to be made a fool of and to bring up another man's children. That's why I want a legal marriage, Luzin replied in order to make some answer. He seemed preoccupied by something. Children?
You referred to children. Lebeziatnikov started off like a warhorse at the trumpet call. Children are a social question and a question of the utmost importance, I agree, but the question of children has another solution. Some refuse to have children altogether, because they suggest the institution of the family. We'll talk about children later, but now, as for the question of honor, I confess that's my weak point. That horrid, military, Pushkinian expression is unthinkable in the dictionary of the future.
What does it mean?
It's nonsense. There will be no deception in a free marriage. That is only the natural consequence of a legal marriage, so to say, its corrective, a protest. So that in fact it's not humiliating, and if I ever, to suppose an absurdity, were to be legally married, I would be truly glad of it.
I should say to my wife, my dear, up until now I have loved you, now I respect you, because you've shown you can protest. You laugh. That's because you are incapable of getting away from prejudices. Damn it all.
I understand now why being deceived in a legal marriage is unpleasant, but it's simply a despicable consequence of a despicable position in which both people are humiliated. When the deception is open, as in a free marriage, then it does not exist, it's unthinkable. Your wife will only prove how she respects you by considering you incapable of opposing her happiness and avenging yourself on her for her new husband.
Damn it all. I sometimes dream if I were to get married, phoo.
I mean, if I were to get married, legally or not, it's all the same, I should present my wife with a lover if she had not found one for herself.
My dear, I should say, I love you, but even more than that I desire you to respect me. See? Am I not right?
Peter Petrovich sniggered as he listened, but without much merriment. In fact, he hardly heard it.
He was preoccupied with something else, and at last even Lebeziatnikov noticed it.
Peter Petrovich seemed excited and rubbed his hands.
Lebeziatnikov remembered all this and reflected upon it afterwards. Chapter 2. It would be difficult to explain exactly what could have put the idea of that senseless dinner into Katerina Ivanovna's disordered brain.
Nearly 10 of the 20 rubles which Raskolnikov gave for Marmeladov's funeral were wasted on it. Perhaps Katerina Ivanovna felt obliged to honor the memory of her late husband suitably, so that all the tenants, Amalia Ivanovna in particular, might know that he was in no way their inferior, and perhaps very much their superior, and that no one had the right to turn up his nose at him. Perhaps the chief element was that peculiar poor man's pride, which compels many poor people to spend their last savings on some traditional social ceremony, simply in order to do it like other people, and not to be looked down upon.
It is very probable, too, that Katerina Ivanovna longed on this occasion, at the very moment when she seemed to be abandoned by everyone, to show those wretched contemptible lodgers that she knew how to do things, how to entertain, and that she had been brought up in a genteel, she might almost say aristocratic colonel's family, and had not been meant for sweeping floors and washing the children's rags at night. Even the poorest and most broken-spirited people are sometimes liable to these spasms of pride and vanity which take the form of an irresistible nervous craving. And Katerina Ivanovna was not broken-spirited,
she might have been killed by the circumstances in which she found herself, but her spirit could not have been broken, that is, she could not have been intimidated, her will could not be crushed. Moreover, Sonia had said with good reason that her mind was unhinged. No one could call her insane, but for a year now she had been so harassed that her mind might well be overstrained. The later stages of tuberculosis are apt, doctors tell us, to affect the intellect. There was not a large selection of wines, nor was there Madeira, but wine there was nevertheless. There was vodka, rum and Lisbon wine, all of the poorest quality but in sufficient quantity. Besides the traditional rice and honey, there were 3 or 4 dishes, one of which consisted of pancakes, all prepared in Amalia Ivanovna's kitchen. 2 samovars were boiling in order that tea and punch might be offered after dinner. Katerina Ivanovna had herself seen to purchasing the provisions, with the help of one of the lodgers, an unfortunate little Pole who had somehow been stranded at Madame Lipwechsel's. He promptly put himself at Katerina Ivanovna's disposal and had been running around all day as fast as his legs could carry him, and was very anxious that everyone should be aware of it. For every minor problem he ran to Katerina Ivanovna, even hunting her out at the market, at every instant called her Pani. She was thoroughly sick of him before the end of it, though she had declared at first that she could not have got on without this serviceable and magnanimous man. It was one of Katerina Ivanovna's characteristics to paint everyone she met in the most glowing colors. Her praises were so exaggerated as to be embarrassing on occasion. She would invent various circumstances to the credit of her new acquaintance and quite genuinely believe in their reality. Then all of a sudden she would be disillusioned and would rudely and contemptuously repulse the person she had been literally adoring only a few hours previously. She had a naturally merry, lively, and peace-loving disposition, but due to her continual failures and misfortunes she had come to desire so keenly that everyone should live in peace and joy and should not dare to break the peace that the slightest problem, the smallest disaster reduced her almost to a frenzy, and she would pass in an instant from the brightest hopes and fancies to cursing her fate and raving and knocking her head against the wall. Amalia Ivanovna, too, suddenly acquired extraordinary importance in Katerina Ivanovna's eyes and was treated by her with extraordinary respect, probably only because Amalia Ivanovna had thrown herself heart and soul into the preparations. She had undertaken to lay the table, to provide the linen, crockery, etc., and to cook the dishes in her kitchen, and Katerina Ivanovna had left it all in her hands and gone off to the cemetery. Everything had been well done. Even the tablecloth was nearly clean, the crockery, knives, forks and glasses had been lent by different lodgers and were naturally of all shapes and patterns, but the table was properly laid at the time fixed, and Amalia Ivanovna, feeling she had done her work well, had put on a black silk dress and a cap with new mourning ribbons and met the returning party with some pride. This pride, though justifiable, displeased Katerina Ivanovna for some reason, as though the table could not have been laid except by Amalia Ivanovna. She disliked the cap with its new ribbons, too. Could she be so dismissive, the stupid German, because she was the mistress of the house and had agreed as a favor to help her poor tenants? As a favor. Imagine! Katerina Ivanovna's father, who had been a colonel and almost a governor, had sometimes had the table set for 40 people, and anyone like Amalia Ivanovna, or rather Ludwigovna, would not have been allowed into the kitchen. Katerina Ivanovna, however, put off expressing her feelings for the time being and contented herself with treating her coldly, though she decided inwardly that she would certainly have to put Amalia Ivanovna down and set her in her place, for goodness only knew how highly she thought of herself. Katerina Ivanovna was irritated too by the fact that hardly any of the tenants whom she had invited had come to the funeral, except the Pole who had just managed to run into the cemetery, while to the memorial dinner the poorest and most insignificant of them had turned up, the wretched creatures, many of them not quite sober. The older and more respectable ones among them stayed away, as if by common consent. Peter Petrovich Luzin, for instance, who could be described as the most respectable of all the tenants, did not appear, though Katerina Ivanovna had the evening before told the whole world, that is Amalia Ivanovna, Polenka, Sonia and the Pole, that he was the most generous, noble-hearted man with a large property and vast connections, who had been a friend of her first husband's and a guest in her father's house, and that he had promised to use all his influence to secure her a considerable
pension.
It must be noted that when Katerina Ivanovna praised anyone's connections and fortune, it was without any ulterior motive, entirely disinterestedly, for the mere pleasure of increasing the importance of the person praised. Probably taking his cue from Luzin, that contemptible wretch Lebeziatnikov had not turned up either.
Why did he think so highly of himself?
He was only invited out of kindness and because he was sharing the same room with Peter Petrovitch and was a friend of his. It would have been awkward not to invite him. Among those who failed to appear were the genteel lady and her old maidish daughter, who had only been lodgers in the house for the last fortnight, but had several times complained of the noise and uproar in
Katerina Ivanovna's room, especially when Marmeladov had come back drunk.
Katerina Ivanovna heard this from Amalia Ivanovna who, quarreling with Katerina Ivanovna, and threatening to turn the whole family out of doors, had shouted at her that they were not worth the foot of the honorable lodgers whom they were disturbing. Katerina Ivanovna determined now to invite this lady and her daughter, whose foot she was not worth, and who had turned away haughtily when she met them casually, so that they might know that she was more noble in her thoughts and feelings and did not harbor malice, and might see that she was not accustomed to her way of living. She had proposed to make this clear to them at dinner with allusions to her late father's governorship, and also at the same time to hint that it was extremely stupid of them to turn away on meeting her. The fat colonel major, he was really a discharged officer of low rank, was also absent, but it appeared that he had not been himself for the last 2 days. The party consisted of the Pole, a wretched-looking clerk with a spotty face and a greasy coat, who had not a word to say for himself and smelt abominably, and a deaf and almost blind old man who had once been in the post office and who had been maintained by someone at Amalia Ivanovna's for as long as anyone could remember. A retired clerk of the commissariat department came, too. He was drunk, had a loud and extremely indecent laugh and, just imagine, he came without a waistcoat. One of the visitors sat straight down at the table without even greeting Katerina Ivanovna. Finally, one person with no suit on appeared in his dressing gown, but this was too much, and the efforts of Amalia Ivanovna and the Pole succeeded in removing him. The Pole brought with him, however, 2 other Poles who did not live at Amalia Ivanovna's and whom no one had seen here before.
All this irritated Katerina Ivanovna intensely. For whom had they made all these preparations then?
To make room for the visitors, the children had not even had places laid for them at the table, but the 2 little ones were sitting on a bench in the furthest corner with their dinner laid on a box, while Polenka, as the biggest girl, had to look after them, feed them, and keep their noses wiped like well-bred children's. Katerina Ivanovna, in fact, could hardly help meeting her guests with increased dignity, and even arrogance. She stared at some of them with particular severity, and loftily invited them to take their seats. Rushing to the conclusion that Amalia Ivanovna must be responsible for those who were absent, she began treating her with extreme indifference, which the latter promptly observed and resented. Such a beginning was not a good omen for the end. All were seated at last.
Raskolnikov came in almost at the moment of their return from the cemetery.
Katerina Ivanovna was greatly delighted to see him, firstly, because he was the one educated visitor, and, as everyone knew, was to take a professorship at the university in 2 years' time, and secondly because he immediately and respectfully apologized for the fact that he had been unable to be present at the funeral.
She absolutely pounced on him, and made him sit at her left. Amalia Ivanovna was at her right. Despite her continual anxiety that the dishes should be passed round correctly and that everyone should taste them, in spite of the agonizing cough which interrupted her every minute and seemed to have grown worse during the last few days, she hastened to pour out in a half-whisper to Raskolnikov all her suppressed feelings and her just indignation at the failure of the dinner, interspersing her remarks with lively and uncontrollable laughter at the expense of her visitors and especially of her landlady. It's all that cuckoo's fault. You know who I mean? Her. Katerina Ivanovna nodded towards the landlady.
Look at her, she's making round eyes, she feels that we are talking about her and can't understand.
Foo, the owl.
Ah.
Cough, cough, cough. And what does she put on that cap for? Cough, cough, cough. Have you noticed that she wants everyone to consider that she is patronizing me and doing me an honor by being here?
I asked her like a sensible woman to invite people, especially people who knew my late husband, and look at the set of fools she has brought.
The sweeps. Look at that one with the spotty face. And those wretched Poles, ha ha ha. Cough, cough, cough.
Not one of them has ever poked his nose in here, I've never set eyes on them.
What have they come here for, I ask you? There they sit in a row. Hey, Pan, she cried suddenly to one of them, have you tasted the pancakes? Take some more. Have some beer. Won't you have some vodka?
Look, he's jumping up and making his bows, they must be absolutely starved, poor people.
Never mind, let them eat.
They don't make a noise, anyway, though I'm really afraid for our landlady's silver spoons.
Amalia Ivanovna.
She addressed her suddenly, almost aloud, if your spoon should happen to be stolen, I won't be responsible, I warn you.
Ah.
She laughed, turning to Raskolnikov, and again nodding towards the landlady, very pleased with her attack.
She didn't understand again.
Look how she sits with her mouth open.
An owl, a real owl. An owl in new ribbons, ha ha.
Here her laugh turned again to an insufferable fit of coughing that lasted 5 minutes. Drops of perspiration stood out on her forehead and her handkerchief was stained with blood. She showed Raskolnikov the blood in silence, and as soon as she could get her breath began whispering to him again with extreme animation and a hectic flush on her cheeks.
Do you know, I gave her the most delicate instructions, so to speak, for inviting that lady and her daughter, you understand who I am talking about? It needed the utmost delicacy, the greatest nicety, but she has managed things so that fool, that conceited baggage, that provincial nonentity, simply because she is the widow of a major, and has come to try and get a pension and fray out her skirts in the government offices, because at 50 she paints her face, everybody knows it, a creature like that did not think fit to come, and has not even answered the invitation, which the most ordinary good manners required. I can't understand why Peter Petrovitch has not come. But where's Sonia? Where has she gone? Ah, there she is at last. What is it, Sonia, where have you been? It's odd that even at your father's funeral you should be so unpunctual. Rodion Romanovich, make room for her beside you. That's your place, Sonia, take what you like. Have some of the cold entree with the jelly, that's the best. They'll bring the pancakes in a few minutes. Have they given the children some? Polenka, have you got everything? Cough, cough, cough. That's all right. Be a good girl, Lida, and, Kolya, don't fidget with your feet, sit like a little gentleman. What are you saying, Sonia? Sonia hurriedly gave her Peter Petrovitch's apologies, trying to speak loud enough for everyone to hear and carefully choosing the most respectful phrases which she attributed to Peter Petrovitch. She added that Peter Petrovitch had particularly told her to say that, as soon as he possibly could, he would come immediately to discuss business alone with her and to consider what could be done for her, etc., etc. Sonia knew that this would comfort Katerina Ivanovna, flatter her and satisfy her pride. She sat down beside Raskolnikov, she made him a hurried bow, glancing curiously at him. But for the rest of the time she seemed to avoid looking at him or speaking to him. She seemed absent-minded, though she kept looking at Katerina Ivanovna, trying to please her. Neither she nor Katerina Ivanovna had been able to get morning clothes. Sonia was wearing dark brown, and Katerina Ivanovna was in her only dress, a dark striped cotton one. The message from Peter Petrovitch was very successful. Listening to Sonia with dignity, Katerina Ivanovna inquired with equal dignity how Peter Petrovitch was,
then at once whispered almost aloud to Raskolnikov that it certainly would have been strange for a man of Peter Petrovitch's position and standing to find himself in such extraordinary company, in spite of his devotion to her family and his old friendship with her father. "That's why I am so grateful to you, Rodion Romanovitch, that you have not disdained my hospitality, even in such surroundings," she added almost aloud. "But I am sure that it was only your special affection for my poor husband that has made you keep your promise." Then once more with pride and dignity she scanned her visitors, and suddenly inquired aloud across the table of the deaf man, wouldn't he have some more meat, and had he been given some wine? The old man did not answer and for a long time could not understand what he was asked, though his neighbors amused themselves by poking and shaking him. He simply gazed about him with his mouth open, which only increased the general amusement. What an imbecile! Look, look! Why was he brought? But as for Peter Petrovitch, I always had confidence in him, Katerina Ivanovna continued, and, of course, he is not like. With an extremely stern face she addressed Amalia Ivanovna so sharply and loudly that the latter was entirely disconcerted, not like your dressed-up floozies whom my father would not have taken as cooks into his kitchen. My late husband would have done them the honor of taking them in if he had invited them in the goodness of his heart. Yes, he was fond of drink, he was fond of it, he did drink, shouted the commissariat clerk, gulping down his 12th glass of vodka. My late husband certainly had that weakness, and everyone knows it. Katerina Ivanovna attacked him at once, but he was a kind and honorable man, who loved and respected his family. The worst of it was that his good nature made him trust all sorts of disreputable people, and he drank with people who were not worth the sole of his shoe. Would you believe it, Rodion Romanovitch, they found a gingerbread cockerel in his pocket. He was dead drunk, but he did not forget the children. A cockerel? Did you say a cockerel? Shouted the commissariat clerk. Katerina Ivanovna did not vouchsafe a reply. She sighed, lost in thought. No doubt you think, like everyone, that I was too severe with him, she went on, addressing Raskolnikov. But that's not true. He respected me very much. He was a kind-hearted man. And how sorry I was for him sometimes. He would sit in a corner and look at me. I used to feel so sorry for him. I used to want to be kind to him, and then I would think to myself, be kind to him and he will drink again. It was only through severity that you could keep him within bounds. Yes, he used to get his hair pulled pretty often, roared the commissariat clerk again, swallowing another glass of vodka. Some fools would be the better for a real beating, as well as having their hair pulled. I am not talking about my late husband now. Katerina Ivanovna snapped at him. The flush on her cheeks grew more and more marked, her chest heaved. In another minute she would have been ready to make a scene. Many of the visitors were sniggering, evidently delighted. They began poking the commissariat clerk and whispering something to him. They were evidently trying to egg him on. Allow me to ask, what are you referring to? Began the clerk. That is to say, who's about whom, did you say just now? But I don't care. That's nonsense. Widow. I forgive you. Pass. And he took another drink of vodka. Raskolnikov sat in silence, listening with disgust. He only ate out of politeness, just tasting the food that Katerina Ivanovna was continually putting on his plate, to avoid hurting her feelings. He watched Sonia intently. But Sonia became more and more anxious and distressed. She, too, foresaw that the dinner would not end peaceably, and saw with terror Katerina Ivanovna's growing irritation. She knew that she, Sonia, was the chief reason for the genteel lady's contemptuous treatment of Katerina Ivanovna's invitation. She had heard from Amalia Ivanovna that the mother was positively offended at the invitation and had asked the question, how could she let her daughter sit down beside that young person? Sonia had a feeling that Katerina Ivanovna had already heard this, and an insult to Sonia meant more to Katerina Ivanovna than an insult to herself, her children, or her father. Sonia knew that Katerina Ivanovna would not be satisfied now,
till she had shown those floozies that they were both.
To make matters worse, someone passed Sonia, from the other end of the table, a plate with 2 hearts pierced with an arrow, cut out of black bread. Katerina Ivanovna flushed crimson and at once said aloud across the table that the man who sent it was a drunken ass. Amalia Ivanovna was foreseeing that something would go wrong, and at the same time she was deeply wounded by Katerina Ivanovna's dismissiveness, so to restore the good mood at the party and raise herself in their esteem she began, entirely at random, to tell a story about an acquaintance of hers, Karl from the chemist's, who was driving one night in a cab, and that the cabman wanted him to kill, and Karl very much begged him not to kill, and wept and clasped hands, and frightened and from fear pierced his heart.
Though Katerina Ivanovna smiled, she observed at once that Amalia Ivanovna ought not to tell anecdotes in Russian. The latter was even more offended, and she retorted that her Vater aus Berlin was a very important man, and always went with his hands in pockets. Katerina Ivanovna could not restrain herself and laughed so much that Amalia Ivanovna lost patience and could scarcely control herself. "Listen to the owl," Katerina Ivanovna whispered at once, her good humor almost restored. She meant to say he kept his hands in his pockets, but she said he put his hands in people's pockets. Cough cough. "And have you noticed, Rodion Romanovich, that all these Petersburg foreigners, the Germans especially, are all stupider than we are? Can you fancy any one of us telling how Karl from the chemist's pierced his heart from fear, and that the idiot, instead of punishing the cabman, clasped his hands and wept, and much begged? Ah, the fool! And you know she thinks it's very touching and does not suspect how stupid she is. The way I see it, that drunken commissariat clerk is a great deal cleverer. Anyway, one can see that he has addled his brains with drink, but you know, these foreigners are always so well behaved and serious. Look how she sits glaring. She is angry, ha ha. Cough cough cough." Regaining her temper, Katerina Ivanovna began to tell Raskolnikov that when she had obtained her pension, she intended to open a school for gentlemen's daughters in her native town, T. This was the first time she had spoken to him about the project, and she launched out into the most alluring details. It suddenly appeared that Katerina Ivanovna had in her hands the same certificate of honor which Marmeladov had told Raskolnikov about in the tavern, when he told him that Katerina Ivanovna, his wife, had danced the shawl dance before the governor and other important people when she left school. This certificate of honor was obviously intended now to prove Katerina Ivanovna's right to open a boarding school, but she had armed herself with it chiefly with the purpose of overwhelming those 2 stuck-up floozies if they came to the dinner, and proving incontestably that Katerina Ivanovna was of the most noble, she might even say aristocratic family, a colonel's daughter, and was far superior to certain adventuresses who have been so much to the fore recently. The certificate of honor immediately passed into the hands of the drunken guests, and Katerina Ivanovna did not try to retain it, for it actually contained the statement in Toutes Lettres 48 that her father was a major, and also a companion of an order, so that she really was almost the daughter of a colonel. Warming up, Katerina Ivanovna proceeded to enlarge on the peaceful and happy life they would lead in T, on the gymnasium teachers whom she would engage to give lessons in her boarding school, one a highly respectable old Frenchman called Mangot, who had taught Katerina Ivanovna herself in the old days and was still living in T, and would no doubt teach in her school on moderate terms. Next she spoke of Sonia, who would go with her to T and help her in all her plans. At this someone at the further end of the table suddenly chuckled. Though Katerina Ivanovna tried to appear to be disdainfully unaware of it, she raised her voice and began at once speaking with conviction of Sonia's undoubted ability to assist her, of her gentleness, patience, devotion, generosity and good education, tapping Sonia on the cheek and kissing her warmly twice. Sonia flushed crimson, and Katerina Ivanovna suddenly burst into tears, immediately observing that she was nervous and silly, that she was too upset, that it was time to finish, and as the dinner was over, it was time to hand round the tea. At that moment, Amalia Ivanovna, deeply aggrieved that she had played no part in the conversation and that no one was listening to her, made one last effort, and with secret misgivings ventured on an extremely deep and weighty observation,
that in the future boarding school she would have to pay particular attention to Dostoevsky, and that there certainly must be a good dame to look after the linen,
and secondly that the young ladies must not novels at night read.
Katerina Ivanovna, who was certainly upset and very tired, as well as heartily sick of the dinner, at once cut short Amalia Ivanovna, saying she knew nothing about it and was talking nonsense, that it was the business of the laundry maid, and not of the directress of a high-class boarding school to look after Dostoevsky, and as for novel reading, that was simply rude, and she begged her to be silent. Amalia Ivanovna was enraged and observed that she only meant her good, and that she had meant her very good, and that it was long since she had paid her gold for the lodgings. Katerina Ivanovna at once put her down, saying that it was a lie to say she wished her good, because only yesterday, when her dead husband was lying on the table, she had bothered her about the lodgings. To this Amalia Ivanovna very appropriately retorted that she had invited those ladies, but those ladies had not come, because those ladies are ladies and cannot come to a lady who is not a lady. Katerina Ivanovna at once pointed out to her that as she was a slut she could not judge what made one really a lady. Amalia Ivanovna at once declared that her Father Aus Berlin was a very, very important man, and both hands in pockets went, and always used to say, "Poof! Poof," and she leapt up from the table to represent her father, sticking her hands in her pockets, puffing her cheeks, and uttering vague sounds resembling poof.
Poof, amid loud laughter from all the lodgers, who deliberately encouraged Amalia Ivanovna, hoping for a fight. But this was too much for Katerina Ivanovna, and she at once declared, so all could hear, that Amalia Ivanovna probably never had a father, but was just a drunken Petersburg Finn, and had certainly once been a cook and probably something worse.
Amalia Ivanovna turned red as a lobster and squealed that perhaps Katerina Ivanovna never had a father, but she had a Father Aus Berlin and that he wore a long coat and always said poof poof poof. Katerina Ivanovna observed contemptuously that everyone knew who her family was and that on that very certificate of honor it was stated in print that her father was a colonel, while Amalia Ivanovna's father, if she really had one, was probably some Finnish milkman, but that probably she never had a father at all, since it was still uncertain whether her name was Amalia Ivanovna or Amalia Ludwigovna.
At this Amalia Ivanovna, lashed to fury, struck the table with her fist, and shrieked that she was Amalia Ivanovna, and not Ludwigovna, that her father was named Johann and that he was a Bagomeister, and that Katerina Ivanovna's father was quite never a Bagomeister.
Katerina Ivanovna rose from her chair, and with a stern and apparently calm voice, though she was pale and her chest was heaving, observed that if she dared for one moment to set her contemptible wretch of a father on a level with her papa, she, Katerina Ivanovna, would tear her cap off her head and trample it underfoot. Amalia Ivanovna ran about the room, shouting at the top of her voice that she was mistress of the house and that Katerina Ivanovna should leave the lodgings that minute. Then she rushed for some reason to collect the silver spoons from the table.
There was a great outcry and uproar. The children began crying.
Sonia ran to restrain Katerina Ivanovna, but when Amalia Ivanovna shouted something about the yellow ticket, Katerina Ivanovna pushed Sonia away, and rushed at the landlady to carry out her threat. At that minute the door opened, and Peter Petrovich Luzin appeared on the threshold. He stood scanning the party with severe and vigilant eyes.
Katerina Ivanovna rushed towards him. Chapter 3.
"Peter Petrovich," she cried, "protect me, you at least. Make this foolish woman understand that she can't behave like this to a lady in misfortune, that there is a law for such things. I'll go to the Governor General himself.
She shall answer for it. Remember my father's hospitality, protect these orphans. Allow me, madam. Allow me."
Peter Petrovich waved her off.
"Your father, as you are well aware, I did not have the honor of knowing," someone laughed aloud, "and I do not intend to take part in your everlasting squabbles with Amalia Ivanovna. I have come here to speak of my own affairs, and I want to have a word with your stepdaughter, Sophia Ivanovna, I think it is? Allow me to pass."
Peter Petrovich, edging by her, went to the opposite corner where Sonia was. Katerina Ivanovna remained standing where she was, as though thunderstruck.
She could not understand how Peter Petrovitch could deny having enjoyed her father's hospitality.
Though she had invented it herself, she believed in it firmly by this time.
She was struck too by the businesslike, dry, and even contemptuously menacing tone of Peter Petrovitch. All the clamor gradually died away when he came in.
Not only was this serious businessman strikingly incongruous with the rest of the party, but it was evident, too, that he had come about some matter of importance, that some exceptional cause must have brought him and that therefore something was going to happen.
Raskolnikov, standing beside Sonia, moved aside to let him pass. Peter Petrovitch did not seem to notice him.
A minute later Lebeziatnikov, too, appeared in the doorway. He did not come in, but stood still, listening with marked interest, almost amazement, and seemed to be temporarily perplexed. "Excuse me for possibly interrupting you, but it's a matter of some importance," Peter Petrovitch observed, addressing the company generally.
"I am glad, in fact, to find other people present.
Amalia Ivanovna, I humbly beg you as mistress of the house to pay careful attention to what I have to say to Sofia Ivanovna. Sofia Ivanovna," he went on, addressing Sonia, who was very much surprised and already alarmed, "immediately after your visit I found that 100-ruble note was missing from my table, in the room of my friend Mr. Lebeziatnikov. If in any way whatever you know and will tell us where it is now, I assure you on my word of honor and call all present to witness that the matter shall end there. In the opposite case I shall be compelled to have recourse to very serious measures and then, you must blame yourself."
Complete silence reigned in the room.
Even the crying children were still.
Sonia stood deadly pale, staring at Luzin and unable to say a word.
She seemed not to understand.
Some seconds passed. "Well, how is it to be then?" asked Luzin, looking intently at her. "I don't know. I know nothing about it," Sonia articulated faintly at last. "No, you know nothing?" Luzin repeated, and again he paused for some seconds.
"Think for a moment, young lady," he began severely, but still, as it were, reprimanding her.
"Think it over. I am prepared to give you time for consideration."
Please observe, if I were not so entirely convinced I would not, you may be sure, with my experience attempt to accuse you so directly. I am aware that for such direct accusation before witnesses, if false or even mistaken, I should myself in a certain sense be made responsible. This morning I changed for my own purposes several 5% securities for the sum of approximately 3,000 rubles.
The account is noted down in my pocketbook.
On my return home I proceeded to count the money, as Mr. Lebeziatnikov will testify, and after counting 2,300 rubles I put the rest in my pocketbook in my coat pocket.
About 500 rubles remained on the table, and among them 3 notes of 100 rubles each.
At that moment you entered, at my invitation, and all the time you were present you were extremely embarrassed. 3 times you jumped up in the middle of the conversation and tried to leave.
Mr. Lebeziatnikov can bear witness to this.
You yourself, young lady, will probably not refuse to confirm my statement that I invited you through Mr. Lebeziatnikov solely in order to discuss with you the hopeless and destitute position of your relative, Katerina Ivanovna, whose dinner I was unable to attend, and the advisability of starting something like a subscription or a lottery for her benefit.
You thanked me and even shed tears.
I describe all this as it took place, primarily to recall it to your mind and secondly to show you that not the slightest detail has escaped my recollection. Then I took a 10-ruble note from the table and handed it to you as a first installment on my part for the benefit of your relative.
Mr. Lebeziatnikov saw all this.
Then I accompanied you to the door, during which you were still in the same state of embarrassment, after which I was left alone with Mr. Lebeziatnikov and talked to him for 10 minutes. Then Mr. Lebeziatnikov went out and I returned to the table with the money lying on it, intending to count it and to put it aside, as I proposed doing before. To my surprise 100-ruble note had disappeared.
Please consider my position. Mr. Lebeziatnikov I cannot suspect.
I am ashamed even to refer to any such suspicion. I cannot have made a mistake in my calculations, because the minute before you came in I had finished my accounts and found the total to be correct. You will admit that when I recalled your embarrassment, your eagerness to leave, and the fact that you kept your hands for some time on the table, and taking into consideration your social position and the habits associated with it, I was, so to say, horrified and compelled to entertain a suspicion entirely against my will, a cruel, but justifiable suspicion. I will go further and repeat that despite my positive conviction, I realize that I run a certain risk in making this accusation, but as you see, I could not let it pass. I have taken action, and I will tell you why, solely, madam, solely because of your blackest ingratitude. How is this? I invite you for the benefit of your destitute relative, I present you with my donation of 10 rubles, and you, on the spot, repay me with an action like that. It is too bad. You need to learn a lesson. Think about it. Moreover, as a true friend I beg you, and you could have no better friend at the moment, think about what you are doing, otherwise I will refuse to alter my position. Well, what do you say? I have taken nothing, Sonia whispered in terror. You gave me 10 rubles, here it is, take it. Sonia pulled her handkerchief out of her pocket, untied a corner of it, took out the 10-ruble note and gave it to Luzin. And the 100 rubles you do not confess to taking, he insisted reproachfully, not taking the note. Sonia looked about her. All were looking at her with such awful, stern, ironic, hostile eyes. She looked at Raskolnikov. He stood against the wall, with his arms crossed, looking at her with glowing eyes. Good God, broke from Sonia. Amalia Ivanovna, we shall have to send for the police, and therefore I humbly beg you meanwhile to send for the house porter, Luzin said softly and even kindly.
Gott der Barmherzige.
I knew she was the thief, cried Amalia Ivanovna, throwing up her hands. You knew it? Luzin caught her up. Then I suppose you had some reason before this for thinking so. I beg you, my dear Amalia Ivanovna, to remember your words which have been uttered before witnesses. There was a buzz of loud conversation on all sides. All were in movement. What? Cried Katerina Ivanovna, suddenly realizing the position, and she rushed at Luzin. What? You accuse her of stealing? Sonia? Ah, the wretches, the wretches! And running to Sonia, she flung her wasted arms round her and held her as if in a vice. Sonia! How dared you take 10 rubles from him? Foolish girl! Give it to me. Give me the 10 rubles at once, here. And snatching the note from Sonia, Katerina Ivanovna crumpled it up and flung it straight into Luzin's face. It hit him in the eye and fell on the ground. Amalia Ivanovna swiftly picked it up. Peter Petrovitch lost his temper. Hold that mad woman, he shouted. At that moment several other persons, besides Lebeziatnikov, appeared in the doorway, among them the 2 ladies. What? Mad? Am I mad? Idiot, shrieked Katerina Ivanovna. You are an idiot yourself, pettifogging lawyer, baseman. Sonia, take his money. Sonia a thief. She'd give away her last penny, and Katerina Ivanovna broke into hysterical laughter. Did you ever see such an idiot? She turned from side to side. And you too, she suddenly saw the landlady, and you too, sausage eater, you declare that she is a thief, you trashy Prussian hen's leg in a crinoline. She hasn't been out of this room, she came straight from you, you wretch, and sat down beside me, everyone saw her. She sat here, I rot Ion Romanovich. Search her. Since she's not left the room, the money would have to be on her. Search her, search her. But if you don't find it, then excuse me, my dear fellow, you'll answer for it. I'll go to our sovereign, to our gracious Tsar himself, and throw myself at his feet, today, this minute. I am alone in the world. They would let me in.
Do you think they wouldn't? You're wrong. I will get in. I will get in. You counted on her meekness. You relied upon that. But I am not so submissive, let me tell you. You've gone too far yourself. Search her, search her. And Katerina Ivanovna in a frenzy shook Luzin and dragged him towards Sonia.
I am ready, I'll be responsible, but calm yourself, madam, calm yourself.
I see that you are not so submissive. Well, but as to that.
Luzin muttered, that ought to be before the police, though in fact there are enough witnesses as it is.
I am ready.
But in any case it's difficult for a man, on account of her sex. But with the help of Amalia Ivanovna, though, of course, it's not the way to do things.
How is it to be done? As you will.
Let anyone who likes search her, cried Katerina Ivanovna.
Sonia, turn out your pockets. See. Look, monster, the pocket is empty, here was her handkerchief. Here is the other pocket, look. Do you see, do you see? And Katerina Ivanovna turned, or rather snatched, both pockets inside out.
But from the right pocket a piece of paper flew out, traced a parabola in the air and fell at Luzin's feet. Everyone saw it, several cried out. Peter Petrovitch stooped down, picked up the paper in 2 fingers, lifted it where all could see it and opened it.
It was a 100-ruble note folded in 8. Peter Petrovitch held up the note, showing it to everyone. Thief! Out of my lodging! Police, police, yelled Amalia Ivanovna. They must to Siberia be sent. Away! Exclamations arose on all sides.
Raskolnikov was silent, keeping his eyes fixed on Sonia, except for an occasional rapid glance at Luzin.
Sonia stood still, as though unconscious. She was hardly able to feel surprise.
Suddenly the color rushed to her cheeks, she uttered a cry and hid her face in her hands.
No, it wasn't I. I didn't take it.
I know nothing about it, she cried with a heartrending wail, and she ran to Katerina Ivanovna, who clasped her tightly in her arms, as though she would shelter her from the whole world.
Sonia! Sonia! I don't believe it. You see, I don't believe it, she cried in the face of the obvious fact, swaying her to and fro in her arms like a baby, kissing her face continually, then snatching at her hands and kissing them, too. You took it! How stupid these people are! Oh dear! You are fools, fools, she cried, addressing the whole room. You don't know what a heart she has, what a girl she is. She'd take it, she? She'd sell her last rag, she'd go barefoot to help you if you needed it, that's what she is. She has the yellow passport because my children were starving, she sold herself for us. Ah, husband, husband. Do you see? Do you see? What a memorial dinner for you! Merciful heavens! Defend her, why are you all standing still? Rodion Romanovich, why don't you stand up for her? Do you believe it, too? You are not worth her little finger, all of you together. Good God! Defend her now, at least! The wail of the poor, consumptive, helpless woman seemed to produce a great effect on her audience. The agonized, wasted, tubercular face, the parched, blood-stained lips, the hoarse voice, the tears unrestrained as a child's, the trustful, childish and yet despairing prayer for help were so piteous that everyone seemed to feel for her. Peter Petrovitch at any rate was at once moved to compassion. Madam, this incident does not reflect upon you, he cried impressively. No one would take upon himself to accuse you of being an instigator or even an accomplice in it, especially as you have proved her guilt by turning out her pockets, showing that you had no previous idea of it. I am most ready to show compassion, if poverty, so to speak, drove Sophia Semyonovna to it, but why did you refuse to confess, mademoiselle? Were you afraid of the disgrace? The first step? You lost your head, perhaps? One can quite understand it. But how could you have lowered yourself to such an action? Gentlemen, he addressed the whole company, gentlemen. Compassionate and so to say commiserating with these people, I am ready to overlook it even now in spite of the personal insult lavished upon me. And may this disgrace be a lesson to you for the future, he said, addressing Sonia, and I will carry the matter no further. Enough. Peter Petrovitch stole a glance at Raskolnikov. Their eyes met, and the fire in Raskolnikov seemed ready to reduce him to ashes. Meanwhile, Katerina Ivanovna apparently heard nothing. She was kissing and hugging Sonia like a madwoman. The children, too, were embracing Sonia on all sides, and Polenka, though she did not fully understand what was wrong, was drowned in tears and shaking with sobs, as she hid her pretty little face, swollen with weeping, on Sonia's shoulder. How vile, a loud voice cried suddenly in the doorway. Peter Petrovitch looked round quickly. What vileness? Lebeziatnikov repeated, staring him straight in the face. Peter Petrovitch practically shuddered. Everyone noticed it and recalled it afterwards. Lebeziatnikov strode into the room. And you dared to call me as a witness, he said, going up to Peter Petrovitch. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Muttered Luzin. I mean that you are a slanderer, that's what my words mean. Lebeziatnikov said hotly, looking sternly at him with his short-sighted eyes. He was extremely angry. Raskolnikov gazed intently at him, as though seizing and weighing each word. Again there was a silence. Peter Petrovitch seemed almost dumbstruck at first. If you mean that for me, he began, stammering. But what's the matter with you? Are you out of your mind? I'm in my mind, but you are a scoundrel. Ah, how vile. I have heard everything. I kept waiting on purpose to understand it, for I must admit even now it is not quite logical. What you have done at all, for I can't understand. Why, what have I done then? Stop talking in your nonsensical riddles. Or maybe you are drunk. You may be a drunkard, perhaps, you disgusting individual, but I am not. I never touch vodka, because it's against my convictions. Would you believe it, he himself, with his own hands gave Sofia Semyonovna that 100-ruble note. I saw it, I was a witness, I'll take my oath. He did it, he, repeated Lebeziatnikov, addressing all. Are you crazy, you milksop? Squealed Luzin. She is in front of you herself, she herself here declared just now in front of everyone that I gave her only 10 rubles. How could I have given it to her? I saw it, Lebeziatnikov repeated, and although it is against my principles, I am ready this very minute to take any oath you like before the court, because I saw how you slipped it in her pocket. Only like a fool I thought you did it out of kindness. When you were saying goodbye to her at the door, while you held her hand in one hand, with the other, the left, you slipped the note into her pocket. I saw it. Luzin turned pale. What lies, he cried insolently, why, how could you, standing by the window, see the note? You imagined it with your short-sighted eyes. You are raving. No, I didn't imagine it. And though I was standing some way off, I saw it all. And though it certainly would be hard to distinguish a note from the window, that's true, I knew for certain that it was a 100-ruble note, because, when you were going to give Sofia Semyonovna 10 rubles, you picked up from the table a 100-ruble note. I saw it because I was standing nearby at the time, and an idea struck me at once, so I did not forget you had it in your hand. You folded it and kept it in your hand all the time. I didn't think of it again until, when you were getting up, you changed it from your right hand to your left and nearly dropped it. I noticed it because the same idea struck me again, that you meant to do her a kindness without me seeing anything. You can imagine how I watched you when I saw how you succeeded in slipping it into her pocket. I saw it, I'd swear an oath on it. Lebeziatnikov was almost breathless.
Exclamations arose on all sides, chiefly expressing amazement, but some were menacing in tone. They all crowded round Peter Petrovich.
Katerina Ivanovna flew to Lebeziatnikov. I was mistaken about you. Protect her. You are the only one to take her side. She is an orphan. God has sent you.
Katerina Ivanovna, hardly knowing what she was doing, sank on her knees before him.
A pack of nonsense, yelled Luzin, infuriated. It's all nonsense you've been talking. An idea struck you, you didn't think, you noticed, what does it amount to? So I gave it to her on the sly on purpose? What for? With what aim? What do I have to do with this? What for? That's what I can't understand, but that what I am telling you is the fact, that's certain.
Far from being mistaken, you infamous, criminal man, I remember how, because of it, a question occurred to me at once, just when I was thanking you and pressing your hand.
What made you put it secretly in her pocket? Why did you do it secretly, I mean? Could it be simply to conceal it from me, knowing that my convictions are opposed to yours and that I do not approve of private benevolence, which brings about no radical cure?
Well, I decided that you really were ashamed of giving such a large sum in front of me. Perhaps, too, I thought, he wants to give her a surprise, when she finds a whole 100-ruble note in her pocket. For I know some benevolent people are very fond of decking out their charitable actions in that way. Then the idea struck me, too, that you wanted to test her, to see whether, when she found it, she would come to thank you. Then, too, that you wanted to avoid thanks and that, as the saying is, your right hand should not know, something of that sort, in fact. I thought of so many possibilities that I put off considering it, but still thought it indelicate to show you I knew your secret. But another idea struck me again, that Sofia Semyonovna might easily lose the money before she noticed it, which was why I decided to come in here to call her out of the room and to tell her that you put 100 rubles in her pocket. But on my way I went first to Madame Kobilatnikov's to take them the general treatise on the positive method 49 and especially to recommend Pitterit's article, and also Wagner's. Then I come on here and what a state of things I find.
Now could I have all these ideas and reflections, if I had not seen you put the 100-ruble note in her pocket?
When Lebeziatnikov finished his long-winded assault with the logical deduction at the end, he was quite tired, and the perspiration streamed from his face. He could not, alas, even express himself correctly in Russian, though he knew no other language, and so he was totally exhausted, almost emaciated after this heroic exploit. But his speech produced a powerful effect. He had spoken with such passion, with such conviction that everyone obviously believed him. Peter Petrovich felt that things were going badly for him. "What is it to do with me if silly ideas did occur to you?" he shouted, "that's no evidence.
You may have dreamed it, that's all. And I tell you, you are lying, sir.
You are lying and slandering from some spite against me, simply because you were somehow offended that I did not agree with your free-thinking, godless, social propositions."
But this retort did not benefit Peter Petrovich.
Murmurs of disapproval were heard on all sides.
"Ah, that's your line now, is it?" cried Lebeziatnikov. "That's nonsense. Call the police and I'll take my oath. There's only one thing I can't understand, what made him risk such a contemptible action? Oh, pitiful, despicable man.
I can explain why he risked such an action, and if necessary, I, too, will swear to it," Raskolnikov said at last in a firm voice, and he stepped forward. He appeared to be firm and composed. Everyone felt clearly, just from the way he looked, that he really knew something about it and that the mystery would be solved.
"Now I can explain it all to myself," said Raskolnikov, addressing Lebeziatnikov.
"From the very beginning of this whole business, I suspected that there was some terrible plot behind it. I began to suspect this due to some special circumstances known only to myself, which I will explain at once to everyone, they account for everything.
Your valuable evidence has finally made everything clear to me. I beg everyone to listen. This gentleman," he pointed to Luzin, "was recently engaged to be married to a young lady, my sister, Avdotia Romanovna Raskolnikov. But when he came to Petersburg he quarreled with me, the day before yesterday, at our first meeting, and I drove him out of my room. I have 2 witnesses to prove it.
He is a very spiteful man. The day before yesterday I did not know that he was staying here, in your room, and that consequently on the day we quarreled the day before yesterday he saw me give Katerina Ivanovna some money for the funeral, as a friend of the late Mr. Marmeladov. He at once wrote a note to my mother and informed her that I had given away all my money, not to Katerina Ivanovna, but to Sofia Semyonovna, and referred in a most contemptible way to the character of Sofia Semyonovna, that is, hinted at the nature of my attitude to Sofia Semyonovna. All this, you understand, was carried out with the purpose of dividing me from my mother and sister, by insinuating that I was squandering on unworthy objects the money which they had sent me and which was all they had. Yesterday evening, before my mother and sister and in his presence, I declared that I had given the money to Katerina Ivanovna for the funeral and not to Sofia Semyonovna, and that I had no acquaintance with Sofia Semyonovna and had never seen her before, indeed. At the same time I added that he, Peter Petrovich Luzin, with all his virtues was not worth Sofia Semyonovna's little finger, though he spoke so badly of her. To his question, would I let Sofia Semyonovna sit down beside my sister, I answered that I had already done so that day. Irritated that my mother and sister were unwilling to quarrel with me at his insinuations, he gradually began to be unforgivably rude to them. A final rupture took place and he was turned out of the house.
All this happened yesterday evening.
Now I beg you to pay close attention. Consider, if he had succeeded now in proving that Sofia Semyonovna was a thief, he would have shown to my mother and sister that he was almost right in his suspicions, that he had reason to be angry at my putting my sister on a level with Sofia Semyonovna, that, in attacking me, he was protecting and preserving the honor of my sister, his betrothed. In fact, he might even, through all this, have been able to estrange me from my family, and no doubt he hoped to be restored to favor with them, to say nothing of avenging himself on me personally, for he has grounds for supposing that the honor and happiness of Sofia Semyonovna are very precious to me.
That was what he was working for. That's how I understand it.
That's the whole reason for it, and there can be no other. It was like this, or somewhat like this, that Raskolnikov wound up his speech, which was followed very attentively, though often interrupted by exclamations from his audience. But in spite of interruptions he spoke clearly, calmly, exactly, firmly. His decisive voice, his tone of conviction and his stern face made a great impression on everyone.
Yes, that's it, Lebeziatnikov assented joyfully, that must be it, for he asked me, as soon as Sofia Semyonovna came into our room, whether you were here, whether I had seen you among Katerina Ivanovna's guests. He called me aside to the window and asked me in secret. It was essential for him that you should be here.
That's it.
Luzin smiled contemptuously and did not speak.
But he was very pale. He seemed to be considering the best means of escape. Perhaps he would have been glad to give up everything and get away, but at the moment this was scarcely possible. It would have implied admitting the truth of the accusations brought against him. Moreover, the guests, who had already been excited by drink, were now too emotional to allow it.
The commissariat clerk, though indeed he had not grasped the whole position, was shouting louder than anyone and was making some suggestions which were very unpleasant to Luzin.
But not everyone there was drunk. Tenants came in from all the rooms. The 3 Poles were tremendously excited and were continually shouting at him, "The pan is a lajdak, 50," and muttering threats in Polish. Sonia had been listening with strained attention, though she too seemed unable to grasp it all. She seemed as though she had just returned to consciousness. She did not take her eyes off Raskolnikov, feeling that in him lay her personal safety.
Katerina Ivanovna breathed hard and painfully and seemed horribly exhausted.
Amalia Ivanovna stood looking more stupid than anyone, with her mouth wide open, unable to make out what had happened. She only saw that Peter Petrovitch had somehow come to grief. Raskolnikov was attempting to speak again, but they did not let him. Everyone was crowding round Luzin with threats and shouts of abuse.
But Peter Petrovitch was not intimidated.
Seeing that his accusation of Sonia had completely failed, he reverted to insolence.
"Allow me, gentlemen, allow me. Don't squeeze, let me pass," he said, making his way through the crowd. "And no threats if you please. I assure you it will be useless, you will gain nothing by it.
On the contrary, you'll have to answer, gentlemen, for violently obstructing the course of justice. The thief has been more than unmasked, and I shall prosecute. Our judges are not so blind and not so drunk, and will not believe the testimony of two notorious infidels, agitators, and atheists, whose accusations are motivated by a desire for personal revenge which they are foolish enough to admit.
Yes, allow me to pass. Don't let me find a trace of you in my room. You will kindly leave at once, and everything between us will be at an end. When I think of the trouble I've been taking, the way I've been expounding all fortnight.
I told you myself today that I was going, when you tried to keep me. Now I will simply add that you are a fool. I advise you to see a doctor for your brains and your short sight.
Let me pass, gentlemen."
He forced his way through. But the commissariat clerk was unwilling to let him off so easily. He picked up a glass from the table, brandished it in the air and flung it at Peter Petrovitch, but the glass flew straight at Amalia Ivanovna. She screamed, and the clerk, overbalancing, fell heavily under the table. Peter Petrovitch made his way to his room and half an hour later had left the house. Sonia, timid by nature, had felt before that day that she could be ill-treated more easily than anyone, and that she could be wronged with impunity. Yet until that moment she had imagined that she might escape misfortune by care, gentleness and submissiveness before everyone. Her disappointment was too great. She could, of course, bear with patience and almost without murmur anything, even this. But at first she felt it was too bitter. Despite her triumph and her justification, when her first terror and astonishment had passed and she could understand it all clearly, the feeling of her helplessness and of the wrong done to her made her heart throb with anguish and she was overcome with hysterical weeping. At last, unable to bear any more, she rushed out of the room and ran home, almost immediately after Luzin's departure.
When amidst loud laughter the glass flew at Amalia Ivanovna, it was more than the landlady could endure.
With a shriek she rushed like a fury at Katerina Ivanovna, considering her to blame for everything.
"Out of my lodgings! At once! Quick march!"
And with these words she began snatching up everything she could lay her hands on that belonged to Katerina Ivanovna, and throwing it on the floor. Katerina Ivanovna, pale, almost fainting, and gasping for breath, jumped up from the bed where she had sunk in exhaustion and darted at Amalia Ivanovna. But the battle was too unequal. The landlady waved her away like a feather.
"What? As though that godless calumny was not enough, this vile creature attacks me. What?
On the day of my husband's funeral I am turned out of my lodgings. After eating my bread and salt she turns me into the street, with my orphans. Where am I to go?" wailed the poor woman, sobbing and gasping. "Good God," she cried with flashing eyes, "is there no justice on earth? Whom should you protect if not us orphans? We shall see. There is law and justice on earth, there is, I will find it. Wait a minute, you godless creature. Polenka, stay with the children, I'll come back. Wait for me, if you have to wait in the street. We will see whether there is justice on earth." And throwing over her head that green shawl which Marmeladov had mentioned to Raskolnikov, Katerina Ivanovna squeezed her way through the disorderly and drunken crowd of lodgers who still filled the room, and, wailing and tearful, she ran into the street, with a vague intention of going somewhere at once to find justice. Polenka with the two little ones in her arms crouched, terrified, on the trunk in the corner of the room, where she waited trembling for her mother to come back.
Amalia Ivanovna raged about the room, shrieking, lamenting and throwing everything she came across on the floor.
The lodgers talked incoherently, some commented to the best of their ability on what had happened, others quarreled and swore at one another, while others struck up a song.
Now it's time for me to go, thought Raskolnikov. Well, Sofia Semyonovna, we shall see what you'll say now.
And he set off in the direction of Sonia's lodgings.
Chapter 4.
Raskolnikov had been a vigorous and active champion of Sonia against Luzin, although he had such a load of horror and anguish in his own heart. But having gone through so much in the morning, he found a sort of relief in a change of sensations, apart from the strong personal feeling which impelled him to defend Sonia. He was agitated too, especially at some moments, by the thought of his approaching interview with Sonia. He had to tell her who had killed Lizaveta. He knew the terrible suffering it would be to him and, as it were, brushed away the thought of it. So when he cried as he left Katerina Ivanovna's, "Well, Sofia Semyonovna, we shall see what you'll say now," he was still superficially excited, still vigorous and defiant from his triumph over Luzin. But, strange to say, by the time he reached Sonia's lodging, he felt a sudden impotence and fear. He stood still in hesitation at the door, asking himself the strange question, must I tell her who killed Lizaveta? It was a strange question because he felt at the very time not only that he could not help telling her, but also that he could not put it off. He did not yet know why it must be so, he only felt it, and the agonizing sense of his impotence before the inevitable almost crushed him. To cut short his hesitation and suffering, he quickly opened the door and looked at Sonia from the doorway. She was sitting with her elbows on the table and her face in her hands, but seeing Raskolnikov she got up at once and came to meet him as though she were expecting him. "What would have become of me but for you?" she said quickly, meeting him in the middle of the room. She had evidently wanted to say this to him as soon as she could. It was what she had been waiting for. Raskolnikov went to the table and sat down on the chair from which she had only just risen. She stood facing him, 2 steps away, just as she had done the day before. "Well, Sonia," he said, and felt that his voice was trembling, "it was all due to your social position and the habits associated with it. Did you understand that just now?" Her face showed her distress. "Only don't talk to me as you did yesterday," she interrupted him. "Please don't start. There is misery enough without that." She quickly smiled, afraid that he might not like the reproach. "I was silly to come away from there. What is happening there now? I wanted to go back straight away, but I kept thinking that you would come." He told her that Amalia Ivanovna was turning them out of their lodging and that Katerina Ivanovna had run off somewhere to seek justice. "My God," cried Sonia, "let's go at once." And she snatched up her cape. "It's always the same thing," said Raskolnikov, irritably. "You've no thought except for them. Stay a little with me." "But Katerina Ivanovna?" "You won't lose Katerina Ivanovna, you may be sure. She'll come to you herself if she's run out," he added peevishly. "If she doesn't find you here, you'll be blamed for it." Sonia sat down in painful suspense. Raskolnikov was silent, gazing at the floor and deliberating. "This time Luzin did not want to prosecute you," he began, not looking at Sonia, "but if he had wanted to, if it had suited his plans, he would have sent you to prison if it had not been for Lebeziatnikov and me." "Ah?" "Yes," she assented in a faint voice. "Yes," she repeated, preoccupied and distressed. "But I might easily not have been there. And it was quite an accident that Lebeziatnikov turned up." Sonia was silent. "And if you'd have gone to prison, what then? Do you remember what I said yesterday?" Again she did not answer. He waited. "I thought you would shout again, 'Don't talk about it, leave off.'"
Raskolnikov laughed, but in a rather forced way. What? Silence again, he asked a minute later. We must talk about something, you know. It would be interesting for me to know how you would solve a certain problem, as Lebeziatnikov would say. He was beginning to lose the thread. No, really, I am serious.
Imagine, Sonia, that you had known all of Luzin's intentions beforehand.
Known, that is, for a fact, that they would be the ruin of Katerina Ivanovna and the children and yourself all in one. Since you don't count yourself for anything, Polenka, too, she'll go the same way. Well, if suddenly it all depended on your decision whether he or they should go on living, that is whether Luzin should go on living and doing wicked things, or Katerina Ivanovna should die? How would you decide which of them was to die? I ask you? Sonia looked uneasily at him. There was something peculiar in this hesitating question, which seemed to be approaching something in a roundabout way. I felt that you were going to ask some question like that, she said, looking inquisitively at him. I dare say you did. But how should it be answered? Why do you ask about what could not happen, said Sonia reluctantly. Then it would be better for Luzin to go on living and doing wicked things? You haven't dared to decide even that. But I can't know the divine providence. And why do you ask what can't be answered? What's the use of such foolish questions? How could it depend on my decision? Who has made me a judge to decide who ought to live and who ought not to live? Oh, if the divine providence is going to be mixed up in it, no one can do anything, Raskolnikov grumbled morosely. You'd better say straight out what you want. Sonia cried in distress. You are leading up to something again. Can you have come just to torture me? She could not control herself and began crying bitterly.